I love how it doesn't let me pin my messages. Because it hates me. Welcome, guys, to the faction war space of Amarr versus Minmatar and the Angel Cartel. It is a new experience, not just for me, but also probably for you if you're watching. And of course, we have our classical music here for the Amarr. I got a 3 justice. Scrubby cheered with 100 biddies. Yo, Scrubby. How goes it, brother? Thank you so much for your support here at the Milk on Edge. Really appreciate that. How was your day? Alright, that has been pinned. Sorry guys, we're just slowly setting up some other little in-betweens here. So we have not officially enlisted, but we are going to be enlisting with the Amarr. I originally wanted to do Minmatar, but we've just decided that we're going to go into the Amarr side first, if anything. But this is not for the sake of me doing this because I'm like supporting like as like my career into the faction warfare of Amarr or Minmatar. As a journalist, I'm was originally supposed to do this. I wouldn't say I was supposed to do this before. Before I got so heavily involved with the Caldari State and the Galante Federation and Guristas war that was happening. So that being said, the idea was for me to join for like a week and go into each of the militias and get a better feel and understanding of how faction warfare works for not just only the like I said, not only just for the Caldari, the Galante, and the Garissa side, but also for the Minmatar, Amarian, and Angel Cartel side of things. And also when doing this, it's not just about like again focusing 100 of my effort only for one place or one faction, but to also educate people about what the warzone looks like in this space for the Amarr and Minmatar people. And of course, with the Angels being included now with the Havoc update. And as we could see right now, we've got their Amarian's shipcaster is all the way right over here at the Mahator. These are going to be some interesting names. Location, and their beacons of shipcaster, the gates are in the front line of Lama and the other front line of Koromonon, if to be pronounced. I'm terrible. And then their last front line up here at the Ezra side with the gate. So when you take your shipcaster, the interstellar one as they call it, it will bring you to any of these 3 locations, but you get to choose while the buffer is obviously there for when you're in the actual location of the shipcaster. It will give you the option of the 3 gates, and you will pick the option you have by waiting down the cooldown timer for the specific gate that is activated for 1 minute. Once that minute is over, it then switches over to the next gate and then to the next gate, and it just continues the cycle. And yes, there's 3 gates currently, and they're always on front lines, as you can see. Now, I am completely new to faction warfare with the Amarians and the Minmatarians and the Angels Cartel. As we could see from the last time we looked at this map, I remember seeing that Minmatar actually held quite a large vast of the area, and they still do. They hold 49, and the Amarians hold 21. So there's definitely a slight number differentiation between that. But not only just that, it's when you look at the numbers, you got to remember that they're counting also these rear guard systems that are around. And if we're not really looking at those systems, because I personally mostly look and focus on command operations and front lines as like the main numbers. So looking at the map, it really has a lot of front lines. Like, look how many, like, that is an amazing amount of front lines for content. Like, compared to the Caldari and the Galante side, there is not enough front lines that I'm seeing compared to this specific militia right now. Like, it's insane how much of their militia owns front lines on each side. This is like kind of their what looks to be a lot of the action, I believe, might be happening between these systems, anywhere between these two, these three, like this whole cluster, really, this cluster, and coming back all the way to the top here, this cluster here. So it looks like 1, 2, 3, and 4 of the clusters of probably some really big content. Now, again, I've never really flown in this space that to be like familiarized with it, so we're going to be doing a lot of different things today, including trying to make our bookmarks, because we like our camera bookmarks. We're going to be making bookmarks along these areas. We're going to find out, like, so for people that are not aware, you can actually dock up in any of the front line systems. It doesn't matter if it's Amarr or Minmatar, as long as it's a front line system, you can dock up into it. But if you're, say, part of like the Amarr militia, then you can dock up into any of the yellow blocks that are around, any of the yellow blocks. As long as it has a station, you can dock up in the yellow blocks. If you're a Minmatar, then you can dock up in any of the red sections here, of any of the systems that are red. But if you are part of the opposing team, then you can only dock up in the front lines. If I'm in the Amarr, I could dock up right here. If there's a station, you can find that out by pressing show info. You can see there's a station tab, and you can also see what they offer there, including a repair shop. When you're doing some PvP, you have an opportunity to obviously land right here and create yourself a spot. Actually, both of them have repair systems, so that's really important. And if you look for clone bays as well, just in case maybe you, for whatever reason, want to create this as your home station one day, which clearly you cannot do because there is no clone stations here. So at the end of the day, this is a system mainly for just repairing, realistically. Now, there could be people living there, who knows? I personally never been a part of the militia, so I don't really know what's happening. But yes, we are going to start our adventure officially, and we're going to do this right from the rip of it all. And hope you guys enjoyed today's episode. The goal today, though, is as a journalist to do possibly some interviews with people, hopefully on comms if possible. Get some PvP fights in to experience some of the pilots that are out here. And also, lastly, to get the both sides, realistically, and angels, to hopefully have conversation with them to bring upon us a actual future interview to talk more about the experience with these people that are out here in the space of Minmatar and Amarr and angels. Go to space, understand the people of the... Yes, exactly. And I've done that with a lot of my adventures. When I first started off playing Eve, I went to Trig Space. I talked to a lot of the locals. I was actually doing a piece on the Triglavian systems and just like how they all kind of function and the system in itself and people that may want to fly there one day. So like we had a lot of cool interviews that day. No, we've never had an Angel interview or a Garistas. We've only had a Caldari and a Galante interview. We almost had the Garista interview going, but unfortunately their members were so unorganized and so not concreted with their decision making that it kind of didn't happen when I was hoping for it to happen, and I set it all up. Now, not to say every one of those people that wanted to do it were not properly set up for it, but unfortunately we didn't have the numbers as well for that to happen that I was looking for. We only had a concrete of 3 people, which is honestly, at this point, I might just kind of do 3 people for the thing, but I kind of wanted more than 3 just to get a better perspective of the Garistas militia side of things and how they view it, because having 3 people is like... maybe all 3 of them have the same perspective, right? So I kind of like to have at least 5 people, because who knows, maybe we have one person in there or 2 that could say a little bit different. So yeah, we're going to go do that. I'm going to set myself up over down here for a second. I believe I could. I think I could register for faction warfare in one of these systems. I'm not 100% sure. I think I could. It's a militia office. Yeah, yeah. So if it says militia office in there, which I think all of them say militia office, we might actually be able to register our faction thing there. Now, there's some low-sec systems that we go through, and maybe we get killed. I don't know. But, yeah. I'm not sure. I've never been through it, so I don't know. But yeah, we're going to enlist with the Empire today. We have giveaways as well. Exclamation mark ticket to get involved in a giveaway. Yeah. Or I could go this way, but I'm kind of thinking if I go that way, just want to quickly check out where this system is, if it's around here. Don't really see it. No, so it's not really around that spot. First, interesting enough. Let me see how many jumps is, for instance. I don't know. Let's try this for a second here. Let's see how many jumps is that. So that's like roughly the 10 jumps there. And this one is a few less jumps, like 8 jumps. And we already said this one was a few jumps as well. Actually, I want to just check if we go to safer route just to see what it does. So it's 13 jumps safer route, but we're not going to take the safer route because we just do want to have some information about what's going on. So yeah, let me set my destination like I have. Let's go to that place and let's enlist over there. I don't want to enlist in this station just for the sake of possibly camps with here, which I'm not even aware of right now, but we'll see it when we get back to it and we reship. Nah, we're not trying to be safe. We're trying to actually kill things and do things. Actually, before I undock... Oh, I do have an undock, so that's good. So yeah, so this is always important, guys. When you have a station that you're going to do faction warfare, make sure you have an undock. This is clearly the somewhat of a good undock. I might have to change this a little bit, but it's not bad. But yeah, we're gonna go and we're gonna go enlist. We already have a ship ready. It's not an Amarrian ship. I know how un-Amarrian of me already to start off this with a non-Amarrian ship, but that's all right. We are still gonna do it with our Rifter. This is actually one of my favorite Rifter fits that I've gotten some kills with, that a lot of people don't suspect in faction warfare or in PvP a lot when they look at a Rifter. So this will be quite a very interesting thing to be had. By the way, guys, we have a fleet happening. As you could see here, a really, really cool fleet happening for Friday. We're gonna attempt to do it Friday. So I want you guys to read along with me here. This is, hello everyone, I am organizing a new PvP training fleet. This time we'll be going to doing some faction warfare. A few things are important for this fleet. You will need to enlist it for faction warfare with the Caldari for the time of the fleet, but you can unenlist as soon as the fleet is done. If you do not want to enlist, then this is not the fleet for you, which is unfortunate, but it's true because it just... the way me and Caroline have set this up is we want to make sure that we have kind of a more organized situation where we don't have to worry about people, you know, not being able to shoot somebody or having to message somebody to not shoot them and just all that non-corn, bull-corn stuff, right? So it's better we have it like super organized to the point where if everybody's in the fleet and is in faction warfare for Caldari, we could do it without any issues. Hey, IR, welcome back yourself. And, dude, did you fall in the toilet last night? What happened? I thought we were supposed to do abyssals together. Anyways, let's keep reading. So yes, you can unenlist as they say, and obviously as well that you will have to enlist to be a part of it. Definitely have an empty clone when joining, and this is for anybody who's like a new player that wants to partake with us. Even if you're not a new player, obviously you can still join. Your stream died? Question mark. Did it die? Question mark. My stream died? Oh, you're talking about from earlier yesterday. Yeah, the internet went out, but we came back. We were still up. I guess you didn't come check back. No worries. Anyways, um, we're going through a low sec here in a minute. But yeah, back to what we were reading. On this event, we will work together with Felix Lee Jones, that's myself. Uh, okay, let me grab... So what I wanted to do was I wanted to use this. Right. Right, back to what I was saying. Anyways, probably better known as Milk on Edge with my thing, who will FC for us and teach us some cool tricks. You will need comms for the event to join them in the Discord, which is going to be in Caroline's Discord. We have space for a max of 10 pilots, because obviously if we have more than 10 pilots, things can get a little bit to the point where nobody wants to fight us. And I recommend 10, 15 maybe, but like 10 because it's just a lot more... it's going to be a lot more easier and enjoyable to get around and doing it with like a smaller-ish fleet. So yeah, that's kind of the idea for that. Just kind of want to see space a little bit there. But anyways, and then it says here, I need everyone that wants to join to respond to this mail with a fit they want to fly for RSVP, because we are doing a kitchen sink. And we're also going to be doing 3 fits that are listed here for like the just people who just want to already have a pre-fit fit to have, which means we're going to be giving them for free to those people to try out and to fleet up with us and fly within. We're going to try like a composition of a Tristan fit, a very, very basic Tristan fit, not like a... It's not hardcore. These are going to be changed to T1s if people need T1 drones. Although we're not going to use Acolytes. We're actually going to be using Warriors. This was like a fit that it works, but Warriors would be better in this situation. But anyways, they're all alpha-friendly fits. And if people are still having any issues with it, we can easily adjust like, T1 to a meta level and things like that. Just for, people that are looking to fly without any problems when it comes to being alpha. This is supposed to be a very friendly alpha composition fleet when it comes to at least these 3 fits. And then, like I said earlier, or when they said, Caroline says earlier in the mail, is that it's going to be kitchen sink as well. So that just means you can bring a frigate or a destroyer up to those levels, because if we go anything higher, it kind of takes away from certain situations in PvP and just being as a group together in those situations. So we want to keep it as like destroyer level and down when it comes to this fleet. So far, guys, we've been pretty fortunate not to hit any gate camps going through any of these systems to get to the shipcaster. Who knows if I still might hit a gate camp. It's just me in the system, so it doesn't look like we're gonna have any issues. But yeah, this is the 3 fits anyways. We're gonna do a fleet comp for those 3, and then we're gonna obviously go with the kitchen sink. Originally will be kitchen sink, and then we'll throw into these fleets. Now we're gonna be learning about descanning, we're gonna learn about ninja plexing, and we're also gonna be learning about PvP in this fleet that we're gonna be holding this Friday. And the time, if I'm not mistaken, was 1900 Eve time, which I don't know if that was placed in the mail or not. Does it say that anywhere? I don't think it does say that anywhere. No, so maybe we want to oh no, here it is. I'm blind. Fleet up is at 1900 Eve time. We're actually good. Thank goodness they did that. Perfect. Can we get a shout out for Caroline as well, please? They are also the streamer that is going to be doing a fleet stream with us on that day. They're the one who organized this. They are the ones who have people that are within their stream viewership and their group that are newer players that are coming to Caroline, and she's trying to teach them a little bit about that PvP stuff. So we're going to be collaborating with them on that day on Friday on the 1900 hour of Eve. So as you can see, it's 1700 right now. So there's some time for those people to get involved. Anyways, back to it. It says this is the staging area that we're going to be at, guys, so you can enlist as well as get your ships. If there are any other questions, please let me know, and don't forget to RSVP with your fit to respond to this mail. Yes, it's super important to respond with your fits that you're going to be flying for the kitchen sink part of it. Again, being destroyers or frigates. They can be Navy issues. It doesn't matter to me. Navy issued frigates or T1 hulls. It's all up to you guys who want to join us with this event. And that would be great. But yeah, link your fits, because that way I personally can see what we're working with, and there's not going to be hopefully any issues with that. So there you go. That is the mail, and it should be fun. I can't wait. It'll be this Friday. Hopefully some people that are getting in it can have their stuff skill trained into those very low LSPs. They're called low skill point ships, and yeah, we can have a lot of fun. So now what I need to do is I need to go back into the faction warfare window over here to the Amarr side, and we're going to open up this tab, and we're going to find out where we're going to list is by this station. It says Navy Anchored 0. So this one right here, I believe. No, wait, it said what? Minmatar 3 Amarr Navy anchorage. Amarr Navy. Let me put these names together. Amarr. Here it is. So we're gonna go there, and we're going to enlist and officially go through their the first time going through their shipcaster and learning a little bit about the Amarr way. Let me read chat here. Milk, what's the command for shout out? It's / shout out at their name. / shout out. So like this, / shout out, and then the name at their name is how that works.
Docking permission requested.
All right. So
Docking request accepted.
let me read the chat. So like I was saying earlier, which we've given her a shout out there, so it's already done. If anyone wants the mail, just write me in game. Yeah, write Caroline in game, or let me see. You can ask for her in game name if you need to in the chat. Milk, what's the kind? Yeah, so we got that. Teach them and learn more myself too. Perfect. And then further. Okay, so we already read all that. AK's got a watch streak and earned 350 milk jugs. Perfect. The tackle Tristan. We might actually with the tackle Tristan. Actually, we might need somebody that has like a scram and a web fitted one. So I think, like, I don't know, I might look at probably grabbing Caroline to probably bring also a different fitted Tristan there, just for the sake of probably being able to capture them. I'm always up for the kitchen sink frigate fleet. I'll try and make it Friday. Perfect, Mort. Yeah, kitchen sink is going to be our main thing, and then it will be the fits for after, for that. Now, just want to quickly see if I could grab that Tristan with a tackle on it, because again, I don't want it just to have all of us with long points, because as a fleet with those comp, you want to make sure we also have something to grab somebody with, if we can. So if we could, even when I simulate this fit, what I would recommend with this specific fit as well is to get rid of this disruptor and maybe just buy a few of these scramblers. We're going to use the faint one. Did I pop it in there? I did. Great. So these faint ones is also so AFK for business, but mail me. Yeah, exactly. So we're going to do that. Let me grab Caroline's name real quickly and send them a mail, just so that I could tackle Frigs. Tristan, I should say. Okay, so we need a few of these as well. Not the whole fleet should have one, but maybe 2 or 3 members should. And so, yeah, the fit is very generically the same. It's literally just with this on it. And also, yeah, that's fine. And I'm thinking we might get rid of possibly one core and switch it out to the targeting rig. I think it's this one, or is it the locking one? No, not targeting. Wait, targeting speed? What's this one do? Designed to increase the ship's targeting range. No, no, no. We want this one. So this one will just give us a little bit more faster locks. And still be able to have a little bit of DPS there because the medium fits. So yeah, we're going to use this. I'm actually going to rename this ship as Faction Warfare Tackle Tristan. And then I wonder if it will save like that. No, it doesn't save the name. Like, I actually physically have to save the name like that. So let me save this. And let me just go back here, I guess, because it doesn't want to register that. Where is it? Thought I just saved it in corporation, didn't I? That's weird. Thought I literally just saved it. I guess not. Anyways, that's fine. There you go. So we're just going to have a little bit of a tackle ship there, just to make sure that we have something. Anyways, let's enlist officially to the militia with Amarr. We are officially an Amarrian pilot now. And we will also have our militia chat officially from the Amarr people. I'm just going to close this window for now, and we don't need any of this. Right. Oh, look at that. We have a war target right here. They are part of the Angel Cartel. Nice. Sorry, let me read the chat here as well. Okay, enjoy your dinner. Scram AB. Nah, MWD. AB is good, but it doesn't catch things fast enough. So I want to make sure I have one that can like really just catch some. So, yes, we're up early, a little bit earlier. We're part of the Amarrian militia right now. We're actually doing some journalist work where we're going to hopefully get some interviews, possibly today on comms with even individual pilots to talk a little bit about the faction warfare space, and also just ourselves learn more about the faction warfare space within the Amarr and Minmatar and Angel cartels. How's everything for you today, Rote? Right, guys, so this is the shipcaster. You warp to 0 on it.
Warp drive active.
And yeah, and then you just teleport yourself over to where you need to go. Now, we have green in the system because these are all friendlies. You haven't seen an Amarr mission on the insurgency. What do you mean by that, Amarr mission? Like those faction warfare missions? So anyways, here is the gates, guys. Here is the gates to all systems. Currently, Llama was the one that was there at the moment. Now we have to wait for this one to charge for 55 seconds. And then eventually we can jump into a system. Now, if we go open the faction warfare map, we can actually see where that's going to bring us. This is the gate that it will bring us to, Cormamon, which will be dead center within the militia of Minmatar and the front line of Minmatar. And the next one is T-Zar. So that one is over here, wherever the other gate is. Fudge, where's the Llama? Azara? Is that what I read there, actually? Yeah, it's an E. Yeah, so this is the other gate that we could go to, or Llama, which was the original gate that when we warped in, that was where it was. There is a battlefield right here happening in Tanakan, so we'll see how that fares out. We might even take a peek at it. But right now, I think we're going to want to take this Cormamon gate. So as you can see, it just charged. Within the seconds, it's like a minute of charging, and then it opens up and it's active for another minute. So we're going to initiate the launch and we're going to jump right into the action. This is how shipcasters work. The Amarr militia, sorry. Yep. Yep. So you were talking just a second saying, I haven't seen Amarr militia on the surgery front line. Yeah, so that's what we're doing. We're in the front lines today. So we have an Imperial Navy slicer called the White Jackal Imperial thing. There's a guy who's named White Jackal. He's actually a pirate at this point. We're going to make some safe points, guys. So you just pretty much want to warp to something that is close to stuff. So like this one's closer to a station. So we're just going to call this one the Camera 1 Station. And we're going to keep it saved in our file. We have a couple AUs there, 14 AUs, and we're going to save it right there. That way we have a kind of a center-ish point of interest for our new safe point. We're going to make a lot of safe points today. You're going to be able to see that. And we have executors, we have munins, things that I never usually see a lot of. I have seen executors for sure. There's a stabber fleet there. We don't see those often. An alculator, which is one of those T2 ships for thing. A Munin, which I owned one and died in one. It was really fun. Actually, I didn't know the Munin. It was the other one that they have. But yeah, so we have literally only a bunch of neutrals here, which tells me there's a gate camp probably here, and 2 friendlies. Napa from DBZ, no problem. If you ever want to group up, here's our Discord link. We're the most active Amarr Mill Alliance, and we're always open to new bros. Nice, thanks. I had to take a look at what y'all going on. Great, so let's click the first link and see if we can, yeah, the Rapture, exactly. Let me see if I can jump into this Discord, and yeah, Manic, please stop advertising my Discord. I'm not, like I told you this earlier, I'm not trying to get into anybody to join my Discord. It's not a Discord for people to join like that. It's not a community Discord that is super active. Like, people can join it, but it's not an active Discord that people need to join it. So stop promoting that, please and thank you. So we're going to quickly just see if what we need to do, which is probably auth and get the rules going, just so we can see if we can join a militia or a fleet even, because I want to get a fleet going. You don't need to advertise my name either, Manic. All you got to do literally is whenever I ask for my in-game channel to be promoted, I will let you know so you can use that. Or if ever somebody needs my name, you can link them to Eve like that, or they can do it themselves. And yeah, that's about it. So please stop the Discord thing and my name in the in-game channel unless I say so. Yes, we've made Manic the new moderator because I know IR is sometimes not here and he's, you know, working, sleeping, going to school and doing stuff. So I didn't want to make him, I didn't want to rely on him 100% because we know that he's super busy sometimes. So we made Manic one of our moderators who's only able to do certain things. Hopefully he can help us with that. Stop the prior injury 5mm. My goal is to talk and learn more about the militias and to understand the war zone. And not just for me, really. It's for everyone. I want everybody we're just learning. We are learning about their specific, their group. That's what we're doing. We're learning about their groups. Not like in a spying way, like just for personal sake for people that have never done faction warfare or like anything like that. This is like what I was doing with the Caldari State, to learn the kind of pilots that are out here, to learn about the Warzone, how it's been operating since the Havoc update, and things like that. If anybody wants to join the Discord that already has been linked, like Alchemist, for instance, who joined, make sure you go to the section of the Discord that reads Discord rules. It says like this. It's like, you know how you get those pages in Discord with the exclamation mark. If you go there, you got to agree with the rules by just clicking that that marker that's there, like the check marker, and that way you can get yourself sorted. Now I don't know, like in terms of roles. This got repaired. Okay, so let's just warp here. Actually, no, we're kind of close to these other ones. So let's see. No, didn't want to warp there. That was not what I wanted to do. So we already made one camera. We're going to look in this one. They have a repair shop. Perfect. So we're going to warp to this station and we're going to create a bookmark.
Active.
On Angel Sources, Frat is farming LP. Fair enough. But yeah, my goal is like the Caldari state goal. It's in Galante. To learn about the space and to also showcase the space for people to learn, excuse me, about it. So this is just all a learning thing for everybody to be a part of it. But my main goal is to get people to talk with and to learn about their experience as well, so that we have a broader idea of what's going on in the game for the warzone of Minmatar and Amarr. So we already have one friendly right here. Hook Bill, Dark Ratter. Nobody ever seen me before in the militia, so this will be quite interesting. So we're just creating a safe spot right now. Although I feel like I'm bumping for some reason. Oh, that's why, because I thought I clicked the structure so it didn't want to move anymore. So yeah, I create safe spots usually when I get to a docking bay. Did you set a new home? Yeah, bro, we did all that. Got to make sure you set up your home station close by, or else you kind of defeat the purpose of doing faction warfare sometimes. So yeah, we're going to set our warp here. This will be a safe spot. We're going to call this the dock. We're going to put a number 1 in front of it if my thing just registered properly, which it doesn't like to do. So yeah, we're going to save it. It'll never expire. Now we have a safe spot for our dock. Now, when we undock, I'm assuming we're coming out of this side of the dock as always. So we're going to go ahead and dock and undock. So that way we can get the proper alignment for an undock safe spot. So all you got to do is go ahead and undock once you've docked. The timer on the top of my screen, guys, is for the Pokemon game. And as you can see, every 15 minutes, Pokemon spawns in. And you have an opportunity to get yourself some cool Pokemon as well. You can battle, you can train them, do a lot of that. So you want to set it to about 200. 150 is the maximum to get warp to one side to another if you're 150 kilometers away from each other. But I set mine a little bit more because people generally have the same undock spot. And I wouldn't recommend doing this the way I'm doing it with a slow boating AB because you can die doing that sometimes if there are people gate camping and things like this. So it's important that we get this done anyways because we're here, and then we can get it going. So we know that's a friendly stabber fleet. Milk, what is your favorite ship for PvP? And if you want, what's your favorite PvP? I don't know, dude. There's so many. Condor is my favorite PvP ship. Kikimora, you know, things like that. Those are my favorite. The kiting type ships. So these are pirate execs. That's good to know. So this is what I mean by, like, it could be a little dangerous to do this here. Although those are Logi guys. And of course we have a whole big-ass golem that just undocked. Man, these guys are for real right now. I don't know why they have a golem, but they do. And it looks like they have an ENI here as well. The Battle Logi cruise. Yeah, it could be definitely a Battle Logi for sure when you see pirates. Oh yeah, we're still creating our safe undock. We're at 100 right now. We need to get at least 150 to create it. And we're going to try to get a fleet going today as well with the Amarr people. And see if that's a possibility for us. So right now we got a plexing one. And that's kind of cool. Farden, Space Alliance, Crimson, Amarr. Okay, cool. Security's minimum standings are good. Wow, they actually require standings in this one. That's interesting. So we'll think about joining that guy's fleet in a bit and see how that fares for us. We just joined our very first Amarian Discord to hopefully also join in a fleet again. So we are right now 130. We're almost at the 150 mark to do a insta warp from one side to the other. I'm going to do two different saves here. We're going to do, we're going to call this 2. We're going to say on dock. Once we do hit that 150, which we did already, 150, perfect. So we're going to submit that one, and then we're also going to keep hauling down here, just because I want to also create another safe. You never want to just create one. I want how the golem is fit, question mark. You got some rewards for plexing angel plexes. Yes, you do. You get LP for that as well. It's called like a suppression type of situation. So you're suppressing the systems that are corrupted pretty much, and you get LP for that. So here they are. They've the 2 Logi execs, and possibly, oh, we have a Jaguar. I said Jaguar. So I'm just, again, slow boating here. We have already one safe spot that we've created. We're almost down to our newest location for our other on dock. We don't get to do Min or Amarr plexes. No, that's correct. You don't, because your job is to pretty much create the corruptions in your systems and do that. No, yeah, it's not for any pirates in any of the factions. They can't do any type of they're not allowed to do any plexing against like Amarr and Minmatar, which is so weird. But they get to do their own systems and work it out that way. Again, super weird, but that's just the way that cookie crumbles. But yeah, it is. I don't know why. Like, you would think that they would have added the pirate side of things to also be able to plex inside of our systems, like for Minmatar and Amarr or Caldari and Galante. But for whatever reason, they've only made it viable for them to plex and to defend. Not really defend, I guess. Yeah, defending, right? But plexing in their own pirate insurgency systems. Well, that balances with the fact that we can dock exactly. You can dock anywhere, like literally anywhere, because you guys are considered almost like a neutral-ish group still. All right, so there you go. We've created our on docks now. If we go right here and we say warp to 0 to our docking, I just want to show the example of what this is. So we're gonna warp back to our on dock, or sorry, our main docking spot. We're going to then go ahead and dock, and I'm going to show you how fast our on-docking is when creating these bookmarks for faction warfare specifically, and or even just general PvP that you go to in systems that you're staging in or you're docking in quite frequently. You always want to have an on-dock. It may be an unfair advantage, maybe. And so let's try it out. So on-dock. Number 2, look how fast we're going to warp. We're already aligned, bang, we're out. So anybody who camps there, we don't have to worry about that. Let me see if I can insta-warp to this one. I can. So I made a big enough on-dock warp to the other side, which is my one that's like just a little bit ahead of that one. So now I have 2 on-docks in case one guy has one at that marker at 150. Anyways, let's get out into the action now officially since we've done that. That was the most important thing to do in faction warfare when you first start off, is having some safe spots. So we're going to create another camera right here, halfway into our other spot, just so we can have something to bounce off of again. So we have 2 now. And then we're going to go 33 to the sun, warp at 100, and we're going to make another camera. I have no idea. No idea. So we're going to wait till we get about a certain distance of AU. There you go. So we just created another safe spot for the sun area. Also, more weird if an Angel Militia meets in a Plex Amarr Minmatar Militia. What to do? Yeah, like who do we shoot first? Alright, so now let's look at what's at range. So apparently these are some things that are at range. We're going to warp to camera 3. We're going to actually call this the sun camera. And we're going to see what is out here first of all to engage. And currently there's 2 war targets in system. We're going to take a quick little peek at our war targets. And this person has been playing for quite some time, 2010, so that tells me they're probably a more experienced PvP pilot. This guy also 2009, probably another experienced pilot. I see Catalyst, I see Algos. Let's see what's where though. Catalyst is in here, and that's nothing. There's an Amarr supply cache, so it's nothing. So it looks like almost nothing is around. We're going to hope to get in. We're going to go into the scout, and we're going to see if anybody jumps into this. Okay, we got a huge ping now of war targets here. A lot of war targets that just jumped in from Angel Cartel, it looks like, actually. And yeah, it looks like we're going to see a lot of skilled pilots possibly here. So let's get into a Plex. It's just a scout, which fits frigates, T1 hull frigates, and Navy issue frigates. Friday is going to be a little bit more of a PvP slash learning experience in Faction Warfare for more like explanations on certain things that we do. Don't let a character age. No, I agree. I'm just looking at it as one of the things. That's like one thing that I look at whenever I do look at stuff. Okay, so we have a wreck right here right now from a slicer. We're going to go and grab that wreck because this system is already done, or this Plex has been done. Look at that. They provided us with more of those things. That's pretty cool. We'll grab all that. And we're going to go now and dock up to drop this loot.
Warp drive active.
Looks like the local spike is gone. This is done. There is an open complex which has not been opened yet, so that's kind of interesting. I'm going to probably check out that small Navy 5 and see what's in there. Don't jinx what I said. No, don't think like that. What happens if we meet up with a Minmatar Angel in a Plex? Honestly, usually the rule of thumb is kill pirate first, and then second your enemy, like your militia enemy. So in this case, being an Amarr, we would shoot the pirate first and then Minmatar second. That's usually a general rule for most people that play in Faction Warfare. Okay, so which one is this? My Cap Booster 400s, so we don't need those. We're going to drop that in there. And we're going to drop this in here because we don't need that as well. And we have this. We're going to actually take 9 of them real quickly in case we lose the other 9. Just to reload once if we need to. Amarr, bro. Don't you... What? So funny you don't know that. Yeah, Amarr and Minmatar are at war with Angel Cartel as well. So always have your on dock as your warp out. We're going to warp over at 100 to the small Navy. And Navy just meaning that T1 hulls and Navy issue ships can enter into this that are also destroyer level and below. I think you don't have the time to check which is which. Time is very important in a frig fight. Not true. You could actually tell who's who by having a tab called the Militia tab in your overview, and it will tell you if they are part of what faction group within the militia, and that's how you can tell who's who. Okay, we got a Cat Navy and Algos in here. I'm going to jump into this Plex because I feel confident enough, and Sophie is here. Funny seeing you here. I think they purposely came here. And of course they're friendlies because I was looking at the local and I noticed that there are actual friendlies in system. More than there were war targets. So yeah, this is the situation. We're going to go to Rats. See how it said Amarr Militia there? Now, you can also put Militia there, which means I need to change my order to the transversal velocity side. And that way I can keep that there. Yeah. Oh, wicked. So 2 minutes left in this Plex. We have both Cat Navy and Algos with us here, which is really good. They're probably looking at me. Well, actually, I guess they're not really looking at me because they're not also flying anything that's Amarrian, which is really funny. Alright, we gotta wait till we get into range. We're going to scram them as well, just to make sure they don't run away with their MWDs and stuff. Perfect. And then we're going to head right back up there. Going to reload. Preheat. Hail. Don't tell me I live my life. Don't worry, man. I know what I'm doing, brother. Appreciate it, though. So the very first ever Militia LP I'm going to get for the Amarr people right now. Yeah, I try and get around. So nothing at the gate, anything at 1, nothing at 1, anything at 5 AU, nothing at 5, anything at 10, nothing at 10, and anything at long range. So there's nothing in our range right now that can fight anything, which is really good in a way. We don't have to worry about nothing. So we're just going to complete our very first Plex right here. And they were nice enough not to kind of take any problems out on me because of this issue. Crim, like, what? How would you fit an RD Thrasher for PvP? I think you're asking me too many questions, but dude, I don't know, man. I would just fit it with anything that you could fit it with that makes sense for PvP. A scram, point, you know, obviously RD guns, probably a nanofiber on there, you know, just little things like that. I'm not like, I don't know like what to tell you, to be honest. It's like anything, dude. Like any fits, you know. This one, like this. See? Like you can have one that has a sensor booster where you can like lock things at a longer range. You can shoot them at longer ranges. Welcome in, Join Ops. How's it going, dude? You can have a 10 MN one with, in case they get close to you, you can have range control with them. You can have a long point 10 MN on there, auto cannon still. You can kind of like, you know, play around. We're gonna warp out. We just got our first LP. But yeah, there's some fits there. If you want to take fits, come to the channel, take it from there, and you can do what you want with it. But that's kind of the idea behind these PvP fits. They're all kind of similar. Like any PvP fit, you have a web, you have a scram, you have a long point, you have a nanofiber. At the bottom, you have like something to go fast if we're talking about Thrasher specifically. You know, damage controls, you know, just your typical fit that you come across when playing faction warfare or PvP. Everything is different because of depending on your situation about like, you know, if you're in a fleet and you're doing a composition fleet, if you're, you know, just little things that you might want to look into is helpful. All right, so anyways, let's get out of this area, this front line. It's, I mean, maybe. Give me a second. I actually want to see if anybody of these people are going to be doing anything here. Yeah, they did. You don't have to tell me be careful. I already know, bro. Like, listen, Manic, let's talk for a second. I know how to play faction warfare. I know how to do stuff. If I need your help, I will ask you. I don't want any backseating on how to play faction warfare. This is me teaching people how to do faction warfare, not the other way around where you're teaching me. So I appreciate your comments, but again, just calm down with it. I'm not. It's all good with your backseating, bro. Just don't do it. We're good. I know what local looks like. I've been in faction warfare. I have a great idea about what's going on. Lots of good dudes in Quoram. If you ask for one, they will give you one. That's pretty dope. You see a secret? Sure. What's your secret? Aw, man. Hopefully you'll be around AK. That'd be cool. Tal War. Wow, there's actually a Tal War in here. Come to Hula. We have some secrets we want to show you in this system called Julia. That's so funny. That's like the typical thing to say to kill somebody. Let me check real quickly where this is on my map. Okay, so we don't have a safe this way, so we're going to create a quick safe right here in the middle. We're going to call it a middle camera. And we're going to put this as number 4, because the middle is always a good time. I swear it's chill. Oh, you're so... Quorum deep safe. I don't know what I want there. Alright, so the small is empty at the moment. Did they open up the big one? No, they haven't even opened up that one either. Yeah, I'm not gonna listen to you and anything you say about that. It spawns. Okay, well that I'll listen to if you're talking about like something very specific like that, like it spawns in a specific thing. But I'm not gonna listen to you altogether because I feel like you're just trying to kill me. But anyways, this system is boring now. There's nothing going on here. I'm actually gonna quickly jump over here and see if there's anything in the next home system of faction loot. I bet there is. I'm not greedy, so I'm not worried about it. We'll figure that part out later. Eating first, Sophie, honk. I'm coming through, turned off. In Cal Mill area, yeah. Get around. Yeah, I'm usually there, but we're doing some like some stuff here now where we can teach people a little bit more about the space out here. Now, I'm the dude who gave you the type of ask most streamers I am. I know you are friendly, and I remember that too. But I just, you don't trust anybody in Eve at the end of the day, especially in faction warfare space. Nothing like against you at all, but yeah. I do. I usually forget everybody, but no, I don't forget. Like I actually do know who they are. I'm just like being cautious-ish in this situation. So we're making our very first camera on that side. There's a station here. Let's learn more about this station. It's got a clone bay. It's got a repair shop, so that's pretty cool. It's the only station here. So we're going to get into the dock area. You're the trustworthy pirate? I did trust him, but we didn't really do anything specific in faction warfare together. We didn't fleet up. We didn't fight each other. So there was never really any issues in that regard. So that's kind of like the thing, I guess, to say about that. But yeah, I don't know. Like it's I trust everybody to an extent in Eve, but not like to the point where I'm gonna fully like IR. I don't even trust you really. Like I trust you to a certain extent. I don't trust anyone to any full extent in Eve because I know there are people out here that will spend time in your personal thing in life, like if they ever met you, like some people, like Amazing Jay, go to your weddings, go to your family outings, and then screw you over in the game so hard. So I don't trust anybody to any degree besides like a fair bit of trust. Not a lot, just a little bit. Just be kind and say I don't want to right now. Almost good to know. No, you got to be honest, right? I'm not gonna lie to the person, right? Like to anybody here. It's the facts of Eve. Everybody knows you don't trust anybody in Eve. I'm just being honest. But like, I like you guys. You guys are fun. You guys are awesome. You guys are supportive, and there's nothing wrong with that. But we all have to come to the best understanding of nobody should trust anybody in Eve Online. I'm in paradise. But I do trust you for, my Twitch and things like this, moderating and things like that. Like, definitely trust you for that much. But other than that, yeah, we're not, like, in-game trusting too highly. This is a very weird on-dock, by the way. I feel like, I don't even know, like, the direction I would go for an on-dock in this situation. Check Felix wallet. Oh, did you send something to my wallet? So, I forgot to bring this up on my stream, but we're trying to buy an AT Alliance ship. Holy shit, dude. Thank you for the donation. How much is that? That is ridiculous. What is that amount? I can't even read that amount. Is that 3 billion ISK? Oh, straight down is the insta warp? Fail. That was 4 billion? 3 billion? Dude, thanks for the donation, man. That's super kind of you, Little Miss Sino. Much respect to that. You didn't have to do that. Thank you. What about me because I'm mission? I don't know, dude. We like I said, we trust people to an extent. We don't trust people to a full extent, like as in like I just finished explaining. Like somebody can betray you so easily in Eve, and you think that you're friends for years. So I only trust people to an extent. IG straight though because the stations are weird. What? English? Question mark. Oh yeah, like you could talk to anybody in Eve. I'm sure they'll tell you the exact same thing. They will trust you only a certain amount until they eventually are plotting against you secretly, and then you get screwed. And not that I have any concerns about getting like if I were to get screwed, because like I don't have any like thing to get screwed from. Like I don't, if you kill me and shoot my ship, I think that's as big as screwing you can get to doing on me. In Eve. Like, I don't... So, like, you know what I mean? Like, the trust is not completely not there. It's just, you know... I trust the people I have in my corp. Nah, I feel you on the smart thing to do, and I won't try to convince you much, love, and I get it. Yeah, like, it's nothing against anybody. Like, you tell me to meet you in a system in apparently a deep pocket. That sounds super sus to me, but, like, I like you. You're a great person. I find you quite a fun and very supportive person in the streams and stuff, and you're always in my channels and that, so like you're really cool. But when you tell me to come meet you in a dark space, it kind of makes me feel like I'm about to get fucked. But yeah, we're creating a quick on dock. This might be happening today quite a lot, guys, where we're going to be doing some on docks and making bookmarks because I will be in this space quite often, and I just want to get it out of my way. As much as I can. It's only ISK. I'm fine with that. Yeah. Nah, just trying to help. Most streamers are legit. I just offered a deep space because it's nice time. Yeah, you know what? I'll actually take you up on your offer. If you are being like, I want to say you're being legit about it. Because like I said, you've always been a pretty good person out here, and you've never really took your time out of your time to try to kill me. If you have, well, I didn't notice, but I could definitely say I haven't had any issues with you in the past, and you've always, like I said, you've just always been a good person. Like IR has always been a good person. AK, Manic, a few of you guys out here have all been really supportive and good people. So we'll definitely check you out. So you said it was. It was that one system next door. Okay. We'll do it for the sake of funnies and streams. Create another camera. Right there. Alright, let's see. Oh my god, my very first body in Faction Warfare. His Lelapse. Got a kill with the in-handed back friends are more important than the insurance page. Oh, that's nice to know that at least you have a morality of things within your own, like... And, I've heard that. I've heard that there are people that are more interested in real friendships, if you will, than spaceships, and pirates that have a code that they live by. So that's always, it's always good. Yeah, I never heard of a Lelapse. I've never ever heard of that. Look, there's a Kizriel out here, guys. There's a freaking... That's so cool. There's a Kizriel out here. I can actually fly the Kizriel. Isn't that crazy? We're about to pick up our very first body in Faction Warfare Amarr space. Okay, I'll warp to you here in a second. You have heard of it? Yeah, I probably did forget. Like always, I'm just a horrible memory person. Alright, very first body achieved in faction warfare.
Warp drive active.
Mission complete on that end.
Active.
Oh, they're AT ships. That's kind of cool. I warped to them. They're not here. Question mark? Or am I just blind? Question mark? Oh, there they are. The Proteus. Oh, great, 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 great. Oh, you were cloaked. That's right, cloaked life. Alright, what's going on? Are we supposed to be warping somewhere? What, this right here where we are? Oh, okay, cool. Thanks, dude. One open system map. That's crazy.
Warp drive active.
Well, thank you for sharing. I appreciate it. Good for the Abyssals. That's really cool. Why is it that you have... Oh, you have a kill right on you? Really? Somebody has a kill right on? Why would they... What did you... I assume you just finished killing somebody at that point. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you. Right, so... Clearly, there is... obviously, only certain... Actually, let me open up the scout and see if we get a fight here. It looks like the Angel Cartel is stationed out here, which is somewhat closer to this side. Maybe that's why we've been seeing a few... Actually, I'm not even over there, but that's... Yeah, that's where they are. They're up here. That's where their fob is. A pipe bomb pro... Holy... I think the corpse you picked up I killed. Oh! That's funny.
Warp drive active.
Let's see if these guys fight us. This person has no employment status, apparently. That or just my thing is broken. That's weird. They literally have no employment? Am I just, like, it? That's weird. That's so... What is going on? Like, what? That doesn't make sense. Alright, let's fly over to this thing. Might get ourselves somebody to shoot at soon. Oh yeah, let's see how much Plex we got, guys. Not Plex, but here you go, increase. We got something that increased, which is the militia. Let's see how many points we got. We got 28,125 points of LP right now. So that's pretty cool. Question mark, am I shooting this thing, or is it just not having it? Kind of surprised we're not able... It's because of a web, you know? Like, having a web is, I think, so important in this situation. I felt with autocannons. Although I am doing... I only have 2 guns on me as well, because we have a secret newt that we're going to be using to kill people that they might not know about. Including these Amarr ships that pop into us. We can easily cap them out. But yeah, we just kill this thing, head over to the beacon, PvP tab up, Um, going to move. There you go. So I can see militia a little bit here. Going to move the transversal there. More LP there than there's in gal space for Calmill. No, it doesn't. There's plenty of LP everywhere, dude. It's just the sake of like depending on the site that you're in, and if you're in a front line, if you're not in a front line. Like right now, we are in the Minmatar front line, as it says Minmatar has been contested, and it's got 82% contested rate from the Amarr. So Amarr needs to plex this a few more, and they can flip this system to make it a Amarr frontline. But yeah, we are going to try to get some people to talk with on comms and learn a little bit more about how they've been experiencing faction warfare. The difference is the amount of LP that you get. In terms of frontline offensive and defensive. Offensive, you're going to be gaining a lot more LP than you would if you're on a defensive side of things. The only difference as well is in an offensive one, you have to shoot an NPC, and the defensive one, you don't have to shoot the NPC because it is your frontline, and you don't have to worry about it. So that means you can go into any site that you want with a frigate, because you don't have to worry about bringing anything big, and you can literally just sit in any plex in a defensive frontline system, or any system that is yours, controlled in terms of your militia. Any offensive ones, you're always going to have to shoot the NPC, and also obviously you're going to get a lot more LP. And in this case, we're on a offensive front line right now, and we're in a scout, and we're waiting for hopefully somebody to show up. And also we're testing out our fit with the new, I normally don't have a shield booster, I usually have just the Republic one on here, but we're going to test out the shield booster and see how well this actually holds up. If by any chance, you know, maybe somebody wants to fight. Howdy. Let's see if this feller wants to fight. We're going to add this into my overview so I can at least see if there are going to be some targets. We're going to keep at range with them this time and shoot them straight and see if I get a little bit more damage off shooting them straight here. I'm just going to scram them as well. This person still has not replied. Might be sleeping right now. Kind of see it's hitting, but I mean, it does say it's hitting. Some are what, smashes, glances off. So yeah, but local is not really alive. There's literally one person. I don't want to fight a pirate per se. I want to actually fight a militia guy first before I fight a pirate, because pirates are usually rocking implants and other bullshit that just is not really a viable fight right now. Usually you get screwed 9 out of 10 times fighting a pirate, and there's no real purpose of fighting one at that point. You're better off fighting somebody who's in the militia that you could, you know, not to say they're not using implants and stuff either, but it's just generally I want to get my very first fight with a militia guy. Or person, I should say, in case people get offended by saying guy. I mean, you could say guy. Guy is like kind of generalized to everyone. I don't fly implants, but I'm sure do fly surprise ships. True. Yeah, there's some pirates that don't fly anything with when it comes to that, and then there's some pilots that do that, and it becomes, and that's why it's not fun, right? When you fight people with implants and they're pirates, because I notice a lot of them will do that, and it'll just end so quickly, and it won't be fun. And it'll just be like, what am I doing here? Um, safety is key? Question mark. Who cares about safety? That's why I'm here, is to rid the low sec of the expensive pods. Nice, I like to hear that. That's awesome. Can't do that to a character from 2022. Not injected one normal one like you would not be fair. Sorry, so can't do that to a character from 2022. Not injected one, a normal one like you would not be. I don't know what you mean. I'm confused a little bit. Yeah, a lot of these target painters going on here. God, why is it so far? Like, what the hell? I killed well over 150 bill in pods in 6 months when I was going hard. Damn! That's insane. This is not the kind of Imperial music that I was hoping to hear. Okay, a few more targets. He actually jumped into the chat here, so that's good. This is a great song for this. No friggin' system at the moment, maybe another time. Ah, okay. Problem. Thank you. Gonna go lurk. Sounds good, dude. Enjoy your meal. 4 minutes left in here. This system's actually quite quiet. I'm surprised how quiet this system is. Man, my butt hurts, man. Well, my leg. It's not even my butt. My leg literally hurts from yesterday sitting on a chair. I don't know why, like, that's a problem, but I think it's the spring in the chair that was, like, kind of sitting on the position of my leg that was just not happening. It was not good. So now I'm sitting on the floor today. Hopefully that will heal my leg a little bit better, and I won't have, like, crazy amount of issues with all that. So right now we're just doing some plexing. We're going to be looking for a fight here in a moment. We were hoping that somebody would jump into us, but there's not like many people here. Angel Cartel. Hello. Let's see if we can get this person. Maybe might be interested. Would you be down for a 1v1 frigate fight in a scout? Let's see if they are interested in the PvPs. Well, well, they don't want to fight either. Sword and wing. Okay. Let's see if they want to fight. Hey there. I don't know why the window always seems to shift a little bit like that. It's so weird. 2 minutes left in this Plex, and then I'm going to go look for a fight. Exclamation mark ticket if you haven't done so already. We got giveaways happening here in the stream. Try to do them every hour. So if you're interested, just go ahead and type that exclamation mark ticket for yourselves there. Would you be interested in a 1v1 frig battle? Not the typical way of me doing things like this, but see what happens. Great. I am in the scout at the moment in system if you want to come through. Tristan, okay. It's going to be an interesting one. Fucking stupid chat thing. They got me good here.
The capacitor is empty.
Yeah, good thing I don't need thing. Well, I'm gonna die here, I think, because I have no more charges. Yep, I'm dead. Good fight.
Warp drive active.
Good fight. It's all good. Drones, I could have defanged and killed, but either way, that's okay. I just wanted to see how that fight would have went, because I used this shield repper, and I'm not a big fan of the repper usually, but it's good to see it, right? That corpse fell out. Ah, the milk didn't drop. Thanks. Nice. I know I missed him. I was using hail. I know. Anytime again. See it. Yep. Yeah, the orb was trash. Yo, what up, dude? How are you, Chad? 200 kind of glazes. Yeah, because we're using hail on this one. We were trying to test out the hail. We were draining them, but I don't think it mattered for me to drain them. I mean, in a way.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
A lot of small hits here. A lot of small hits. Hornets? They had Hornets and Acolytes? That's interesting. What's that? I'm curious. You might share your fit with me, or would also share your fit with me. Would you also let you see mine? You can actually simulate the fit I had in the kill mail. Although I was testing the shield Ensel in this version. Normally it is a medium public slot fitted for the middle. Hail wasn't the issue? Really? It was the orbiting? No, I can't enjoy. I can't. Yeah, you're right. And I think they neuted me out as well. Oh no, I would think I was just out of capacitor because my thing is not a fully cap stable fit. So I just want to keep at range is what we're getting at. Okay, so they were using the typical fit, except they had a damage control in there. Makes sense. Okay. Nice. I blame Milk for disbandment of the Templess Caliph. No. We're just doing a little bit of thing on this side. Lawless, welcome on in. How are you? We're just trying to get more understanding within faction warfare in the space here of this war zone and trying to better educate not just myself but others who are interested in faction warfare within the Amarr and the Minmatar space, and to just see what's going on out here in this area. Question actually. Would you be interested in a comms interview about I can't spell, about faction warfare within the war zone of Amarr and Min/Angel? I am a journalist out here in New Eden and do my best to educate and inform others about the war zones between all militias. Oops. Militias. I recently did one on Cal versus Gal and Guri. Would be nice to talk to pilots out here now and learn more about their experiences. Not seriously blaming him, but I'm sure as hell not blaming anyone else. I blame Milk for disband. How are you doing, bro? Just came back. Doing alright. I was one jump from you. I was very tempted to stream snipe you, but I didn't. Well, that's good to hear that you don't stream snipe, because we don't really respect those people. But if you did, I mean, what are you gonna do, right? Amarr and Min don't even have real Warzone anymore. Was that a fact? I don't know. At this point, I'm pretty much a greenhorn. I don't know what that means. Trying to figure out what's happening most of the time. That is fine. Also, we I would like to hear from all perspectives, even someone newer to the faction warfare space. All right. See if they were interested. Amarr man, don't even a real zone. Amarr equals racist. The done slavery on the. I mean, okay, listen, Manic, please. Don't bring up this kind of stuff about racism, like in the game and stuff, like or in the stream. Even if you believe in your own opinion that Amarr are racist people or something, like, please don't say that stuff in the stream or any of that. Like, that's like, I get the whole Amarr backstory of they had slavery and things like that within like the Minmatar people, but like, don't sit here and say they're racists and things like that. Please and thank you. Like, that's not acceptable. Bro, I'm always streaming, dude. I'm just streaming 24/7. Sorry, I gotta change this song again. This is not what I want to look at. I want like. No. What would be like an Amarian song track? No, I know that, but like, there's no actual racism. Like, I doubt there's actual racism with the back. Like, I don't feel like there's. Okay, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like there's no racism in the Amarr like that. I think it's more of just like it's a slavery thing. Like, they enslaved Minmatar people, and that's kind of it. Like, it was. I don't think they were like, oh yeah, you're a racist, and we this and this. You know what I mean? Right. I don't know if they're going to be interested, but okay, let's get out of here. Yes, exactly. A superior race, not a racist. That's why I'm saying like I didn't want that word racist to be there. It doesn't sound right. Fuck, that kind of sucks with this because I just popped this in, and it gives us some kind of this gives us capacitor modifier damage, maximum targeting range, inertia. Man, it gives us some good stuff. So I kind of don't want to ruin that. Okay, why not? But today I'm kind of stressed out and just want to spend our hour for distraction. I'll save you as a contact and you can hit me up next day. Sounds good. Oops, I can't spell. All right. So yeah, I guess that kind of sucks, but let's do that. I guess kind of sucks. It really does. Actually, it's not that bad. It's only 6 jump. Okay, so that's not bad. Not bad at all. Getting back into the high sec love milks theme. Ask people if they are lactose intolerant when you kill them. Exactly. That would be hilarious. Add as a contact. And also note to them interested in a interview on a later date. Till then. That was actually interesting that we actually got a fight. Like, I don't know. It's crazy. Getting back into high sec laws, loving the milk theme. Ask people if they are lactose intolerant when you go. That'd be hilarious. I might actually start doing that. That might be actually kind of funny to do, to be honest. Does that give ideas? Question mark. And when we get there, we're going to start a giveaway. So if you haven't done so already, exclamation mark ticket to get in there. I'd send the milk over contract as a death reward. The message seeing is your dad left. I bought the milk, but I am scammed. You know what's actually funny about you saying that? So what I do, in fact, I'm not. You seem like you might be new to the channel. Is I actually do carry milk with me. I actually do carry the milk with me for it to drop and hopefully give it to them when it drops. No, that's not toxic. That's normal. That's not toxic at all. I don't find that at all toxic. That's funny, if anything. That's like a really funny kind of thing, and that's the same thing that I kind of actually already do. Although I don't send them a message saying any of that stuff, but the milk is there in the cargo hold every time I fly. So funny enough. Fly dangerous to see you the next days. Heck yeah. Like kill someone and drink milk after. Imagine, yeah, just like let me drink all that beautiful milk. All right, I guess we're gonna officially see right now who is out here as like militias in the Amarr space, which probably won't be too many, I think, but we'll see. So we did get a job offer, which is so awesome. I know, Butch, you were probably asking me this earlier. I didn't reply too much about it, but we're not working right now, so we're hoping to get more support from streaming. Been streaming for 3 years, going on to 4 years here this year in May. And we're hoping to try to get some support because we don't have a job, haven't had a job, been trying to get a job. But today we finally got an email about a job offer. So we're going to do our best to hopefully get involved in hopefully a work soon, because that would be great. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it, dude. How long you been playing EVE for, and what's your favorite thing to do in EVE Online? We're just reshipping right now. We were kind of slow boating that situation because we were talking to somebody on the system there. So yeah, appreciate it, Flash. Appreciate that. Once for me while fighting you. Yeah, it's always 50-50 or something. Make so you can drink the dairy product over there. That would be hilarious if you could drink it. Fight, he'd have to buy a cow, right? If he got that's funny. If he got food, let's drink a cow. That's pretty funny. But yeah, that fit is good, but it's a really weird fit to use, and I've been trying to use that one because I wanted to really try it out, but the only thing I don't like about that one specifically is the shield repper. I'm not a big fan of like just one shield repper, so it kind of didn't play out the same way it would normally if I was using the other thing there that I had, which was my shield itself. The Republic one. Corsair, nice. Corsairs are actually really cool. What happens if you get kicked out of the militia for AWOXing? Can you just re-enlist or does it have to delay time? No, you just have to fix your standings, or you join a corporation and enlist within the corporation to fix the standings that kind of override your original, like, one standings that you've had. Have you used the dual rep breacher? I have. I actually have. I've used a dual. Did the repper for the shield and the Ensel repper for the armor. I've done like a dual rep like that, and also double rep as well for like shields. I don't mind using like dual reps and stuff. It's not like my cup of tea, but I don't mind it. And it's funny you say the breacher, because I was talking shit about the breacher the other day. And what I really meant to say, though, was the one thing about the breacher I don't like is that it doesn't have a bonus to the range control of missiles, or not missiles, but rockets. So that was the only thing like I didn't like compared to like using a Kestrel, for instance. So you can see it has a rate of fire, and also it has the boost for like how we're talking about, because it's shield bonus roll. But yeah, the fact that it doesn't have like a range control like the Kestrel is way superior. But then because it doesn't have the range control, using the double shield Ensels or having any kind of Ensel reppers is part of the bonus, right? So you're actually able to fight and sustain in a situation where you can win. Now let's fuck around with that specific thing that you're talking about, a breacher. Let's look at a breacher fit, and maybe we'll try one anyways. I don't normally fly them, so I'm not like the best pilot with them, but might be able to play around with this. Now this is the Ansel T2 one, that's the other one, right? So let's try this one real quick. Breacher's Life, yeah. Okay, so this is the one where you get the Ensel, and you get this one. How is Snorlax fit? Snorlax? Wait, how is a Snorlax fit? Question mark. Funny enough, this is the fit. But yeah, so this is gonna be an interesting situation to play on. Right, okay, how do I do, okay, so let's buy the ship first. Buy that. Okay. And then let's go. What? That's weird. Why doesn't it pop up like to fit the ship? That's so strange when that happens. Right. So they have. Okay. So we're not gonna get this many cap boosters in that. So what I'm gonna do first is actually look at my cargo. And we're not going to get that many. We only need, what is it, 9? Because they're doing cap 50s. How much is cap 50s right now? They do 9, right? Okay. So we're only going to take a little bit. We're not even going to take that many. Oops. Okay, well, I guess we'll just go to charges and do this the other way. 75. And we're going to use 28. And then we're not going to take this much paste with us. We're just going to take the 26 paste. And this seems about, really, Molnar Rage? Really? A Molnar Rage? Yeah, they always use 9, okay. I have a Vexor called Snorlax? Yeah, I do. We'll see in a minute, dude. We're gonna do the giveaway as well right now, so hold on your horses for that as well. I guess we'll do 400 Molnar. I'm not really sure why we have Molnar, but kind of an interesting thing. I think Nova would probably be, I mean, EM, I guess, because you're fighting Amarr, right? So that's probably why they have that. And then you got Explosive that we're going to want to use. Shield in-game? What? So that's fine. Nova, yeah, so we're gonna use 800 Nova. And Molnar, I guess, screw it, we'll just put the 800 as well, just, I guess, in case, maybe. Alright, let's fit it now. And it's got, what does it have for this? Acolytes? I'm actually gonna change... Yeah, I guess we'll keep the Acolytes, see how that works. Molnar's against shield reps. Oh, okay. There's a bit of more nuance to it than that, but that covers the basics. Sorry, wait, what covers? Did you write something here? You wrote shield ships load Molnar, armor ships load Nova. Right. Okay. Right. Okay. Okay. Sounds good. Okay, so let's click that again. Let's fit it. Please carry faction ammo. Okay, fine. We'll carry faction ammo. Navy rockets. I only carry rage because we're going to be close up to fighting them, so it just doesn't make sense to carry faction ammo, but we'll take Chad Flame's advice. Maybe he's got a reason behind this. There you go. Please, please, please add faction ammo before I cry. It's nice. Save a few secs with Scourge so you don't want wait for them to heal up while changing ammo. Seconds with Scourge. For Breacher, get faction rockets, more range. That's true, you get more range. Alright, so then we'll just cancel this out. We'll keep the Nova Javelins, though. So we can get Javies in there. I don't know what you're saying about save few seconds with Scourge so you don't wait for them to heal up. I don't know what that means. Application. Yes, application for sure. Alright, right. So I think we have it then. We've got everything we need. We have the ammos. We have even long range just in case. And yeah, so let's fit it up. Let's see what we got going on. Question mark. Do I have... Okay, so we have a bunch of random stuff in here, right? Okay. Plus we got the milk. Gotta have milk. Let's ensure the ship. Let's change the name of the ship. Okay, let's buy that. Let's fit it. To be honest, if you're planning on brawling, I'd have faction loaded as standard and swap out the T2 situationally. Right, okay. Didn't I not just buy this ammo? Question mark. Oh man, I hope I don't repeat buy it, but okay, that's weird. It should have been in there. I thought I bought this already. I'm so confused. Yeah, we already have. What the fuck? Which ones didn't we buy then? Javelins? Did I not get javelins? I got rockets, Molnar. That's weird. I thought I bought all that. That's so strange. Okay. Fit it. Yes. Okay, so here it is. The breacher. Don't really mess with breachers often, so this will be kind of a situational thing that I've never tried before. Novas inside. Get our reps in there. Get our Ensel stuff. 9 of them. Where is it? 13 cap there. Actually, I'm going to bring this to the shipcaster. And we're going to bring 25 of these as well. Apparently my rocket stuff didn't go. That was weird. Oh, probably from before when I was buying. Right, okay. Let's do the giveaway. Have all of that set up. Let's go here. So you said, let me read this chat. Holy shit. Rage has good up. Please, please, yes, and then Rage, okay. To be honest, if you're planning on brawling, gonna have faction unload. Okay, we read that part. Opponents, if your opponent heals while you reload or change ammo, you then have to spend more time swapping back to the original ammo to kill them. If you are Scourge, you can hold constant and they may not be able to tank as much because they don't have time to reload. AB Frigs, it doesn't fully apply, so faction ammo helps a ton against Snake Boys. So should I carry Scourge with me? Is that what I'm hearing? Should I carry Scourge with me as well? Right, so let's get this giveaway started. Right, so we have 13 entries, guys, and yeah, let's see who wins. Beast! Beast, are you here? Can we get an @Beast here? What's your in-game name, Beast? If Beast is not here to respond in the next 30 seconds starting right now, we are going to re-roll. Hey, did we just hear? Oh, Pando. Okay, I thought we were talking about the other Pando. Caldari Navy Scourge Rocket and Scourge Rage Rockets. Should I get that ammo, Chad? What do you think? Chad being the Chad. Okay, it looks like we're re-rolling, guys. This person was not here, so they don't get to win. Sad times. Draw another window, runner. We got, apparently we have Chad Flame. Chad Flame is the winner. We know Chad Flame's here, so let's do a little shuffle and let's see what they're gonna win. Oh, AK, the giveaway has closed officially. You were in the giveaway, but it's already done. So we're gonna re-roll Ponty, and then we're gonna reset up another one. There you go. You get an Explo skin. So what we do is we go back to giveaways. We're gonna reset up another one called the Milk giveaway. There's ship skins, a whole bunch of stuff. Ship skins, Plex, ISK, BPCs, and other things. Ticket costs 10. 1 ticket per draw on this one. Chad won, it says. Yep, it says you won, dude. And now you get a Pontifex Explo skin. So we're going to go ahead and contract that out to you. Exclamation mark ticket to get into the newest giveaway right now. And we're about to just contract you out. This one, wow, man, my freaking legs hurt right now from sitting. Even though I'm not sitting on a chair anymore right now. But it still hurts. Okay, Lit Chad. Where is it? What's your in-game name, dude? Because I don't know if it's supposed to be the same, right? Lit Chad Flame. Or is it just Chad Flame? I can't remember. Got my first birthday gift. Oh, it's your birthday? Fuck, happy birthday, dude. How old are you turning today? Milk, what's the command for shout out? It's it's / shout out. And then at their name. Who are you trying to shout out though? Question mark. Chad, what's your in-game name? Yeah, just don't randomly give out shoutouts unless I know what's going on first, dude. Oh, it's just Chad Flame. I used to have everybody's name saved for contracts, but because of recently, I switched computers and shit. Everything is not where it was. There you go. Next and next, and there you go. So that is your skin now, and I'm gonna remove this from the board because there's only one off of those skins. 8 entries currently involved in that one. Let me go back here and turn back the Eve thing, and then let me read the chat for a second. Nobody, it's just in case streamer, right, so it's / I keep saying exclamation mark, but it's / shout out and then at their name. We are 26, there you go, moving up in the world. Man, I feel old. If you type T in the contract name window, you will find name for sure. True. Alright, anyways, so yeah, there's that giveaway, and then now we're in our breacher, right? Yeah, we're in the breacher. Let me see quickly on my skins and things if I have anything. Not that we can even see skins properly because it sucks, but we're gonna use that one, and we don't have that. So anyways, let's set ourselves out to Faction Warfare space again, and let's take the shipcaster and see how things roll. Oh yeah, do I want to buy Scourge ammo or what? Like, now Manic's telling me I should buy Scourge. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Do I want to buy Scourge instead of Nova? Or do I want to have Nova instead of Scourge? What's the consensus here? If you type T in the contract, yeah, right. So we read that part. No worries. Yeah, Manic, you said yes, but I want to know if anybody else says it. You don't take Scourge. That's all I need to hear. Let's get out of here. Yeah, that's all I have is EM and Scourge. Okay, good. Yeah, I'm not trying to not listen to you, Manic. I just want to make sure that there are other consensus as well in that conversation, and from more experienced pilots that do PvP and breachers as well. He says, I don't either. Fair. Oh my god. I feel like I can't sit and stream anymore because of my painful injuries. You just don't fly. Yeah, it's true. You just don't really fly that stuff anyways. You will want explosive damage if you face a hawk. We're not going to be facing a hawk, I'll tell you that. Stop bragging, Chad. It's his birthday. He's allowed to brag at least today. Just today, though. You know what I mean? After that, we got to give him heck.
Warp drive active.
It'll kill a hawk. That's kind of interesting, though. Because of shields? Probably. Yeah, it's Chad Flame's birthday. He turned 26 today. He's officially a 26-year-old man.
Drive active.
It won't kill a proper fitted one. I just try not to fight one. The young fish, right? Time to go buy a new AT ship for my birthday. There you go. That sounds like a nice little like present to yourself type thing. That's cool. Now, until I can figure out a little bit more about the like areas where I could probably just buy a fit somewhere within the faction warfare space, today will be more of me just kind of going back and forth between the certain systems here to get my fits, because unfortunately, like, I'm super new to the Amarr and Minmatar faction warfare space, that we are literally just trying to educate ourselves while playing, as well as others who are watching, in case they're also trying to be a part of this same kind of situation here in faction warfare space. So we're going to learn as much as we can today about the space and the people that occupy it, and hopefully we might get an interview as well today with some people that are here, or if you're watching the stream right now and you're a part of the Angel Cartel, or if you're part of the Minmatar or Amarrian pilots and you want to have an open comms interview with us, we'd love to have you. So that we can get a little bit more of a perspective today about your experience in the Warzone. Look up my main thing. He's killed Duab MSB several times. Don't know what all that means. Darn, you're a rich bitch. I have to go, yeah. Though, didn't say you can't kill... I didn't say you can't kill a dumb hog. Why don't you fly T2 frigs? Too pricey after a while, ain't it? I assume you're asking me because you didn't add anybody's name. So why don't I fly T2 frigs? First reason is I don't have the skills to. And then secondly, I don't want to overwhelm somebody who's watching for the first time and give them like something they've never seen or done or can't do themselves. I'm trying to play with very basic ships and frigates so that others can also have an idea of how to play with certain fits and ships and things of that nature. They just killed somebody. That's awesome. We are in faction warfare space right now, actually. We don't even have to go to the shipcaster. Apparently we're already in it. Let me see. Hey guys, may I join your fleet? See if they let me join their fleet. Wow, that was nice. officially got into a fleet. Thank you. Thank you. Is there comms? T-ships are expensive. They can be, yeah, for sure. Milk, he meant that Hawks are usually fitted with dual medium and soul shield boosters, hence... Oh, okay, got you. Too pricey after a while. Why don't you fly? And then, yes. T2, him overrated as well for T2. Overrated? No, I don't think so. I actually do like the T2 stuff, but yeah. I'm at the gate. I think they were just chilling at gate as well for a second here. They just killed a cruiser pilot, which was really cool. So we're going to get a little bit of an experience here with a fleet. T2 Frig. I wonder if they're on comms or 3 minutes left on medium Navy 5 and we want some LP. Frederick. Frederick is a friendly. Milk, I don't think you don't want my song requests.
Warp drive active.
Perfect. They gave me a Discord for comms. Now I could hopefully get involved, which is awesome. Get rid of that screen, get rid of that. Punch in.
Warp drive active.
Looks a little different than I'm used to. Okay, now let me try to see what the comms are like here. Auger navies. Friendlies. I want it that by the backstreet poles. I want it that way. Let me see now what the comm situation. Okay, so bot command, banter, voice comm, banter and memes. I'll just go to voice comms maybe. I'm gonna have to switch to push to talk. That's weird. That's weird. Why streamer mode enabled? No. No, I don't want that. Can I just edit my server here? Oh, you can't. Okay. That sucks. Alright, that's fine. So we got 37,000 LP there. We're at 65,000 total right now. Let me see who our FC is. Kind of weird. There's a very interesting weird thing. I guess this is one of our FCs right here. At squads. So maybe this is FCs. Let me warp here. Add to watch list, add squad to watch lists. Okay. Oh shit, there's another one here. Add to watch list, add squad to watch list. So actually, the guy August is actually the FC, it looks like. And then Bonnie is the second in command. And then this person is the squad. And then this person is part of the other part of the squad, so we'll have it set like this for a minute. And yeah, Okay, so, this is weird. They have no comms right now, so I don't know what's happening. And they're not in system, so I'm just gonna jump in. Okay, here they are. Hello, how are you?
Yo, is this
Hey,
Felix?
This is Felix.
What's up, dude? Just
Chilling,
gonna
chilling. How
probably
are
just
you?
camp on the gate for just a little bit here.
Alright, sounds good. By the way, guys, I want to make you informed that I am streaming right now. Is there anything that you do not want to be shown, heard, anything like that?
That's cool with me. I don't care.
probably
Everything's good?
comms just in case we do anything like sneaky.
Roger that. I'll have comms muted. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, he jumped. Yeah, he jumped. Are we jumping in next? Ah, he cloaked. Yep. Uh, yeah, he really bored. Yeah, it's my first day in the Amarr faction warfare. I used to be in Caldari State. I actually play a journalist where I'm trying to discover more about the war zones within Minmatar and Amarr and Angel cartels, and hopefully to get some interviews about their perspectives or people's perspectives here on how it all has been going for them since Havoc, especially. I was there for about a year. And I was recently not. I wasn't supposed to be there for a year, but because I realized faction warfare is a little bit more things than just flying around and plexing, I had to stay there longer to get a better perspective of like what really is happening in the war zone between the militias. Yeah, it's been fun for me to learn about the game. I've been playing for about a year now, and now I guess a month, and within, like I said, last year, I literally set myself up with the Caldari State against the Galante and the Guris, which eventually from the Havoc. And we got an interview with the Galante and the Caldari guys together, all the FCs, and even just like the corp leaders, just average pilots. Like, I'm just looking to get all the perspectives from pretty much anybody that flies in faction warfare. Even if you're brand new to faction warfare as a pilot to any of the militias, as a streaming, it helps other people watching to learn more about that and just like I said, their perspective on the war zone. Milk on Edge, what's your story? What made you? I'll tell you that after, dude, because I'm focused on Fleet right now. Good kill. typical standard Ensel fitted, except they have a compact, which is to make it probably more stabilized, but pretty cool. Medium already knows this. I have no idea, dude. Oh, you caught that cloister? Nice.
Warp drive active.
Gallagher and Varger on D-scan, that's scary, yeah. We're
Warp drive active.
let's move this here. Remove. Nice. Are we inside the Camilla side system? Roger.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, I want to hang out with the fleet. Roger. Yes, sir. Kitchen sinkhole fleet. It's just called a kitchen sink. I don't know what the hole, but I like that, the Daredevil theme. Okay, jump, yep. Two cheetah. Yeah. Right, you'd hope. Damn. Yep. Another flash. Is Karis an insta-locker ship? You have so much milk, you might as well use it. Oh yeah, I forgot to drop my milk. That's so funny. It's bound to drop all that milk. So we're just doing a quick gate camp, it seems. They just want to get a little bit of a camp going. Exclamation mark ticket, guys, if you haven't done so already, to get involved in the next giveaway. Hopefully we'll get a kill for today. I don't want to leave here without a kill today, so hopefully with this gate camp we'll grab ourselves on a kill mill for from the Amarr side of things in the militia. Is this usually a very popping area for gate camp? Roger. Good here. That is weird. Yeah, go figure. Hmm. It's like a mission runner. Triple rep, yeah, that's strange. Exactly. Yeah. Welcome back, IR. Gotcha. Yeah, that sucks. What? That's awesome. Hey, what's up, Scousy? Hell yeah. Boy, do I have a song for you. Yeah, for sure. That's crazy. Hecate, here's the Hecate back. But yeah, that's fine. Okay, so apparently he wanted that Backstreet Boys song. So weird. What a weird thing to request. Holidays, like, I don't know, just somewhere hot.
Warp drive active. Warp drive active.
A Windows 7? That's so funny. Did you redeem a channel point?
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
You did? Okay, great, great. Song's good. Bro, 995's right? That's what I'm thinking, bro. To get, like, you know how good those bounty ticks feel to get. Blaster exec. Yeah, I think I could do that. Just link me the fit just in case for anything. Yep, it works.
Docking permission
Let me
requested.
dock up.
Docking request accepted.
Where are we? Guess. Who is the person I'm going to do trade with? Sorry. Corby. Okay, I see that. Any is there? Yeah. All right. Thank you, sir. Get that other song request going. Okay, we got apparently an exec right now. First ever exec. Flying, never flown one before, so that'd be kind of cool. Roger. Is it on the open?
Warp drive active.
No skins, okay. Wow, this is a far gate. I'm gonna try to get him. I got web scram. I got web scram. Web scram.
The capacitor is empty.
Yeah, we got this, guys.
A module has run out of charges.
Good kill, baby. Grabbing it here, and he is scram. No, he's just warped. Good kill. Yeah, it looks like loot's grabbed.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, Kappa's gone. Let me link the kill for you guys. Yep, there she is. Good job. Felix Lee Jones on top of the brig, boy. Very cool. First ever kill. Hell yeah. That's fucking goal. Yeah, we got capped real quick.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Yeah, we'll look at that. Give me a second. We'll look at the stats here. 800. Oh, I guess it's already technically fitted up, right? Okay, so the bell horn started right here. A bunch of Acolyte hits, pretty much. Nothing crazy with my own hits. Drink milk, right? Take care, dude. Thank you. Yeah, cool kill though. We got the yeah, it was a fucking cool kill though. And I did top damage on there. Alright guys, enjoy. Thank you. Do we still have anybody here that's still with the fleet? Okay, okay.
Docking permission requested.
Okay.
Docking request accepted.
Quickly maybe do the giveaway here then.
is Minmatar. Most of Minmatar are off fighting in Providence, so there's not really much action
Chance drinking that
happening in the
in.
war zone. It's pretty quiet compared to what it usually is. And because they have such overwhelming numbers compared to us, even even now, we can't really contest battlefields that often. Depends on the time zone.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. So you want to talk a little bit about the war zone? You have some time, right?
Yeah, I'm happy to have a quick chat.
Okay, great. Let me turn this music off. All right, guys. All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate you taking this time to talk to us. So I go by Felix Lee Jones, of course, and I play a journalist here in Eve. And like I was talking about that earlier, I do a lot of coverage all across New Eden, not just with faction warfare, but just anything that you can think of it within the activities that you can get your hands on when playing Eve Online. And we've done a whole bunch of PvE content. We've now are slowly dabbling into the PvP side of things, including like how we've talked in the past with gankers, pirates, scammers, you name it, small gang, things like this. And I've also had interviews with bigger guys from Nullsec, like I'm not sure if you know the guy, probably do, Brisk Ruble.
No, I don't know. I haven't followed
Fair enough.
Nullsec much in my time in Eve.
Fair enough. Yeah, he's part of his show that he does on YouTube, and he has a Twitch channel. The Meta Show is what it's called. I'm not sure if you've
Oh,
heard of
I've
that.
heard of the Meta Show. Yeah, yeah,
Perfect.
that rings a
So
bell.
he's the host of the Meta Show, and he's a big nullsec from the Goons guy, and he also has some other guests on there and co-hosts, and they talk about nullsec stuff. But anyways,
Okay.
aside from that, can you give us a little bit of an introduction about yourself and how you got into Eve and how long you've been playing?
Oh, sure. So I started Eve. Well, obviously Sooup from the Edicts Alliance in the Warzone on the Amarr side, and started Eve back in 2010, I believe. So quite a while ago. And started off like everyone else, being a noob in high sec, running missions, doing all that sort of stuff, and then discovered piracy, and then basically have been a pirate for a long time in the Warzone, usually living at a Camella or Helmet. And over my time being in the Warzone as a pirate, I could see that Amarr, well, at least in my view, it looked like Amarr was the underdog in the war. Minmatar was always had the higher numbers and the higher were winning a lot more fights, especially in my time zone because I'm from New Zealand, so AU NZ. Um, and I decided, well, I love fighting for the underdog. I don't like being on the side that's winning, so
Mm-hmm.
I joined up on the Amarr side. So yeah, it's been a fun ride so far. Love it.
Great. It's Soup, right? That's how I pronounce it.
Yeah, so yeah, that's right.
Perfect. And how long you've been with the Amara militia?
Probably about a year and a half now, I think,
Year and a half.
with
Um,
a
and
couple of breaks
so
in between.
since about a year when you had started back then, were you said you were already doing some pirate stuff before that. Did you feel comfortable coming into the war zone and partaking in this war?
Oh, definitely. Because especially as a pirate, you'd look for at least in plex fights. Because in our corp there were only like two. There was like a small corp of like four of us called Herper Derpers.
Okay.
And we would basically look for opportunities. So, for example, you'd see Minmatar and Amarr fighting in a plex, and you'd go in third party.
Mm-hmm.
So normally numbers wouldn't be an issue because you're joining an engagement that's already ongoing. So yeah, that's the sort of things we would do.
Gotcha. And you're currently in a corporation and in an alliance.
Yes, that's right. So the corporation is Task Force 641. I think we're now the biggest Amarr uh, corp slash alliance in the war zone. That did not used to be the case. There was a lot of drama and infighting in the Amarr, which seems to be pretty common. And one of the biggest alliances recently crumbled. So we've sort of taken that over.
Oh, that's very interesting to hear. Okay, yeah, I see that. You've been in the task force. This year you applied and you've been in there for 220 days. So that's pretty good. You've been in there for quite some time.
There was a bit of history before that as well. But
Oh,
yep.
okay. And of course, this group, when you joined it for any specific reason? Was it because they were aligned with an alliance for the militia, or what was your like specific reason if you did have one outside of that?
Originally, it was because I think I direct listed and I was flying for militia just as an independent. And then after joining in some fleets, I got sort of recruited via joining public fleets. Um, uh, that's sort of how I got picked up. And since joining Task Force, we definitely when I joined, everyone was very green and very noob. So it took a while for me to get used to that. But it's what's kept me in task force and kept bringing me back to this corporation has been the culture and um, the culture that we have is just so fun and nobody cares and we just have a laugh. And that's what's kept me in task force. I don't want to go anywhere else in Eve at the moment because I just enjoy everyone's company way too much.
Got you. Awesome. Good to hear that. And now, being in faction warfare as somebody who's now been like a year and some change, and I know you were just saying that there was a current alliance that fell apart. What alliance was that?
So that was called the Amarr Militia Dot. Like that was actually the alliance name, and
Okay.
the biggest executor corp in there was called Red Sky Morning,
Okay.
and they were mostly EU time zone, but they were the largest at the time. I don't know the details of exactly why they crumbled,
Okay.
but a lot of leadership separated and kind of caused them to fall apart. Task Force recently took in one of their corps, and they're a time zone corps, so that was quite good. We now have good coverage on EU and US.
Got you. And so when having this alliance now and the groups that are a part of it, and I assume it's probably they've been with this alliance like a few guys for a while. How are you finding this alliance holding up with the corporations involved? Is it a lot of teamwork in terms of like your coordination, or do you find there's still some segregations between the corps within the alliance, or so what is that kind of view going into this alliance?
Well, the EU corp that recently joined us, they've been with us a couple of weeks, so there is still a little bit of segregation.
Mm-hmm.
However, we have been joining each other's fleets and getting a bit more communal. But I think that's something that just takes a bit of time to build up that trust and relationship and camaraderie. But yeah, every chance I see to get in another corpse fleet, I'll do it. It's
Yeah.
yeah, it's good time.
So there's a total I'm seeing here of 10 corporations, that's including yours, within this alliance. And are they all in the time zone you're in, or are they kind of varied between each corporation?
No, the times that most people are in the so Radiant Shadow and Task Force 641. They're both mostly US time zone, I believe. There's a couple of like real small corps in here, like the Guiltless. I think they're like a two-man corp. Hussars Squad. I think they're like three or four guys.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a couple of real tiny ones. The two biggest ones are the EU time zone for Melf
Okay.
and the US Task Force.
Okay, great. And so ever since the Havoc update that came about last year, I believe it was just about in November, if I'm not mistaken. How has that fared out in the war zone since now it's been a part of it? Have you been seeing a lot of more action from the Angel Cartel? Are they more just there doing the LP? Are they actually taking fights? Like, what is your interaction with the new Havoc
Uh,
update?
when it first came out originally, Angel Cartel was quite strong. Reason for that is because one of the main FCs for Amarr Militia, if you probably heard of him, maybe heard of him, Twan. Um, Twan left Amarr Mill and went to Angel, and so did Dak, the guy you just saw from here, and he was leading fleets and Angels as well.
Oh, cool.
And they were doing quite well, but then I think they were ended up getting unhappy with Angels and the coordination wasn't very good in the end. So Tuan left and he's now joined Minmatar militia. He's a real good FC and he's fighting Provi. He's fighting CVA and Provi with Minmo. And then Dex come back to Amarr to help us out. So But with Angels now, because of them leaving, I feel like it's mostly farmers and small gangs roaming around. No real big organization from them.
Okay, and have you done any content in the zone where they are their FOB is and a lot of the corrupted systems and that? Have you partaked in any of that?
I did when it was down this way near Kamala, Kimona, and Tula.
Okay.
I haven't traveled specifically for it. I do know it did when I came back. It did catch me off guard because all of a sudden there were bubbles in low sec, and I
Yeah.
found myself dead. So I started learning to start treating it like null sec whenever the FOB was around. So I think that concept's really cool. For example, one fun thing that happened is when the incursion, sorry, not incursion, the pirate FOB was down here. I think Komonin was at the max piracy level of 5, so bubbles are possible, and so were bombs. So we were engaging Minmatar on their gate camp, and the digital ghost guys from this channel, we weren't blue at the time, but yeah, every time we took a fight there, they were uncloaking and bombers and dropping bombs on their fleet. So it
Wow.
was pretty funny. Yeah,
Yeah.
you don't see that in low sec.
No, exactly. That whole new mechanic is definitely a game changer. I know for the Kaldari specifically, they love this mechanic because, like, I personally have been in the fleets with them, doing gate camps in these new areas that have the ability to have the bubbles, and it's good content. It's really good content, especially now because unfortunately the Kaldari Galante state of the war zone is in a kind of a almost stalemate, if you will, but not in the sense of like one's winning over the other. It's more like the Galdaris has completely over eradicated the Galante completely in the war zone to the point where we have them bottlenecked in one spot of the war zone, and they're slowly trying to creep back up to the north, as they call it. But they're literally just like 3 front lines at the moment on that one side, which has been driving content to be a little bit dry in regards to like a almost even playing field when plexing, PvPing, small ganging, things like this. Now it's just become a huge gate camp because unfortunately there are only those 3 front lines in that one specific area. Everything else is blue. So it makes the pirates that live there, which are snuffed out, and black flag a little bit in that area. And also now that we have goons up there and a little bit of PH, not that much. They kind of are more on this side out here. But it's become like crazy bad content just because of the gate camps alone. It's become cancer. It's not efficient. But anyways, that's another thing. So anyways, that being said about the Havoc update and how you had your experience, I also wanted to note is, do you find the content against the Angels more fun than the Minmatars at this point since Havoc's been introduced, or do you see it not being as much entertainment in terms of content because of them just farming or whatever, so you don't really get that much in that regard?
Yeah, I'd say now because it's mostly farming, it's not fun because every time I see them around, it's basically like 20 Algoses in a site, and one guy multi-boxing 20 Algoses, and that's not really
Yeah, we have
fun.
the same
Um,
thing.
so yeah, that's kind of a bit annoying. But the one thing that is, well, I find it kind of funny because you don't really want to stop them from doing it because, like
Right.
I said before, if they get the piracy level to 5, that creates a lot of interesting situations. So
Exactly.
I feel like the militia don't have any incentive to stop them because it's more fun to let them allow bubbles and bombs and all that sort of
Yeah,
stuff.
100% agree with that. Yep.
Um, and then yeah, so I kind of ignore it unless it's directly in that area.
Okay. And do you find any of them besides like those typical guys that are farming with the algos, alts, and all that? Is there even any kind of content of angels coming down
Yeah,
to some of the systems?
they'll come roam around in cruisers or from what I've seen, I've seen them come roam around in, like cruiser fleets and things like that. But and looking for fights, but yeah, it's not super often.
Got you. Okay. And, the last time I came to look at the faction warfare map within the Minmatar and Amarr, I noticed that the Minmatar had such a huge vast of system covered, and almost to say that, like, I feel up by Isbarabata right now, the Amarian front line, and Vimini. If I'm not mistaken, those were red at one point. and also even the systems that are down below where we are right now, like Llama and Camella. Like I thought those were red from my last scenes. So now I'm seeing that there's like a huge more yellow presence than there are red currently since that time, which was last year around, I say, October. So since all this time, how are you seeing the back and forth between the Minmatar and the Amarrian warzone? Do you feel it's a good back and forth, or are you feeling like they're putting too much pressure where you're getting like too bottlenecked in the warzone?
I think we're starting to get too bottlenecked because they just have superior numbers to us right now,
Yeah.
and we don't really have any main militia FCs that are leading public fleets or anything like that. Like
Really?
Edict will put up public fleets, but we don't and we will ping, but we don't really get a huge number of outside of our corp participation.
Wow.
But in the north on the left near Izabrata, as you were pointing out, we sort of leave it alone because up there that is mostly controlled by White Knight Dragon Ride, Red Dragon Ride, and Silver Fog Dragon Ride. Don't know if you've heard of them, but
No.
basically they're Chinese corporations,
Okay.
and they play both sides of the war zone. So White Knight
Ah.
Dragon Ride is in Amarr, Red Knight Dragon Ride is in Minmatar, and they just keep pinging they try to control it and just keep pinging the front lines back and forth so they can farm as much as they want LP wise, which is pretty annoying. And then if you try to participate up there, they'll just AWOX you. So we have been in many internal fights with them as well, with their White Knight Dragon Ride members, especially in battlefields. It can get a bit nasty sometimes.
Oh my gosh. AWOXing. Interesting you mentioned that.
And then about the time you were talking about in October, Task Force 641 were actually one of the first, I think, faction warfare alliances, or the first, to capture the north. So if you look up on the map near Toddyfron and Arnster, we captured the first rear guard systems. So we put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into that, and we captured that back line, and we held all the way up to Igmar for a long time.
Oh, wow.
Last year, until we were finally driven and pushed out. Some independents funded the Minmatar to flex up there and push us out. So, money talks.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of incentive for people to go up there and fight us. So we got overwhelmed and had to evac in the end. But we held it for a long time. It was good fun.
You said, what was the system here? I couldn't find it. Where was it?
Arnster, I'll link it in Fleet for you. That might be a bit better.
Oh, yeah, perfect.
That's
Oh, Arnster. That's in the north?
Next to Accio, at the very top on the map.
Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah.
So we held that whole pocket up to Arnhem.
Wow.
Yeah. And we tried to take Igmar, but we weren't able to do it. It kind of stagnated there.
Wow, that is interesting. And this was last year around that time.
Last year. Yep. First rear guard system we captured. Since then, they changed. Since we did that, CCP changed the mechanic and made rear guard almost impossible to cap now.
That's right.
So there's no point attempting that again.
So at the moment, what would you say for your guys anyways, because we can't speak on everybody in the militia for Amarr, but for your guys' goals, and maybe you don't have to go into depth into this because I don't want you to say anything you don't want to say. You don't have to, of course. But what would you guys be as a goal for your particular corporation in faction warfare? What is your guys' goal?
I mean, our overall goal is just to have fun and enjoy the warzone. However, we do want to get a lot more competent, where we can stand on our own and actually contest battlefields. Like I said, we do have a lot of green in our corp, so a lot of new people. So we're just trying to get better at the game. Really, that's our main focus. Yeah, especially being outnumbered all the time, trying to learn how to fight outnumbered and when they upship us and all those sorts of situations. It's just getting better at the game.
Okay, cool. That's a great answer. I love it. And have you guys ever spoke to the other Amarr militias that may have also made mentions about like what they may try to accomplish within the war zone? Are they trying to get a new front line going,
We
or?
we used to a lot. We used to have a lot of coordination. They helped us. They used to help us in the north. We would help them with other objectives in the south when they needed it. However, Amarr does have a history of infighting, um, and recently we glued and became friendly with Digital Ghost, the pirate operation that you were flying with today with us. And since that occurred, another big alliance, Amari and Holy Battle Monk, they have reset us. They're not fans of Digital Ghost, so they don't really want to. As far as I see it, they don't really want to fleet and work with us anymore because of our relationship with Digital Ghost.
Oh wow. Okay.
So there's lots of fun things like that that happen.
Yeah. Fair. Oops. I got to do this. Sorry, I'm just multitasking at the same time.
That's all right.
Right. So, okay, that's great to hear that. Well, it's not great to hear that about that situation, but it's good to hear you guys in your own corp have the objective of having fun and just doing what you can with what you have. Now, I want to go over to the topic about AWOXing, which you kind of brought up a little bit about. Yeah, how is that in these in the Mar militia? Do you find there's a lot of AWOXing? And again, if you just go a little bit detail about like how it goes on.
There's a couple of different ways that it occurs. Our standpoint is, say, for example, we've got 5 guys in a fleet, it's full, random comes in, he sticks around. We'll warn him twice to leave. If they refuse or stay silent, then normally we'll try and force them off with a couple of warning shots, whatever. If they still don't leave, we'll kill them. So we try to give them a fair chance. We don't just like to blatantly murder people for no reason, especially if they're new to the war zone, because all that's going to encourage is, oh, I'm us. I hate Amarr. They're shit. I'm going to go join Minmatar. And it's just going to buff their numbers even more. There are other certain corps in the war zone that just kill on sight. They don't care, which I don't think is the right way to go about it. But you can't force how they behave. Um, as far as the Issabrata side goes with the White Dragon guys, they'll kill you straight away. They don't care. There's a lot of that.
Interesting. And you said that was a Chinese corp, right?
There's Chinese corporations, yeah.
Wow. So you're saying like just in general, when they pop in, they will just AWOX.
100%.
And there's never been a conversation to try to figure out like maybe we can prevent this or stop it somehow.
There
Anything
has
like that?
been talks with them in the past, and it has lasted very little because it usually gets broken straight away. Their members will just go straight back to doing what they do, and another conflict will occur.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, every
Can,
time. I think we've tried twice to have a relationship with them, but it hasn't worked out.
oh man, that's unfortunate. But has it been a prevalent thing enough that will make you guys kind of like stay away from that areas or where they are, or is that something you guys still challenge them?
I think now we sort of just we stay away. We don't really bother going up there because it's not worth it. Especially if we go up there with a small gang, we're going to bring like 10 British navies and just murder us all. So yeah, we kind of just stay away. However, if they come into a battlefield with us, usually we'll just shoot on sight, kill them because we don't
That's
because
right.
of our past history. Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay. Okay. Let's see. All right. Let me see. Okay. Oh shit! Sorry. Let me get this window out for this guy.
All good.
Yeah, I was just giving this guy something from the giveaway. Right. So back into the war zone here. Now, in this time, now that you are in it for about a year and some change, what would you say some are the pros and cons within the Warzone of faction of the Mar and Minmatar and Angel?
I think that pros wise is I can undock, get a fight right on my doorstep, especially because the Minmatar, obviously you can see they've pushed quite far south into Cabela and all the high sec entry points. So being able to just not travel far to get a fight is really good. Love that. The thing I think is a con is there's no real incentive to holding systems. If they push everything in, it's like, look, we don't care. Like it doesn't affect us. We can still just farm LP on the on the front lines and get fights there. Like there's no incentive. I don't understand why. And I think that battlefields are too easy. The mechanics are too easy. I'm sure you've seen you could run it with 4 people or 3 people easily, and battle cruisers just tanking a point each. And once you've set up the points in a battlefield, you can easily just uh, run it. So yeah, there needs to be some change there, I think.
Okay, great. I'm glad that you mentioned the battlefield and the fact that you say that it is a little bit, which is funny. It's a complete opposite for Caldari and Galante when it comes to the battlefield interactions. But
Mhm.
you're saying that it's a little bit easier and that you're not getting contested quite often against Minmatar.
Oh no, we do get contested, but what I mean is, sorry, when we're not contested or Minmatar aren't contested, it's just too easy to run. Um, it feels like it doesn't feel like a battlefield. Like it doesn't feel like it's a battlefield. Yeah,
Gotcha.
I guess that's what I say.
Okay. And what would you see that you would make? Because I know you said you might want to see some changes. What was one of those changes you'd like to see in the battlefield? Because it is that easy, I guess.
Yeah, that one I haven't been able to come up with a solution. I think it's hard. However, I do think deplexing um, needs a change, and I do have an idea for that. Because deplexing you can get in any crappy T1 frigate and go deplex any site, and you know, and change the congestion real easy, no risk. I feel like at the very minimum, in each plex there should be 2 rats fighting it out, not just one. So you have to bring a ship that can actually kill that rat, even if you're deplexing. Um, it's just too easy to use a T1 frigate with no risk.
I feel you on that. All right. So, okay, now I'm back to not worrying about that other stuff here. Yeah, so, I heard a lot about this when it came to this whole thing with plexes and sizes and, the advance and the Navy, of course, in this. How are you faring out when it comes to like the advanced sites? Do you find that to be something that has brought more content to the faction warfare space now that people can fly pirate ships as well as the T2 hulls, and as well there's more LP involved into it when you capture them. Is that something you find as a good thing, or have you found that to be kind of like a discouragement to want to even go into these kinds of sites now that they have it?
No, I think it's a good thing. Like, I mean, personally, I love flying a vagabond, so you know, uh, I enjoy having the ability to use every ship type. The thing is, if you don't want to get in those sorts of fights, just stay out of the advanced sites. Just stick to navy only, and you won't get, your ship outclassed. At least it'll be a semi-fair fight if you stay in the navy. So I'm pretty happy with how that is.
I was wondering about the battlefield still here. I actually want to get a little bit more into it now that I'm thinking my brain a bit. So with the battlefield, do you guys do something like with the Caldari that they do? Is they'll get like an Osprey Navy issue, they'll have it, they'll call it like a point runner, and they'll have the
Yep,
drone, and they will go on that battle cruiser, and they'll have
yep,
that one drone. Same idea, right?
yep. Same thing. So we use a
Gotcha.
battle cruiser or it doesn't matter what we use. Or just as long as it's capable of running the point,
Yep,
and you set the point up by killing all the rats. Stick the battle cruiser, stick the drone on it, keep your aggro, and it just rotates outside the circle.
that's right.
So I think that's too easy mode. That shouldn't be allowed. You should have to
Yeah,
run the points as they are intended. Like kill all the rats. Like kill the wave after wave after wave. Like
really.
that's yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I find that I agree with that to a point of like how easy it is. It's way too easy and it doesn't create any challenge. But I
Mm,
think that's why the way they have it in a way I feel is the way is because when you have the other militia guys like your enemies in this case the Mimitar to contest you guys, I think that's
mm,
why they made it maybe that kind of. I don't know if they specifically this was the idea behind why they did this,
mm,
but I almost feel like this would be the reason why they did it, is so that you are going to get some engagement, but obviously from the other militia, and that would be more so the the content of the battlefield and to make it that much harder to capture. But I do agree though that there should still be some kind of thing about that with the rats, because it's way too easy to do, especially like you said, if you're not even getting contested by your enemy militia. It's free points, no problems. And when you go in the battlefield, have you seen a lot of AWOXing happening in there from the people that are quote unquote signaling?
Yes, we see that a lot. Normally, we just ask them at the very minimum to get on the Minmatar warp in. So if the enemy
Exactly.
come, at least they're there. If they refuse, then normally we might take them out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, but as I said with White Dragon, if they come along, we just shoot on sight.
White Dragon. Okay, I'm gonna have to read that because I don't want to be clueless.
All good.
Yeah. So another thing with the battlefield, have you guys found, and I know for Galante and Caldari, this is a very prominent thing. Pirates love to camp the outside of that gate, to
So
prevent
do
the
we.
content. And so, exactly, and I would hope I'd hope we guys are the same way. But are you guys finding that the pirates are in your faction warfare space here, and not just with battlefields, but in general that are outside of the Angel cartels, not those kinds, but just the actual neutral pilots that are considered to be
I
pirates?
think I think last year they did a lot. This year I haven't seen much of it. Maybe
Oh,
people are still
really?
having a break or whatever. I don't see as much. However, when we can't contest the battlefield, we don't have the numbers. That's what we do as well.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll camp on the outside and uh, yeah, try and take out the Minmatar stragglers.
Great. And outside of the battlefield, do you find the pirate presence, and again, not the angels, but just like neutral pirates, do you find their presence very prevalent in this war zone between Amarr and Guri and
No,
Minmatar? Or not Guri, Angel?
I don't think it's very prevalent at all.
Wow.
No, yeah.
That's interesting to hear. So a lot of the newts that we do see in the faction warfare space between us, these guys are probably just flybyers, really.
Like, I mean, they'll get the odd roam coming in, new roam coming in. Most of them are like haulers and probably out of core bolts, so they can move their stuff around the war zone, all that sort of stuff. I'm guessing.
Yeah, makes sense. And one thing I wanted to find out personally, being now a part of Amarr here, is there somewhere like specifically even the shipcaster system, Mator? I don't know. Is this a place or any place around here in the war zone able to buy in a good marketplace for reshipping?
Personally, I just use the markers as like 4 jumps from here where we are now.
Okay.
So it's not actually that far. Camella usually has stuff I need, but not all the time. And Meator, I know that we have some indie guys that have been trying to seed there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure on their success at this point.
Oh, okay. And I want to touch on the shipcaster right now for the faction warfare space. How are you finding the shipcaster being added as an addition to faction warfare?
It's a nice idea. I think that it's too easy to kill. Um, that's definitely one issue. You can reinforce it in like 10 minutes with a few stealth bombers and then come back an hour later and kill it. So after it comes out of reinforced. So just a bit too easy to take down, I think.
Okay. And are you somebody who frequently uses the shipcaster?
Not all the time. I use it maybe a couple times a week to get uh, stuff into the war zone if it's, like, for example, I bought a bunch of hulls in Meritor
Okay.
and I took my DST there and then used the jump gate to get them into Camella because there was a jump gate in Camella the other day.
Oh, nice. Okay. And when it comes to the shipcaster, and even just traveling to the shipcaster, maybe even from HighSec for whatever reason, who knows, you're somewhere else and now you're coming to the shipcaster. Do you find there's any routes that have heavy gate camps to get to it?
Nothing that has heavy gate camps to it. However, there's some common gates that are camped before the shipcaster was even a thing that are still camped,
Okay.
and that is O'Hyde. I'll link it.
Oh, there it is. Ohide, yeah, just behind Camella here.
That's usually camped. They kill freighters, bowheads, all that sort of stuff as well.
Gotcha. Okay, good to know. And another thing that somebody in my chat actually is wondering, in the in your what is it, we're in Amarr, yeah, in Amarr, is there anything in terms of the ships that you're using for you personally, anyways, that you find that you enjoy most while playing in faction warfare?
I think the ship that I enjoy using most is the Augur Navy issue, just because it is such a brick, especially versus the heavy use of exec Navy issues, because everyone's using them for brawling. You know, they're
Mm-hmm.
getting like 1,000, 1,200 GPS,
Yeah, they're pretty
overheated,
shit.
whatever the craziness is.
Yep.
Um, so I don't want to really reveal my secret, but I use a Org Navy issue that's specifically tanked against kinetic thermal. Then with implants, you're getting like almost, I think, 180k EHP versus a blaster exec. So
Wow,
yeah, it's really good to teach them a lesson in
that's
Mario
awesome.
Warfare.
That is freaking awesome. I've never heard anybody I've talked to say they rock an auger navy. That is actually pretty dope. And yeah, the E&Is are broken, I think.
Yeah, exactly. So you have to come up with some pretty creative ways to take them down sometimes.
Yes,
In a 1v1 or a 2v2 or whatever it is.
exactly. I have, funny enough, we talk about this E&I being a little bit broken. They actually had a huge conversation with the Caldari side of things, anyways. I was an FC for Caldari. I still am, I guess,
Oh,
but right now I'm in the Amarr. But yeah,
oh,
we. Yeah, sorry,
oh,
go ahead.
sorry. No, no, I was just gonna say, quick disclaimer. Don't go looking at my kill board for an Og Navy loss because I haven't lost the one I'm using yet. So yeah, you're not
Gotcha.
getting that fit.
I like that. But yeah, we're on the same page with the Kaldari when we're trying to find ways of killing the ENI because Sedition is one of the bigger alliances within Galante, and they
Mhm.
love the ENI and they will blob the shit out of you with ENIs. So we've been trying. I don't know what ships we're gonna go with, but that's been a big conversation. Is like how do we counter the ENI? Which we have many times countered, but still, there's still room for improvement. But the other question about the ships, what are you seeing? And we'll start off with like say frigates, and then we'll go all the way up to like a cruiser. What are you seeing more commonly used with frigates between the militia members and of course the angels in the war zone?
Angels I haven't had too much experience with, but with Minmill and Amarmill, I'm mostly seeing you got your Brick Tank Punisher, obviously that always goes in first to try and get everyone's attention,
Mm-hmm.
and then you've got hook bills, just hook bills for days, and comets, very very popular.
Yep.
One thing that I love to fly that
A
most
new
people
follower.
kind of underestimate is the Magnate Navy issue. If
Really?
you fit that thing right, yeah. Let me show you a fit and
Thank you
play
for the
one sec.
follow, dude. Appreciate
It
it.
it actually wrecks. It wrecks, mate.
OGF. Thank you.
Because they underestimate it, and the element of
We're gonna play
surprise in this
music
game
after,
in a
guys.
1v1 frigate fight can really make a difference.
That's wicked. A magnet navy. I've only died once to one, and wow, that sounds like something you just don't hear.
Yeah, I know, right? Let's see.
Yeah, guys, exclamation mark ticket
Yes,
TD.
make
TD
sure
is
this is the right
tracking
one. Cool. Yeah,
disruptors.
this is the
That's
right
what
one.
TD stands. Tracking
So
disruptors.
simulate that fit and fleet. Sorry, that fit I've just put in
But yeah, if
fleet.
you guys want to ticket in the
Overhead your
giveaway,
guns.
exclamation mark ticket.
You're getting around, depending on your skills. If you've got max skills, you're getting over 300 DPS with conflag. So if you're sitting on the button and they
Wow,
come in, you double whip them, you delete them before they even have a
amazing.
chance to respond. Um, the hardest fight I've had in this frigate was versus a comet that was dual rep with a cap booster. Still managed to take him down.
Wow.
So yeah, it's a nasty little ship that people don't expect.
Well, I'm gonna test
And
this
it's an
fit out
Amarr
one
ship,
day.
so gotta go with the theme
Exactly.
of Amarr.
Exactly. I like that. That is so unique. Very cool. I'm gonna definitely try this fit out and get a kill with it, and I'll probably hopefully to share it with you.
Yeah, do it.
That is awesome. I really like this. Very cool fit. And so, what else do you see commonly in the war zone when it comes to destroyers?
Destroyers, it's just mostly Thrasher Fleet issues, Arty fit with web overprop. That's pretty common.
Inquisitor,
Lots
yeah.
of Catalyst Navy blaster fit as well.
Cat navies, yeah.
Um, and also a bit more rare, but I find it a very nice destroyer is a 10NN Cat Navy of Rails. They can be quite nasty to deal with as well.
Yes, sir. Nice. And then cruisers, what are commonly used in the Warzone?
You already know the answer to that.
ENI.
Yeah, ENI. Yeah, ENI for days. Blast the ENIs, plexing, and then in the battlefields, rail ENIs cutting around. Yeah, being a pain in the ass.
Oh, so plexing
yeah.
you're saying is more rail.
I know plexing is more blaster.
Oh, blaster.
And
Okay.
battlefield is rail.
Oh, battlefield. God, okay, okay. And for your guys' sake, in the corporation that you're a part of, are you actually not even just you guys? Let me actually rephrase this. Are you finding that the Amarr are people that don't like plexing a lot? That's the reason maybe why you're not capturing a lot of these areas, these systems, or do you find that there's a common split between we have plexers and we have PvPers that are defending?
I think it's a pretty even split. I know that our alliance is very burnt out on deplexing, so we kind of refuse to do it now. Because when we held the North, to hold it, we had to deplex like 24/7 all the time because it was just us up there, right? So we're kind of done with that for now. Yeah, deplexing and that makes me want to vomit.
I feel you on that. I'm not a big fan of deplexing either. We usually let the farmers do that stuff for us in the Caldari state when I was a part of it. And it's funny that we talk about plexing in this because the Galante actually, and I some people might roast me or whatever, but from my experience for the year that I've been playing with the Caldari and the Galante is they hate plexing. I almost find a very, very, very small percentage of plexers from the Galante side, and usually when the ones that are plexing are like the new bro Galante pilots that are joining Galante at that time. But other than that, I find that's why their numbers are so bad and why they don't own that many systems or why they lose systems because they just don't plex. They literally sit there, blob, and PvP. And I almost feel, and I'm glad that we got to talk a little bit about your perspective of your situation with your corp even, and being a part of the Amarr militia and why you guys do what you guys do and what's your point on that. Now, do you find that the Minmatar are kind of like how Caldari are, where they have a lot of farmers, but they still have a lot of content pilots that are doing PvP?
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, definitely have a lot of both. Yeah.
Got you. And when you guys are flying, are you guys mostly looking for content for PvP, or do you guys like try to split it up to do some offensive plexing while doing the PvP?
Usually we just have standing fleet and we'll spread out and do plexing, and then any PvP opportunities will just respond as required with the standing fleet. So most of the time we are just chill plexing until something comes up. And then obviously we have a normal fleet, regular fleets that we ping for, and stuff like that. So if you are around, you should come on one of our retribution fleets sometime.
I definitely will. I can't fly one, but I definitely will come if I can bring something else.
You can still come and attack or something.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I'm slowly getting into T2 stuff. I've actually been majorly focused on Triglavian ships because that's just like my go-to ships before anything else. Or I just fly Kitey Condor a lot. But that would be great if I can join and just get because that's one thing I personally as a goal when I join any of the faction warfares, and only one I've only joined is Caldari at this time, but being Amarr now, I want to definitely experience the fleets, hence why I asked to join, and I really appreciate you guys offering me a spot to join with you guys. So that way other people can also just look at the fleeting in faction warfare with Amarr, and not just with like one corporation, but hopefully I'll be able to speak and also be a part of some of the other guys out there that are running around. One thing I would love to also get involved with this faction warfare space of Amarr and Minmatar is hopefully seeing if and I would love to. I don't know if you have any means of bringing my name up to the alliance leader of that alliance you're in. But I would also love to speak with them to get a broader idea about their objectives and if they have any means of communicating with the other corporations within their alliance and or even outside of this alliance itself in trying to control this war zone more to obviously dominate than just have content only and not be able to really dominate the war zone itself.
Yeah, I'm sure we could arrange something. Our CEO's just away on a holiday at the moment, but when he gets back, I can definitely try and link you up.
Yeah, great.
I just put a link in the fleet to our Discord as well. So if you want to join there,
Oh yeah, definitely grab that.
you better join us there in the future. And our fleets are usually open to militia, so keep a lookout for those as well.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I will definitely, I have joined it officially, and I hope to definitely talk with the Alliance leader and be in more fleets with you guys. I'm just going to quickly see if any of my chat has any questions for you guys specifically.
I will say one thing to your chat for the people
Yeah, go
listening.
ahead.
Edict is recruiting, boys. Come on in.
I love to hear it. I was actually going to say that at the end of our chat, that if you wanted to shill anything out, and that's perfect. So there you go. You heard it here first.
Cool.
Yeah, so one question was, this guy is the opponent do any right? So, do you find in any fleets that you've come across that they do any spider tanking, or do you guys ever do any fleets that have any spider tanking, or ever done that or considered it?
We don't do any spider tanking. We haven't done that. We did used to. Well, one of our SCs, who's no longer with us, did used to try and do that with Century Vexes, but yeah, it didn't really work out, and I was poo-pooing it the whole time. I hate Century Vexes so bad.
There you go. That's your answer, guys. I had to ask, in your own personal preference here within the militia that you're a part of, do you find yourself wanting to be an FC?
I usually will lead like small gang fleets.
So you have. Great.
I used to do a lot of USync back in the day, but I don't really do it anymore. I'm kind of over that part. It's the big fleet battles. I guess I'm too old and slow now.
That's fair enough.
That's my answer.
That's great. And with that going on, to extend that question, is do you prefer small gang or do you prefer the bigger fleets?
I prefer a small gang where everyone's piloting their shit independently and using their own, skills to tip the fight. Really, that's my preference.
Awesome. And with the ships that you're flying, are you guys, for your anyways, do you prefer being in fleets that are comp fleets, or do you feel better in like a kitchen sink kind of idea?
Personally, for me, kitchen sink. That's sort of my style. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And before we close out here, what's one of your favorite things to do in EVE?
Definitely just PvPing in the Warzone. That's what's kept me in this game. If it wasn't for FW, I probably wouldn't be playing right now, to be honest.
Fair enough. And any events that you can highlight that you really enjoy since playing EVE Online?
Yeah, actually, one event that I was part of. This is a while back now, but it was when the Badger Coalition came into play with the gambling site. I think it was the gambling site funding the war on the North versus the Goons, and everyone coming together and taking them on. That was really, really fun. Enjoyed that a lot.
Wicked. And actually, I want to touch back, since you kind of brought a memory back here to me in their conversation. Before, you were talking about how you guys used to have the north of those rear guards up there and you're pushing hard, but then you mentioned that there was a money, or ISK if you will, involved to kind of throw that away. Are you able to mention what group was paying who to do that?
My memory's a little hazy. Maybe when you talk to our CEO, you might remember.
Okay.
I can't confirm that. I can't remember the details.
Any other question, guys, you have, let me know now.
That there was a lot of talk of that at the time, to why we were getting so much attention and pushed out.
Got you. You know, it's funny, we had in last year, September, there was a bet going on with Sedition's group. I can't remember, also, it was a null-set group nonetheless. That I think it's Noir that they party with. But they made a whole thing about it, saying, we'll pay you guys X amount of billions of ISK if you can clear out this system, which was the Caldari's home staging area called Nenamilia. They said if you can take that system the end of the month of September, we will pay you guys billions of ISK. And so that was one of the most fun times for me personally in faction warfare, where there was a group that kind of paid another group to really push the system, and probably the best content I think we've ever had. I thought I'd just mention it because you guys also had somewhat similar of a situation with your situation there.
Well, it's funny you say that actually, because I heard that I haven't seen them personally, but I've been hearing rumors, or some people have been talking about Nor being here now for some reason, and we don't know why yet. That's something I'm trying to find out. So they're in the FW warzone. Don't know why.
Fair enough. Question from the audience. One person asked, code, yes or no?
Code ganking? I'll kill code. Fuck code.
Say fuck code. That's awesome. Well, there you go. That's your answer. Another question here from an audience was saying, any special ships like trig ships, or do they only use the main ships like a Tristan?
No. Hey, Jack. How's it going?
Hey,
Just
buddy.
doing my debut here. Trig ships, I think there is a lot of use. I know a couple of people that fly them specifically. I've been trying to get better at using them. That's something I'm going to get more into, because I'm pretty bad at kiting, so I need to improve that.
Fair enough. Well, there you go, guys. You heard your answer for that. Is that, I see the name, is that Dak? Is how you pronounce your name?
Yep.
Dak, welcome. My name is Felix Lee Jones. I'm a journalist here in EVE Online, and I was just talking with one of your members here about faction warfare, the Warzone, and just a little bit about what's really been going on in the Minmatar and Amarr / Angel Cartel Warzone altogether. Just some in-between questions about that, even the battlefield, and just like their favorite ships and things of this nature. So that's what's going on right now. I'm a Twitch streamer, and that's what I do. I'm a journalist and also a live broadcaster. I just joined the Amarr militia today, also for the reason, like our friend here, Sooup, did. Not in the beginning. I was in the Caldari state, and I didn't do it the way I'm doing it now, where I was part of the Caldari, which is obviously the team that overruns the faction warfare space for Galante at the moment. And unlike here, the Amarrs are the ones in the, how do you say, the guys who are not so much
The underdogs.
winning. The underdog, that's the word, yes. So I said, this time around, let me join the underdog team and try to feel what the Warzone's all about in this space. Now, originally, I was supposed to do all of the militias, but I realized that I don't need to do all the militias. I can only do 2 militias of either of the sides that are fighting currently. Within, you got Amarr, Minmatar, and then Galante and Caldari. So I picked the Caldari, like I said, spent a year there. It wasn't supposed to be that long. It was supposed to be an educational thing that I'm doing for my stream to, like I said, just get more informed about the Warzone and faction warfare as a whole within the militias that are part of it. And so, like I said, I spent a way longer than I was supposed to for Caldari. I'm actually an FC for Caldari. I have unenlisted since 2 days ago, mostly because I was doing other stream things with my community that couldn't be being in the militia, because I would just get killed by Galante.
Gotcha.
So I've come over to the Amarr space now, and I'm trying to learn about your guys' Warzone. So that means I'm probably going to be here, maybe not for a year, but I'm going to do as much as I can to be a part of this militia and to help you guys succeed in your goals, and not so specifically your corporation, but just the Amarr as a whole militia. And I'm hoping to speak with more members, and hopefully maybe if you're willing to talk with us, we can learn maybe about your perspective and also the perspectives of others like the Alliance Leader, FCs, just any general everyday pilot that just plays as a solo even. So would you like to be a part of that conversation?
Yeah, for sure. I had kind of been all over the Warzone and done a lot of things, and I'm actually interested in learning about the Caldari Warzone if you want to talk about that later, because that's something I don't really know much about. So
yeah, great.
But yeah.
Well, we'll start off, and Sooup, I don't know if you want to stay with this conversation or if you have to leave. Let us know at any time. You don't have to. You obviously don't have to.
Yeah,
stay.
I've got to bail in like 15 minutes for a meeting, so I'll
Okay,
hang around
great.
till then.
Okay, great. Yeah, just let us know when you leave so that way we can say bye properly and that. So, again, it's, let me read the name. It was Dak, is that what it was?
Yep. Yeah, you got it.
Dak, perfect. So, Dak, again, I'm Felix Lee Jones. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm actually a non-biased journalist. I know it sounds weird being a part of the Amarr militia and Caldari militia at one point. Doesn't really sound
Yeah.
like I'm non-biased, but I am, and I have many friends between the Galante and the Caldari, and even the Garistas. And of course, other people in space in general, like other pirates, people that do marketing, industry, you name it. I cover everything you can think of in EVE Online that you can do, and I like to have interviews to talk a little bit about those things so that I can educate people that A, are watching, and also B, myself, because I've only been part of this game for a year now and some change. It was in 2022 of November 14th is when I officially started playing EVE. I officially joined the Caldari state about now, I think it's 8 months ago, to be, if I'm not mistaken. And like I said, I started off talking about a lot of the PVE content that was going on, and then slowly moved into like some of the more of the PvP stuff when talking to pirates that do small gang, gate campers, like famous systems like Abazon, Tama, things like that. At least in that side of the map. I've talked to nullsec groups, like I've even had a personal interview with Brisk Rubel from the Meta Show. I'm not sure if you know him.
I'm familiar with the name, but I don't watch that too much.
Fair enough. So yeah, I have a very broad thing with my journalism, and again, it's like I said, it's to learn myself and to teach others. So coming back to this topic though about the faction warfare space with the Amarr and the Minmatar and the Angel Cartel, if we can start off with an introduction about who you are and how you got started playing EVE Online.
Yeah, so name's Dak Rattler. Started back in 2009. I guess I was in high school. Long story short, didn't know what the hell was going on. Joined like a corp in high sec, and then eventually got into, I wanted to do PvP because I felt like that was like the main draw of the game, right?
Yeah.
And so I got into faction warfare with the Amarr militia. Initially, there's a guy named Odysseus Alucard. He led Amarr way back in the day. I've seen him around a couple times. And then I quit EVE for a long time after that. And I came back recently, probably like a year and some change now, probably a year and 6 months, something like that.
Nice.
And I joined up with Amarr initially in a corp called Red Sky Morning. And Red Sky Morning, is mainly EU time zone, and so I didn't really have like many people to fly with at that time. And so I decided to. There's always these guys around. They're called digital ghosts.
Okay.
And the main one being Steffi Joe. I saw him all the time, and he'd actually help me fight, even though he's a pirate. He'd help me fight sometimes.
Nice.
And so I decided to join up with them. I was real bad at the game, I guess. And so him and Sefi, nah, not Sefi Joe. Him and Jones Otsada, they taught me a lot about the game, and that's kind of where I learned. Over the course of basically a year, I learned a lot about PvP, how to remove other people's ships from the game while keeping yours safe. The different mechanics of the games. I died a ton, obviously. I'm still not like the best ever, but yeah, they taught me a lot of stuff. And then and then when Havoc came out, that year time period was literally just doing pirate stuff the whole time. Neutral, kill everybody, sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of fights involved with that. And then when the Havoc expansion came out and Angels was a thing, our corp decided to try the Angel Militia, and that's when I had a brief stint, back before the first Amarr Militia, or after the first Amarr Militia, I had a brief stint in Brave, where they kind of taught me some basics of fleet command. So I'd like FC, cormorant fleets, throwaway cormorant fleets, which was, good fun. And so when I went into the Angel Cartel, I felt like I had the knowledge now to back up. In real life too, I had some leadership skills that had developed, and now I had like the in-game knowledge. So I kind of like married those two together and went to Angel Cartel, and was able to lead some very successful fleets over there. Lots of good fights, lots of good LP, lots of good people. Seraphim Division is the alliance that I worked with the most over there. Um, like Switch Four and his boys, really good dudes over there. I still talk to them. But yeah, they're super good. Anyway, so I was getting frustrated with Angel Militia because mostly because of Fraternity, right? Fraternity would come down. They do come down during like the insurgency time frames, and they just blob systems constantly. And so I felt like no matter what I did as a fleet commander or an organizer, it didn't really matter in the grand scheme of things because the insurgency was going to succeed anyway because Frat was just there's so many of them, right?
That's right.
And they just keep piling in, and it didn't really matter. I felt like what I did as like pretty small time fleet commander, and so I left Angel Cartel at that point. Um, and during my year and a half as like a year time frame ish as like a pirate, I'd fight Amarr, but I mostly fought Minmatar because Minmatar are extremely numerous around here. And the Amarr guys are not, right? Like the Amarr guys are outnumbered pretty heavily every single day, especially in our current time zone, and even EU
Really?
time zone. EU time zone is EU time zone for Amarr is pretty much non-existent now that Red Sky Morning basically imploded.
Oh no.
Yeah, and then US time zone is not as bad, but that's only because Imperial Edict exists.
Okay.
Uh, and then after Dirt and Glitter, which was another faction of Amarr that was kind of the main ones, they got into a tiff with Red Sky Morning, and Dirt and Glitter left Amarr. So the community for Amarr has been pretty shattered, and Edict is kind of the only ones that have
Welcome
stuck
in, Sooup.
around. God bless those guys because yeah, they get
Woo!
outnumbered and they get treated from an outside perspective, right? Because I haven't been in the Amarr militia up until recently.
Okay.
I'd say maybe I've been in the Amarr militia for 5 days
Oh wow.
after a year and a half of piracy. And so from an outside perspective, I see the Edict guys uh, kind of getting like not even like shipwise, right? But just like people in their corp treat them poorly due to bad luck,
Oh no.
right? Like if there was somebody who stole some assets from them and just left the corp and then joined Minmatar, there's another pilot, he just straight up left. There was a big alliance that left for Minmatar, and like I said, the Edict guys, they're on every day, trying their best. And so I was like, you know what? I think I'm done with the pirate stuff. I think it's time to go back to my roots and try to help out the Edict guys because they have really good like bones like structure to their alliance and their corporations. They kind of just need pilots and some leadership. They even have their own FCs and stuff like that. But I think they just need pilots and stuff like that. So I wanted to try and help them out.
Thanks
And
for the
ultimately,
follow,
that's kind of what I'm
Gal.
doing right now. Trying to do fleet commander things. I've only run one fleet because, like I said, it's only been two fleets. It's only been 5 days though. So, but yeah, I think things can turn around in terms of the war zone. Like I said, I always like flying the underdog, right?
Yeah.
Flying with the underdogs because it's much more challenging than being with a blob. If you're
Yeah.
with a blob, right, it doesn't make you think. You just show up,
Exactly.
apply DPS, and you're done.
That's it.
So like I said, I like fighting with underdogs, and maybe eventually be overdogs. Probably not. The Minmatar Fleet Alliances, they're very strong, right?
Okay.
The Minmatar Fleet Alliance worked very hard to get where they are. Like recruiting constantly, putting out propaganda's top notch.
Fight smart now, yeah.
They whelp shit all the time. They have a good industry base, and they
Thanks for the
deserve where
follow,
they're at.
Sooup.
That doesn't mean that I'm gonna go join them.
Right.
I'd rather fight with the underdogs, sort of thing. So, um, but yeah, that's kind of where I'm at right now.
Cool. That was a really, really cool story. I like that. And I like how you even brought up that you were part of Angel Cartel, because I've been struggling in a way to get Angel Cartel guys to talk because they don't really. They're not, from my understanding, they're not looking to really do much but fight you, and maybe, which I've been hearing a lot, is get their alt accounts and just do a lot of farming. So there's not really like a very a mentality about like the war zone, about like what they would like to accomplish besides just killing people, or just farming. So it was not a very so your story was, that's really awesome to hear a lot of what you spoke about. Space Cowboy Moon Cat. Oh, you just killed him. Oh, you just killed him.
Yeah, while we're talking,
that's awesome.
Nice one.
And that's funny because these are the two people that come to Caldari space quite often, and we have a lot of engagement with these two guys as well. So it's really interesting that man, you just killed them both.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's just they're most of the time the threats for me are if there's like a larger blob, but like one or two guys isn't going to be too much of a challenge, to be honest.
Hell yeah. All right, so I actually want to get a little bit about the Angel Cartel thing before we go into other parts of faction warfare in the Warzone. Is so Angel Cartel, you were pretty much an FC there from your other prior experience from being a pirate and that.
Yep.
Did you at all find that the Angel Cartel and being a part of that group was something that could be more than just farming and taking fights? Is that was something you were trying to accomplish with that group?
Yeah, I think trying to build the community is difficult because, like I said, there's tons of good people over there. There's a guy named Celestar that I worked with a lot as well. They're super good dude.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's difficult just because of the mechanics of Angel Cartel. Because there's no like, you don't stage anywhere, right? You could stage in Alamake, but you're constantly moving around.
Yeah.
You can't take too big of ships because you're going to be doing a lot of traveling because you got to go over all the insurgency. There's no like frontline systems, like there's no like 3 frontline systems right next to each other that you concentrate on. I remember doing Angel FC. Every insurgency I'd have 48 hours to move all the fleet ships in dreads to the next fob.
Wow.
And that's very difficult logistically.
Yep.
And yeah, I think it's kind of difficult. Just the inherent mechanics might be difficult to build a community around. I'm not saying it's not possible, but I think somebody with like a fresher mind coming in and trying to do that would probably be better. But yeah, like I said, the Seraphim Division guys are good dudes, and they're trying and succeeding, I think, in a lot of aspects. But Fraternity, as I said, kind of they really do strangle the actual corporations. I mean, I'm not saying Frat isn't an actual corporation, but they're just a nullsec alliance coming to farm.
There's like Shipcaster, yeah.
And so they strangle a lot of the smaller ones, trying to make content.
Savage, welcome on in.
Trying to fight the good fight.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not sure. Like long-term goals, we wanted to make like a cap wing of some kind.
Okay.
We wanted to do. We did reach some of our goals. Like we wanted to run a Kizriel fleet.
Nice.
We ran a Kizriel fleet, and that was super fun. Got really good fights with that. Just trying to be like as role play as possible. I love Kizriels; they're a super good ship. But yeah.
Very cool.
Soup's gonna go AFK. Sorry, I'll be back later, hopefully.
All right, man. Well, thank you so much for
Thanks,
your conversation, your time. Appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Cool. See you.
Take care. So would you say with this Havoc update, and obviously most people were so excited to get involved, and I think what I've noticed is the Angels have an overwhelming amount of pilots that joined it compared to the Garista side. Yep. Do you feel like that was a big problem, that people just joined it because they thought, this was going to be a great time, this and this, but then slowly realized that this was actually a bad thing because the more you have, the less or the harder it might be to actually organize an alliance or groups of people that have probably conflict with each other from other groups already. Did you find any of that a problem, like when you did join, that there's too much conflict from other groups within the Angel Cartel, or did you find that people were somewhat meshing together and still trying to make a common goal to accomplish, like if it's to make the insurgency possibly a corrupt system to level 5, or was that not really a thing? Was everyone just doing their own thing altogether?
Yeah, it was a pretty massive problem because you would have these like nullsec alliances that are actually war deck to each other come in, and they would just shoot each other even if they were in fleet. We had quite a few incidents of that, And it's difficult to control because, like I said, these, the nullsec alliances don't really play by the rules of lowsec because, they're not used to that, sure.
Exactly.
So over time, like, I think the people that were getting killed and then killing each other because, they're from nullsec alliances, they eventually did get filtered out,
Oh,
and you were kind of left with more
Max,
of a
thank you for the
core of
follow, dude.
people who would try and make things happen.
Welcome on in. We're just talking about the
But
Amarr,
again, it was a
Minmatar,
lot.
Angel Cartel
It was
space.
difficult to control, like, the farmers, right? Like, there
Yeah.
were, there was a few, right, that would help us out. There was like Rags, Sweet Banana. Um, yeah, they would help us out a lot. But ultimately, they had their own goals, and that was to get the Azazel, Azariel.
Oh,
What's the
that's
Titan
right.
called?
The Titan. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's Azariel, something like that. Yep.
Yeah, the Azariel blueprint. That was like their ultimate goal.
That's what I
And
heard.
so like their goal, our goal of getting to a gate camp to the gate camp high sec system, which we did a few times, was secondary. So it wasn't, it wasn't as coordinated as it could have been. If they're, were a little bit more cooperative. I'm not saying it's their fault.
Right.
I'm just saying like their goals were different, and so you did have those kind of separation of goals. There wasn't like one voice
Yeah.
directing, directing it. I suppose the one voice that was kind of in charge of it is Tuan Molnar. He was originally, an Amarr FC, leading the charge, and then he went Angels with us. Knew him quite well, and he kind of had that one voice. I was kind of just like a line fleet commander, really, and then he took his boys and his assets, and he took them to Minmatar to go fight CVA and Nullsec. And that was a pretty hefty blow to the Angel Cartel. And then after that, like, it was kind of me and a couple other FCs just holding the fort down in USTZ, and then I got frustrated because of Frat. That's why I left. Yeah, it kind of. I think there's still a core there, but they're a little overshadowed by Frat.
Oh man. Okay. Good to hear, but not good to hear.
Yeah.
So with that being said, with the Havoc update and being a part of that, would you like to see any changes now that you've experienced this Havoc update and being a part of the Angel Cartel? Anything you'd like to see changed within this Havoc system, like if there was front lines or if there was a different procedure like they have within the Amarr or any militia really that's outside of the pirate guys? Do you find anything you would like to see be added to that Havoc side of things for the Angels or Guri?
Yes, absolutely. The main thing that needs to happen if you want to build that community is you need to make Zarzak not a piece of shit. Like, pardon my French, but dude,
That's okay.
Zarzak's a piece of shit. Like,
Yeah.
and that's because the fob's a piece of shit.
Gotcha.
Though they're not functional on how they should be, because you can get camped in, your assets get moved to asset safety for what, 10 days after the fob closes, and you can't even access them until probably the insurgency after the next one.
Oh
And
my god.
that's absolutely insane. Like,
That
why?
is.
Yeah, so I think CCP did not do Angel Cartel any favors in terms of like building community, because we're inherently having to be all over the place because the fob's always moving.
Correct.
When in reality, what should have happened was Zarzak should be like the Jita of pirates, and
Right.
anybody who's not a Guristas or Angel should just get immediately blown up like Concord. In my opinion, that would make Zarzak a functional pirate port like it's supposed to be.
That would be cool. I
Um,
like that.
yeah, and it's annoying that it's not. Like I said, it should be like it should be Concord level police in Zarzak for anybody not Guristas and not Angel Cartel. That would make Zarzak a stable base to build a community around,
Yep.
and you'd see a lot stronger Angel communities outside of just Frat coming in. Because right now, we're
Wow,
just
that's a
having to move
great
well,
idea.
they're having to move all over the place, staging weird
Imagine.
systems that don't make sense, and yeah, and that CCP did not do them any favors, and I think they should have thought about that a little more.
I love that idea. The fact that you could have like a Jita and Zart, like that just sounds amazing. Like I've never even thought about that, but that sounds like an amazing idea. And I do have some CCP guys that I talk with, so we might have to throw that to their way so that maybe that could be a thing. Now, when it comes to getting blown up right away, if you're not a pirate, I don't know about that point. I think maybe there should
Yeah,
be a little bit of lenience, like how, let's say you're part of this militia and you go into Minmatar space, you get that little sign that says, hey, you're a criminal to this area, and you
Right.
have, so I think that setting should be applied to the Zarzak side as well. Like you have, if you stay
Yeah.
there, you're going to get blown up for sure. If you, at least you have
Yep.
time to warp away, no problem. But I love that idea, and I think that would be a great way to bring community together and just have, like you said, somewhere where we can have a staging and just bring in a marketplace on top of it that people can, the pirates are splitting, doing, selling, all that stuff. So,
Yeah.
I'm definitely going to, that sounds amazing. Now, outside of the Havoc stuff, within the Warzone for yourself, you said you just recently kind of joined into it, and you wanted to be part of the underdog team, which I can respect. So, in the experience now being part of the Amarr militia against Minmatar, and of course now Angels, how are you finding the content being in the Amarr side of things against the Minmatar and the Angels?
We don't fight angels too much, just because they're usually off in the insurgency area, and right now it's like I think it's a rebuilding effort for the Amarr, because they've been falling apart due to the two main alliances kind of getting into a tiff with each other. Like that's kind of what it boils down to. So trying to rebuild that is challenging, and like I'm not privy to the rebuilding aspect of that. That's something like Valith or maybe um Epic. I'm not sure. The Edict leadership can talk to that a little bit more on their rebuilding efforts. But we do fight Minmatar frequently, and it is a pretty massive challenge because like we're not fielding massive fleets like Galant and Kaldari. Like this is much more like scrum type warfare. It's just like trench type warfare. It's not like these big grandiose Megathron Navy issue fleets against Scorpion Navy issues or something like that. It's not that.
Okay.
And that's because I think the Kaldari and the Galant Warzone is much more mature, just because, as I said, with the two main alliances having a big falling out, like it just poured out resources from the Amarr side, and so Minmatar went somewhere else to get content for like their a million dudes, right? And
Yeah.
that was to CVA space. And so what you have left is like some Minmatar Fleet Alliance folks coming in, and Ushrakan kind of fighting Edict. And Ushrakan have a good number of folks. They can pull good numbers, and occasionally it's even, but very rarely it's even. So it's a lot of like Kaidi small gang style warfare right now. Yeah, that's about it.
Okay. And when it comes to your experience playing it, when you do play, are you finding yourself being somebody who enjoys more O-plexing and PvPing, or more of a defensive plexing and PvPing, or a little bit of both?
For me, I don't plex. Like
Okay.
that's what caused me to quit the Amarr militia in the first place. Like I spent way too much time in plexes, just plexing,
Yeah.
plexing, deplexing, doesn't matter what it was.
Yeah.
I just plex systems all day, and it caused me to quit because yeah, I didn't want to do that anymore. And so I'm staying away from that just so that way I can continue being in the Amarr militia without like burning myself out.
For sure.
And the people in the who do that are have my respect, because it's just not something that I can do. So I'm in it for the fights and making sure battlefields are taken, systems are flipped. That's kind of my objectives. Plexing, smarter people are better about directing that than me.
For sure. So then, for my take of that is that you just fly around the faction warfare space and like almost like a pirate still, and just look for content by taking what you can.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fair.
applying some of those pirate. Yeah, just taking some of those pirate lessons and applying those. And actually, we got famous pilot Vinny Bag of Donuts in here with us as well.
Yeah, he's
He's
killing it.
yeah, he taught me a lot about frigate kiting and kiting in general. Him and Jones. I mentioned Jones and Sada. Uh, they are good teachers just by doing and sharing fits and watching them fly. Vinny's a very good slicer pilot. One of the best currently in Eve. Are you number 5 nowadays, Vinny?
Yeah, I'm top 5 ever.
Hey,
There you
Vinny.
go.
Nice to meet you. I'm
Yo,
Felix.
hi, nice to meet you.
Yeah, we were just talking about the Warzone with. Sorry, was it back here? Did I fuck this up? The name again?
What's that?
Here, oh, Dak. That's it's a D, not a B. Sorry, Dak. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I've. Seconds.
But yeah, I guess that's kind of like applying my my pirate skills and stuff to the Amarr Warzone. Amarr Minmail Warzone.
And I want to talk about the Warzone when it comes to the battlefield. Are you somebody who finds themselves present in battlefields a lot?
That's kind of my goal. Ultimately, is to take control of battlefields like that. That's what I want for the Amarr militia, is to go into a battlefield and be not uncontested, but take fights and either come out victorious or at least like give a good fight.
Yeah, I like that.
That's kind of the current goal.
Cool. And within the battlefields that are currently around in this war zone, do you find that the content is usually there, or is it less content from like the opposing guys challenging you guys in battlefields?
I think late West Coast, or kind of just West Coast time zone is good content, and then EU time zone is almost no content, just because, as I said, the EU time zone is going to be primarily Minmatar Fleet Alliance, and they're busy with CVA, and if they're not actively bashing a structure or having a fleet up, you're going to see very few of them around actually flying their own ships. Whereas Ushrakan, they're kind of always over the place. They fly their own ships. They'll get content when they can. They kind of fly in like an amorphous blob. They're not ping. They don't just fly for pings. They fly because they want to. So they're usually around in like West Coast time zone doing that.
Got you.
And you got the wild geese. The wild geese too. They're Mackey's Raiders.
Oh, okay.
They're around too.
And with the battlefield, who?
Honk. They always honk and
okay.
local.
Oh, honk. Nice.
Yeah, the wild geese.
Sorry, just fix that. Okay, yeah. So with the battlefields that spawn in that, is there anything about it that you can say is a pro or a con or both?
For the battlefield sites?
Yeah, like the mechanics or just anything about it specifically that you might have already been thinking about in the past, like anything pro or cons about it.
Boy, I honestly I'm not.
Con are
I
good
don't
people,
think
I can confirm.
I
Yes.
have enough experience to speak intelligently on that.
With the minimum experience you do have, though, do you have anything about it that you could say is a good thing or a bad thing right now, if you'd like?
Yeah, that's a bit of a tough question. I would like to see the rewards for finishing a battlefield a little bit, just slightly higher, right? Like contestation rate should probably be increased for completing a battlefield. That's my personal opinion. I think a lot of people in the militias will disagree with that, but that's kind of the only thing, because it does bring people together for fights and stuff like that. And so I think it could be a bigger content driver if it mattered more.
Got you. Holy Vinny, did you just get this kill?
No,
No,
I mean,
this is Hey Dyless. Oh my god.
I'm just showing off, you know.
Yeah. No, that's
Armor's not my
amazing.
specialty.
Yeah,
but
he
look
was
at the
telling
date.
me that.
Happy New Year.
Yeah,
Happy New
you're
Year.
right. Right on Happy New Year. A Garmer kill, baby. Like, yo, a slicer killing a Garmer? I'm going home.
Yeah, I can easily overtake them and eat
That-
them for breakfast.
Is beautiful. Wow. Yeah, that's amazing. Good job on that. Holy shit. And with the battlefield though, are you finding that the AWOXing is quite prevalent since you've been in it?
People, Amarr, this is for both factions. Minmill and Amarr Mill absolutely despise seagulls, right? Like these people warping in with unfit Algoses or Tristans. Yeah, they're gonna get AWOX. Outside of that though, no, you're not gonna see any AWOXing of like regular militia members. But if you're a seagull, yeah, Minmill hates seagulls. Amarr hates seagulls. Like that's just the way it is.
Yeah, across the board, I feel that too because of Caldari and Galante. They the same way. They will take the Seagull out.
I guess one thing, right, that I would like to see is payouts based on time spent in like plexes and time spent in battlefields. That could potentially be something that they could look into, because I think that would stop a lot of seagulling, in my opinion.
I feel like from many
Maybe.
conversations I've had about the battlefield with many different pilots, one thing that I would love to see happen, which would I think would make content good as well as just the whole overall experience of a battlefield, is instead of just having people be able to float anywhere in that space within the battlefield and get paid out, even like as a seagull in that, what we've heard and talked about was people should have it where if you're not in that contested area of the circles, that you shouldn't get paid because you didn't help capture the points. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing for many people to hear and want, but I almost for my own self think that would be kind of an interesting concept to have. You have to be in the circle to at least have a contribution of getting paid out LP, and you don't have to be there all the whole time, but like as long as you get one full rotation in, I think you should at least get paid. But obviously at the same time, you shouldn't just do it just to say, okay, I just got the one rotation and now I'm going to go Seagull the rest of the time. I also feel they should be maybe I feel also the zone should be smaller so that you know, almost, and this is a weird one, I don't know if anybody would agree with this, but like it's almost like what I feel in Abyssals. They should add an abyssal concept to it where if you get out of that part, you get blown up into a pod, and that way you can't
cool.
that way you can't technically sit this far away from the zone, and you have to be within the battle zone of fighting the opposing guys and holding it down. And like I said, with the whole thing about being in the circle, at least have a rotation in there. And obviously, as a frigate, you're not going to be able to do that because those NPCs are strong. They're going to kill you quickly, especially if they lock you first. So this is where another part factors into the war zone or the battlefield, is that you might have to be having to fly a specific ship to be able to be a part of that contention. Now, I don't know if that makes sense to say that you should only get paid out because you ran one part of the circle. Maybe that's not fair. Maybe you should also be getting paid just being in the battlefield. But again, maybe having that smaller radius so that you're at least still engageable by other targets if it's the enemy in that. And that way there's still a risk reward of being in there if you decided to be a frigate coming in there to maybe just defend the rally points of the neutral one or the opposing guy's point. So I don't know if that makes sense to anybody. But
Yeah, no, it does. And I think that would be... I do think something needs to be adjusted. I don't think it's bad, but I think it could be better. And I like your idea. Because I think... Fixing seagulling and fixing people just like bringing in empty ships is, I think, should be a top priority for like if you want to change faction warfare for the better.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
Even just to add to that with normal plexes, fixing botting.
Yeah.
So with the normal plexes, when they slide in, you got bots deplexing, right?
Yeah.
I think when you slide in, you should not be able to walk for like maybe 10 seconds or something like that. So you can't just warp out chasing bots around. At least you have a chance to tackle and kill them.
Yeah.
So at least there's a bit of commitment there when you slide in.
I like that idea. I'm also kind of wary of the idea because if you're not a bot and you're in there, then you have to spend, let's say that buffer time before you can warp out. I find that kind of to be a little bit of
but if
like
you're not
forced.
a bot, you'd be de-scanning the site before you go in and make sure it's safe.
Yes,
but
for
a
sure.
bot won't do that. Maybe, I don't know.
Probably wouldn't. But I just feel like if you were to have that and you had to stay in there for an amount of time and you're not a bot, you're being forced to be in the plex to take the risk, I guess, and to get the LP eventually. But I don't know if if I'd want to be stuck into a plex just because of that reason.
Well, not the whole, just the first 10 seconds when you slide in.
About 10 seconds. Okay.
Just when you're chasing a bot around.
Yeah.
When you're chasing a bot around, he slides in, you can slide in behind him. He can't get it.
That's right. Yeah, you know what? 10 seconds sounds about fair. I think that's a pretty good buffer for people to be stuck in a plex or not. But you know what's crazy about that is, we probably, and I don't know if this happens or not because I don't have enough experience to speak on it, but from the Garista side or Angel and Garista side of things for their plexes, I've noticed that there are MOAs in there, and I don't know if that's the frigate levels, smalls, or anything that have the same thing, but from at least the mediums and up, they have MOAs that will use the pointer on you, and then you're kind of like stuck in there until you kill it. So, or you
Yeah.
get fast away to
Yeah,
get away
something
from
like
it.
that would be
Yeah,
the same
that
thing.
would be
Yeah,
cool.
that's also good.
Yeah. And that way you don't have to worry about a buffer time. You just have to worry about killing the NPC that got you scrammed or
That's
thing.
actually, yeah, and it's a little more thematic than just being like, well, you're just stuck here, you know. That's
Yes.
good. More thematic. That's good.
Yeah, I like that better. That's good.
Yeah,
It's
maybe
just
we
like for
we
like
get that.
defensive flexing might be, you know, some changes.
That's why I think
Yeah.
I said this to Milk earlier that deplexing should have a rap from both sides.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah,
And they're
'cause-
fighting it out as well.
Yeah, and deplexing is, oh my god, it's weird as fuck.
I did have a question for you, Felix. Like, you know, does Caldari form like big battleship fleets? Like I see some battle reports from Gallant, and they always seem to have these Megathron Navy issue like massive fleets, even though they're losing the war zone. So like, what's Caldari's like response, or is it just more like distributed small gang type stuff, which is taking over the war zone, or is it like these big fleet engagements that are decisive, I guess, for like battlefields and stuff? Like, what? I don't know. I don't understand that war zone.
So, as of the most recent situation with Caldari and Galante, the Caldari have literally eradicated majority of Galante space within the war zone. So they're now literally bottlenecked to one side of the war zone, where actually that kill mail came from. Heydiles is how I call the system. And Fleet, Devon, Aboon, Oinasaikin, that those specific little areas right there is current, like, and you can check it out for yourself on the faction warfare map exactly where I'm talking about, but that's exactly where they're bottlenecked now from this militia. And so what we're seeing a lot now, and it's the most cancerous thing I've ever seen, is a Heydiles, Fleet, Devon, Aboon, and Oinasaikin are the most gate camped systems, especially where the shipcasters are, which are Devon and Aboon, and Haydai actually have recently, before it was actually Tenelon, which just didn't make any sense. We told them to destroy it and rebuild it and bring it somewhere closer to the war zone area where people are fighting. But anyways, now because of these cancerous gate camps that are happening majority of the time, either from Snuffed Out being in a big blobby group, or Sedition, who's now at Old Man Star, which is just below the system of Heydiles or Heydiles, or however people would actually pronounce it. Now that that's happening, and they've just recently staged out there because they recently had their home staging area in Villelier, which was all the way, I guess, the north side, as they would call it. And because we've completely dominated them all on that side front, they've, like I said, been bottlenecked down here. So to answer your question, though, before even this happened, this part of the war zone, Sedition was one of the biggest, and still can be considered the biggest group within the Galante Alliance group for the Federation, that primarily they do a lot of big blobbing fleets. Like they will bring a big Megathron in the battlefields fleet. They'll bring augers. They'll bring their ENIs as their favorite, the Executor Navy issue. I think the most broken ship in the game today for faction warfare.
That is a fact.
They need to level out the playing field for the Osprey Navy issue, at least, to give it probably less. To give it, I don't know what it was. We were talking about the other day, but I'll probably get back to that anyways. So yeah, there has and always been a prevalent presence with the Galante when it comes to the big fleet stuff, when we're talking about like augers and Megathrons and the ENIs and that, cruisers and up pretty much. Now the Caldari side, we were never really focused on that aspect to fight Sedition that much, to try to like outclass them or upship them or anything like that. We have many battles with Sedition, being the biggest alliance there at the time, and still is the time at this time, when it comes to those big ships. Now we still do form the big ship comps to go against them when it comes to a battlefield, but I wouldn't sit here and say that that's a very like consistent thing, because we don't care. We don't care to entertain them. We don't want to give them content if that's all they want to do. We'd rather have small gang fleets going up, and these, I say small gang, but technically it kind of comes to a little bit bigger sometimes, to like 30 people. But yeah, generally they try to organize people within the range of 8 to 15 pilots, if not 20. And then when it starts obviously getting to 20 and more, then they'll start only doing that if we see sedition or other groups, like maybe there's a gate camp from snuffed out in specific areas, because there's definitely not a lot of Southern gals corporations like the Fliet pizza delivery guys or the Blue Canary guys, things like this. They don't really form big ship comps and stuff like that. It's always Sedition or Snuffed Out that are doing things like this, and more Snuffed Out with gate camps. So to again continue answering that is Caldari is not about upshipping and being bigger ship comps. They're just more about small gang, and there's plenty of content with small gang, and especially when they are very specific about who they want to try to give content to, who deserve it more, I would say, because they're sick and tired of fighting sedition, and not altogether. Like, I'm not going to speak as a whole here. I'm just talking about my experience and the people I've personally have had conversations with, that they're not trying to entertain them as much anymore as they used to when they were up in Villelier side and that. So yeah, it's kind of now become we'll only give it to you if we want to kind of attitude. So they have been complaining about that, and over time we've been seeing sedition slowly downship to destroyers and frigates and the odd cruisery and eyes flying around. But one thing I can also make note about with this is that Galante hate plexing. They hate plexing. Yeah. That's why they're in the position they're in. Now I'm not going to say they hate it as a general statement, say everybody, because there is Galante pilots that are still plexing. But from the majority of what we can see, like as like the the science here, if you will, or the facts, Galante clearly don't like plexing. We can see this by the map. Like they literally own no systems. They have 2 front lines that's in their name right now, and that's it. So that's kind of sad, and the content's so dry. And literally it's all gate camping, and it's brutal. But at the end of the day, still, we are seeing content within battlefields. There definitely, people are willing to still fight and still bring a fight. Even if, like how we were talking about, if it's just a good fight, if they lose, as long as we had a good fight, everybody's happy. But if we do see Sedition upshipping to crazy amounts of things, we're like, you know what, just take it. Because eventually we want you to take more frontline so we can have more and better content and more diversity around the war zone between all the pilots like we used to have. So there's actually been talks about having some of the systems back where Villelier is, Oisix, Iha, Aldernet, and then Amelia. We were talking about allowing them to just plex it and just take it. Because we need some more content other than that, because everybody's
interesting. It's interesting how Sedition, right? They can form these huge fleets, and they mean nothing in terms of like warzone control.
Exactly.
It's about like who has the most will to actually do plexing.
That's all it comes down to, especially within the Caldari and Galante state, because I was just actually talking to Sooup about this earlier, and he made a little bit of a comment about himself and his experience here in the Amarr Minmatar, where in Caldari space there was a system, and if you want to look, you could see it. It's called Nenemelia. It was a state. It kind of isn't anymore, but it's now a rear guard in that. But it was a staging area as a front line for the Caldari, and Sedition, of course, was, like I said, back in Villelier, which is just 2 jumps away, being Aldernet and then Villelier. So there was a lot of content going on in this area, to the point where there was a group in Nullsec. I don't remember who it is. I don't know if it was Noir or if it was another group, but they actually paid Sedition, or were going to pay Sedition and fund their war to take over Nenemelia for the month of September of last year. And if they did, then they're going to get, some good ISK out of it, like billions. You were going to say
crazy how they're paying. That's interesting that they're paying to just take over one system.
Yeah, the Nullsec group was with Sedition, because Sedition originally comes from Nullsec, and they're aligned with Noir, and I'm sure there's other groups within that I'm not like too much informed about, but nonetheless, that was something that, because of how powerful Caldari's state was when it came to the war zone, they were just destroying it. We were killing it. It was no problems. Like, it was just like how Minmatar is outnumbering the Amarian pilots. It was the same kind of idea back there in Caldari. So yeah, they really wanted to create a environment where people were going to get content, plus it was going to be just something exciting to try to defend. And there's so much good content around last year, September. Unlike now, as like I was just saying earlier, the content is terrible over there now. It's just dried up. and yeah, just
Yeah.
two front lines. Like, who gives a shit?
Yeah, exactly.
So we just want them to take as much as they can now, so that we can come back and actually have some content again. But there's still people fighting there. There's still people defending. There's still people doing what they got to do. But anyways, that's that. I want to move on now to another question about your time here spent in the Amarr militia and the Minmatar war zone. Is there anything for yourself within this war zone that you've been seeing happening more often, if it's Minmatar contesting you guys for specific areas that you guys want to capture, or is it more of like a free-for-all, kind of also what you were saying earlier about that, where people are just doing like small GAN kiting and things like that? Do you ever see any growing numbers, though, of people actually really trying to set goals and contesting in different ways?
I think currently, and this is only because...
More the mercenaries? Yeah, the mercenaries.
I think actually Amarr is currently on the rise, and that's only because you have
Viller,
a
welcome
distraction
on in, dude. How are you?
from CVA on the big fleet, and DNG Dirt and Glitter tried to do this a while ago in terms of 1 second. In terms of trying to like break into nullsec. It's cool to break into nullsec, but that's not what people signed up for. A faction warfare for. Like the nullsec fighting is much different than faction warfare fighting. And so you're gonna see, I think, Minmatar start to struggle, and I think they are struggling with like maintaining those folks who are the ones taking the initiative to go out on their own or with like a few of their friends, because they're gonna go out in nullsec and just be like, all right, there's nothing for me to do here.
Yeah.
Because nullsec I think is very oriented toward like larger fleets. There is some small gang stuff, but there's no real objectives unless if you're kind of in a larger fleet. Like you got to just be in it for the fights.
Yep.
And that's much different content, and you're asking your huge alliance to go with you on that, and I don't think everybody's going to do that. And so I think they'll probably have some problems. Maybe they'll make it work. I don't know.
Okay.
And so I think Amarr is rising slowly from the ashes of shitty leadership, ultimately, between Red Sky Morning and Dirt and Glitter not being able to resolve their differences. I equate that argument to children not able to communicate.
Yeah.
And so they're having to rise from that, and that's difficult. It's a difficult thing, but it is happening. Yeah. So that's what I see more of. The contention, I think, is gonna start swinging in the favor of Amarr, unless if
don't,
Minmatar
Manic.
does something and gets
How
their
about the
people some
fitting, by the
content.
way? Okay, got you. And somebody who's, again, just kind of getting into the war zone, with the shipcaster that they've introduced into the game, how do you feel about the shipcaster?
Never used it.
Never used it. That's interesting.
Yep.
Is there any reason?
I got a DST, and I haul
Oh shit!
all
Again.
my stuff, and I live in Corm. I don't really have use for it. Cormonin, sorry.
Okay, great.
I'm sure it could be useful, but yeah.
You know how it works, right?
It's a one-way, basically Titan bridge from a high-sec system into a low-sec system that has the shipcaster. If I understand that correctly.
Yeah, it's pretty much just like that. You have 3 gates that you can build. They have a timer buffer for each gate. When it activates the first gate that, let's say, was on there, in this case, they have one in Lama, they have one in Cormonon, and they have one in Ezra. So whatever gate is there, it will have 1 minute to buffer to before it opens up, and then it'll have 1 minute to actually be activated to use, and then it will switch over to the next gate, and it will just keep rotating forever on until those gates get destroyed. And they're always in a frontline system. Either in does not matter at this time, like as long as it's a front line, if it's Minmatar or Amarr. Currently Amarr have 2 shipcaster gates in their systems for frontline, and then there's one in Cormamon here for theirs. But that's how that works. It's just simply just that way. So that's good that that you have a little bit of knowledge on it, and that you don't use it, which is cool. No worries. People know more.
I think it could be useful, right? Like if you got a big fleet of ships in Mayator, right, where the shipcaster is, and a battlefield spawns near one of the shipcasters out in the front line, I think there's big use there. I just haven't
Exactly.
experimented much with it.
Yeah, and another great use for it for pilots that are, and obviously this probably won't work for everywhere because we, as the people from Caldari and also the Galante side of the militia side, or at least I could say when I was, eventually what happened was with the shipcasters, some guys from the and there's some angels there, funny enough, too, that we see in the Caldari space that are doing it, and this is happening in Caldari space because that's where the shipcaster is for that one I'm talking about specifically. And then Garissas are there for sure, and now even Galante have kind of, if they're not fighting any of those groups, they're also trying to take over. It's a system called Leterrier, and it's a high sec system. It's one of the systems about 3 or so jumps away from the shipcaster in Caldari space. And if you were at Jita going to that shipcaster in Onamon for Caldari, it's about a 7 jump destination. So what ended up happening was, yeah, it's beautiful. So what ended up happening was the beauty kind of left the window because now there are gate campers in the high sec of Lateria, which again is like 3 jumps out from the shipcaster, and it's the only direction if you did, like, say you avoided it, the system Lateria, then you would have to go all the way around, which wouldn't make sense. So it just becomes like something that you can't really avoid. Either you use it, you don't in that route. Because if you don't, then like I said, it's a waste of time even trying to get to it the other way around. But anyways, they created gate camps, and now it's like super not used anymore. Like nobody can get around it unless they have staged their ships already in that location with an alt account using a hauler. But my point of this whole story, anyways, is that the major thing about the shipcaster for a lot of players that they really, really love, and that's if there's no gate cams, is they can bring that character, even if that character is in faction warfare, primarily is what I'm talking about, why they love it. They can bring that character over with their hull ship of ships, and they can go through the shipcaster there off through high sec route into the shipcaster now into a front line and stage their ships that much easier. But that's not the case because obviously, like I said, there's gate camps going on now, so nobody could do that unless you're using an alt account and you're getting your hauler guy to do it for you that way, or you do you do those contracts for people to haul your stuff for you. So that's the other purpose of the shipcaster, is to help people in high sec bring ships over to a staging area in the front lines. Or like you said, getting into a battlefield because it's that much closer using the shipcaster getting into a front line. But anyways, that's that. Sorry, what's that?
I guess like if you had a bunch of people who are willing, like putting a bunch of pods in a station in Mehator with like a fleet of like prophecy navies or omen navies or something, and a battlefield spawns, everyone pods themselves over there. You go to shipcaster, boom, you're already in the battlefield before anybody can even like bat an eye. That could be strong, I think.
I agree with that for sure. I wanted to address something here because somebody asked a question, but I don't think this question makes any sense because it wouldn't be classified as AWOXing. But there was a question about if you yourself or anybody here in this chat with us in the Discord, if any of you guys ever seen Frat AWOXing on neutral characters. Now, before you answer that, I want to say why this doesn't make sense, because a neutral character is like a pirate, is a neutral character, so anybody can freely engage against a neutral character, so I don't think that's considered AWOXing. Does anybody consider that AWOXing?
No, I mean, I've had it's annoying because like I'll have a backpack Bifrost with my angel, like with my hold on.
He's not on D-scan.
Okay, let me know, Sooup. Sorry. Yeah. So when I was in Angels, right?
That's true. You have to.
I'd have like a backpack Bifrost, right, with my with like my Kizrael or something like that. And my Kizrael would be in Angels, and my backpack Bifrost was not because it's like a neutral hauling alt. I still want access to Jita and Amarr. All right, hold on. Is that what baited you last time?
I mean, using neutral alt to do it if they are nerds.
I'm aligned.
Done
just better kill this guy.
that for warp ins on Prov block in the past. Yeah, no worries. I also forgot to mention about the shipcaster, which somebody brought it up in the chat, was you have to be enlisted to actually use the shipcaster in whatever the militia you're in to use their shipcaster. So as a neutral bringing ships there, all you'd have to do is stage it in the system so that your actual enlisted character can grab those ships after and just bring them into the shipcaster.
Yeah.
But anyways.
Are they sliding on you, Sooup?
He hasn't slid yet.
They're
He's
just
on the
currently
outside, probably waiting for his.
on a target
Nah,
right now,
he
so
renamed
they're
his ship
just
now.
making sure they don't
Still,
fumble on that. NRDs, not red, don't shoot. Oh, I thought it was like nerds, not red, don't shoot, for
just
those
slid
getting
the-
that in the
the
chat.
threat
Oh,
on-
I didn't even know that. I
Oh,
thought
wait,
it was
don't come
nerds,
until
is
the
what you were
curse.
saying.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good to know. Not red, don't
Are you
shoot.
gonna be able to hold the curse?
probably got double NOS.
Yeah, we're just on standby real quickly. They've got a little bit of a target situation going on. But yeah, that's really nice to know about some of
come now,
these
come now.
guys' perspectives and seeing, like,
I'm gonna go for the rook.
from
go
Sooup
for the
to Dak here,
Yeah, we need
sorry,
to kill the rook.
of how
At least hold him down.
they
I got a
both
curse
have
coming as
different
well.
experiences, and that's something that I've always wanted to make sure you guys can also understand, that there's not just one perspective in faction warfare. There are many people flying in faction warfare that
Alright, my
have
curse is landing.
a lot different again,
Demos,
perspective
my Demos
on
is landing too.
what's really happening and what they've been
Talking
experiencing.
with curse, how you doing?
So this is great to hear.
I've still got Scram on the rook.
Sooup and now
Alright.
Dak in his
I'm gonna have my
experience.
curse just focus their curse.
And it's actually kind of funny to see
sliding.
the current state of
I'm not
faction
shooting, I'm
warfare
just
here.
holding.
That I've noticed
Yep,
there's more yellow
Alright, I'm gonna go after the curse.
than there was the last time I
Roger,
checked
sliding.
up on the faction warfare space here. So I love that the fact that there's, like, look how many front lines there are. That's crazy amount of front lines, and to even here in the EU time zone, these guys are not even around. Like, you can literally plex the shit
yours,
out of
Graham.
this and get crazy LP without any interference. If you're somebody who
Body's
likes to
coming in.
hang out and chill and not kill too much and, like, fight too much or whatever, you just want to get some LPs.
Good point on.
Be
you
a
have
farmer, as
another
we call him.
point. This curse doesn't have
You
it.
could do that apparently in this war zone as somebody who's in the EU time zone. Apparently, there's barely any pilots flying around. There still is, but there's not many, and you could probably get a lot of good LP off these front lines.
The only thing I can lock is the rooks and jams anyway.
So I thought that was really
Yeah.
cool. We are going to be doing a giveaway soon, guys. Exclamation mark ticket if you haven't done so already. At the end of the stream, we're going to be giving away a pretty cool ship, maybe even some miss or whatever. So stick around, guys. We're definitely going to have some more
Blind DPS to the rook, yeah.
more prizes to be had. Milk, do you know what tomorrow's stream will be? No, I never know what anything's going to be about. I just do things. That's all how I operate. So we won't know until we know. And again, thank you guys so much for being in the chat with us, hanging
Really
out,
appreciate it.
chatting. Any of the new
Yeah, I'm
followers
not sure
as
what
well.
this is.
I appreciate you guys coming in and
After that, I'm just gonna go
being
for
a
the
part
cursor,
of
just
this,
ignore
because
the-
this is a very educational
course, I need
stream that
finally
we're
able to
having
lock the
today,
cursor,
and
put
finally
Instagram
I
on
get to have an interview with some members that kind of just built up from one guy to more than now another, and that. So really cool. I'm really enjoying this kind of stuff we're having. This is something
Got
my
EC drones on me, that's
channel
why I'm
was
expecting a lot.
originally built on, is having these
I've got EC on
interviews and
curse.
conversations.
Yeah, let's get the rook down. We'll
But
get the
then
curse.
there were times where I wouldn't have that, because there were times where I wanted to, like, physically
It doesn't just warp off,
broadcast
it probably just warp off.
the actual content
needing
and
the
things
logic.
that we're covering, such
Yeah,
as like
okay.
the other day, the level 4 missions, the abyssal stuff. Like, so there's times with the stream we're gonna have content
going
like
down
that,
shortly.
and then we're gonna have
A lot of DPS on
conversation
this
and
rook, so-
interviews. Yeah, kind
let's
of like
go.
a podcast with
get rid of the paddles.
people
the
out
cursor.
here in whatever it is that we're taking time
I'll
to
start burning
learn
for
about.
this
And obviously this
curse, I guess.
being
He's dumb to stick
about
around.
faction
I don't think He's
warfare.
gonna be too dumb.
That was fascinating for you. I mean, the interview's not
Yeah, curse is
over
off.
just yet. We're gonna come to a closing with the interview for sure. But
close it down.
they were
Sure.
just currently
Got
in a PvP
Why do I recognize his
situation,
name,
so I
FKF?
didn't want to ask them questions. Obviously now, because they're currently focused on a fight. So we'll let them fight it out, and then we'll
Sorry, Milk.
jump
that was
back in there.
intense.
That's okay, man. You guys are at war. You got to do it.
They're actually pirates, purple helmet warriors.
Really?
Yeah,
They were
neutral,
fun
sorry.
though. Hell yeah. But yeah, I don't consider AWOXing with
talking about
neutrals.
angel AWOXing neutrals. Yeah, I've had my Bifrost killed like a couple of times, but you just gotta understand, you're a war target. You're not in communication with them. Like they can and will shoot you. And that's,
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's
It's not AWOXing. They're just shooting neutrals.
That's exactly my point. Yeah, AWOXing for me, guys, is more like you're in my militia or you're in my corporation. You shoot friendlies without consent, of course, and it's just like a malicious act, and then you get killed. So that's what AWOXing for me is mostly.
They might have been referring to like an angels a lot with like frat and other
Oh.
nullsec alliances, like they'd shoot each other even though they're both angels. Which, yeah, that was a
Right.
complete clusterfuck. Like, don't even ask me. That was a clusterfuck.
Fair enough. Are you able to still talk now, or are you guys back in fighting, or?
No,
No,
we're
we're
good.
good.
Good. Okay. So I wanted to also ask, with this, being a part of your corporation now, and of course the current alliance, do you guys have a lot of communications between this corporation and the alliance that you're in?
Are you talking like
Like,
Digital Ghost and Edict, or?
let me see. So you guys, if I'm not mistaken, what the alliance name is here, part of the task force. Yeah, yeah, that's it. That's the one. So do you guys have a lot of
Yeah.
communications with them and plan out like some goals together as the alliance group?
Like I said, I'm like 5 days into Amarr, and so like, but I talk to Sooup a lot, and like, Buffalo Billy, talk to him a lot. Valith, they're all kind of like, Mo Bloodlust whenever he gets back from vacation. But, I think we'll start set some goals, and they already had their own goals. I'm here to help them
Cool.
ultimately. So yeah, I'm a direct enlist for my corp.
Nice.
So the whole corp didn't want to join, which is, they're just filthy pirates.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah. So you're part of Digital Ghosts. Okay. I thought you were for some reason a part of the task force. Okay, so Digital
No, we're just
Ghosts.
friendly. Even when we weren't, even when Dak wasn't direct listed, we'd team up with him every now and again to fight the Minmatar. Back like from a year ago onwards, really.
As
Okay.
generally they get pretty blobby, so you got to fight the blob. And Edict was always outnumbered.
Got you. Oh, Trainwreck is the alliance you guys are with. Or this was before,
Not anymore.
anyways. Yeah. Okay, that's interesting
We
too.
were we did have a stint with Trainwreck for a little bit, just blops and stuff.
That's right. Safety set to rate. Okay, cool. All right, so that's that for that. Also, now I want to ask, what is some of your pros and cons of being a part of faction warfare within Amarr?
Separate from being like considering
Can we give a shout
when I was
out
a pirate,
to Gravy,
you
please?
get a lot more people willing to fight you like one on one. Like when I were to warp into Plex as a pirate,
This should
people would
make
just warp
people
off.
friends in my eyes, but
And
also cause a
I've been
lot. Yeah,
told that's
I heard that.
because either A, they know pirates are generally like higher skilled players, or B, it's not worth like risking losing your ship for no LP. Like when they kill me, if they kill me, there's no LP game for them. And so now that I'm in Amarr, I feel like most Minmatar pilots, they're used to blobbing, or they're used to new folks straight from the Imperial Crusade 24th. They just see an Amarr pilot and they're
Can we
like,
get a
oh, I'll
shout
kill
out
this
for
guy.
Gravy, please?
And so I get a lot more fights that way, just punching into plexes, whereas before I got almost none. Like it'd just be like an immediate warp off.
Our Gravy.
So that's a huge pro. A con, and this is kind of just within the corp. Amarr standings are hard to get, and so you got to put a lot of effort into getting them. And so most of the corp doesn't have that.
How you doing today, Art?
Direct enlist is nice, but just from a corporation aspect, it's nice to have people on the same page, which we are not currently on the same page, but that's just kind of the way it goes. We're kind of used to that in Digital Ghost. We kind of just all do our own fucking thing.
Hope you're having a great day, Art. What are you up to today? Yeah,
So
sounds
yeah,
good.
it's kind of pros and cons.
Okay. Let's see.
Oh, another big pro is you're generally more accepted in like Edict comms. I think if I were to go over there, I think people would be more. They are more accepting now that I'm in MR.
Where's stages for myself?
More willing to like
Sweet.
form up
Nice.
with you, obviously, because you're not just some filthy pirate. You're at least you got the title of Amarr Empire. So
Yeah. Sweet. And now I just want to figure out here what this is. Yes, that's what it was. What is your favorite ship to fly in the faction warfare space?
that is a toss up between two ships. That's a Thrasher fleet.
If you guys have any questions, please feel free to ask your questions
I
in
love
chat.
the Thrasher fleet. It's a very good ship. It's pretty engageable. It's got good range, really good DPS, and it's pretty quick. My other favorite is probably the Kizriel. I've lost
Nice.
quite a few of them.
Really?
I've lost 4.
Wow.
But it gave me a lot of
Told
experience.
you the quorum
I'm the
guys
top
are
Kizero
good
pilot outside of gate
tutors.
campers.
Tell them
Um,
Jala
and
bars.
so, because gate campers are always going to have tons of kills that you don't get.
Yeah.
Um,
Thank you, Mike Russo, for
so
the follow.
that
Appreciate it.
it's a
Hope
really
you're
fun
having a great
ship.
day so far.
It's very capable. People want to engage it because it's like super shiny. And yeah, it does good damage, great speed, great application at range. Yeah, it's a good ship. Really like that ship.
Wicked. Somebody here that you might know, their name is Sophie in game. Sophie, if I'm not mistaken,
Holy shit, it's
Bartholomew.
Sophie. What's up, dude?
Yeah, joint ops. He says, "What's up to you guys?" They were,
Yeah, Sophie's a good dude.
yeah, they were talking to me a little bit ago, talking how when I started to join today with the Amarr about you guys and how you guys are good people. So actually, I didn't even know I ran
Yeah.
into you guys now. Like when I asked for a
Nice.
fleet invite, it was completely just random. I saw you guys at a gate, and I'm like, well, let's try joining our very first fleet with Amarr and see how it goes.
Yep.
So kind of just
Got a battleground
lined
kill out
up.
of it. It's good.
Yeah. People, I've known him
Um,
for over a year, I want to say now, since I've been playing Eve. They've kind of came into the stream since, so good people.
nice. Yeah. Yeah. Sophie's a good dude. I was cleaning up after the battlefield is over, which is much appreciated, and doesn't clean us up, which is good.
Yeah,
Thank you
yeah.
for not cleaning us up. The notorious smart bomber.
Notorious Barbar, yep, you ain't kidding.
Yeah.
Don't pop me,
I'm glad to
please.
have. I'm glad to have Sophie on our side because that means I'm smart bombed less, which is great.
Yeah. Is there a ship out there that you would love to fly in Faction Warfare Space that you haven't done so already?
That I want to fly,
Yeah,
and I haven't done so.
yeah.
Ooh, that's a tough question. I fly a lot of stuff. Megathron Navy issue, and Dominic's Navy issue. I just don't have the. I don't have the. What is it? The skills for the
yeah.
guns.
Gotcha.
Megathron is, I can put together a Dominic's Navy issue with like, neutralizing fit, but the Megathron, kind of needs its guns,
Yeah,
and so that'd be a fun ship to fly, I think.
cool.
And
And
yeah,
one of my kind of few last questions I have, I'm pretty sure people would love to know this. What is some advice you would give any pilot that wants to join, let's say, the Amarr or Minmatar or Angel Cartel groups here in Faction Warfare Space?
yeah. So I got 3
A Vindicator?
factions. I fight Minmatar a lot, and I would say Ushrakan is probably, they have some people who talk a little bit too much shit, but that's kind of the case with every faction. But I would join them if I was going to join Minmatar
Tupac Corvus, that sounds
faction
funny.
warfare. I think that's a pretty obvious choice. They have a cool style of, doing fleets. They kind of just fly their own stuff. It doesn't work out for them when it's like when they're outnumbered, but it does work really well when they have like even or over numbers. Like it works well for them. And I think they're good people, even if some people don't. And then if you want to join Amarr, Edict is pretty much that's the way to go. Lots of good dudes in there. Task Force
Alliance-wise, yeah.
641. They're very dependable and reliable folks, right? Like they're always here. Like they're always out fighting, trying their best, outnumbered as shit. So if you actually want to learn how to play the game on like hard mode, like if you're like a fan of Dark Souls, you need to go to Edicts because you will learn more
Nice.
about the game from flying with Edict because they have less numbers and your input is more valuable to
I
Edict
like
than
that.
it is to like the Minmatar Fleet Alliance, for instance.
That's so good to know.
And then the last one for Angels, I would definitely say the Seraphim Division guys, just because it's not frat. They're, again, great to be on comms. They've been around for a long time. Amamake provides. That's what they say, Mother Amamake.
Mother Mama.
Yeah, that's where they live.
Okay.
Yeah, good dudes. So I would suggest those 3 for anybody starting up.
Sweet. And Sooup, you're still here, right?
Yeah, I came back after the meeting.
Sweet. Sooup, do you have any advice for anybody that you would give them for joining Faction Warfare if it's within the Amarr, Min, and Angel? Not, you don't have to give me all 3 like our friend here did, but if there is, you can if you want. But yeah, what would your advice be to people joining in Faction Warfare?
I think if you're a direct enlist first, for sure. Join public fleets, get a feel for the warzone. maybe join a couple of fleets from different corps, see who you sort of gel with. Uh, and and then eventually once you go through all the different fleets you can try on the Amarr side, you'll decide Edict's the right fleet for you, and you'll just join us and think, why did you waste your time?
I love that. That's good.
And then for the Minmatar side, I sort of concur with what Dex said about Ursha Khan. Like you said, they have got a few members that can be a bit
That's so
hostile and
funny.
local. So if you don't like that sort of behavior, maybe Fleet. That's the next biggest. That's another big one as well. Those two on the Minmatar side are
Oh,
pretty
I
strong.
forgot about geese. Wild geese is good too.
Oh,
If you,
actually, I'm going to change my answer. I'd say join Wild
yeah,
Geese. Those guys
Wild
are
Geese good.
fun. They don't blob too hard. It's usually a real even fight, especially
yeah, I'll
with
change my
skill level.
answer. I'll change my answer to geese too. Wild geese. They're good
Yeah,
folks.
their skill levels I'd say sort of similar to Edicts as well, and they're not too oppressive. They just have fun and have a good time in local too. So yeah.
Awesome. And is there any advice in terms of prerequisites that somebody would want to have before joining into faction warfare that you can give advice on?
I'd say just being able, if you skill up into, just even able to fly a Punisher really well, like a brick tech Punisher. Like we always need crazy tackle in our fleets, and that's a good place to start. It's low skill requirement, so yeah, and we can teach it from there.
Destroyers are fun. If you can fly a destroyer with T2 guns, I'm not saying that's like a requirement to start, but if you can fly a destroyer with T2 guns, I mean, that's what I fly all the time, right? I would say 80% of my flying is just in a destroyer.
Nice.
And I have so much fun, get so much kills. That's all you need. T2 guns on a destroyer, Navy destroyer. Boom, done.
Awesome. And actually, now this kind of makes me think a little bit. I want to ask again a little bit more questions here about this. And you guys can both, of course, answer whichever one first. But what would you say the current meta is when it comes to PvP in this specific war zone in terms of like the ships that people are using? I know we talk about ENI. I don't know if that's still the answer, but is there a meta that people are like, not even just the ENI, like maybe there's like a few other ships in there you can mention, but yeah, what would you say the meta is for the war zone here?
Personally, I think brick tanked battle cruisers and battleships for like kind of bait or starting engagements, and then you have ENIs. Unfortunately, that's kind of the answer. I don't know what to do about the ENI. I haven't really
Maybe
given it
made a
much thought,
mistake
but
there.
it is an oppressive ship, and that's coming from somebody who runs ENI fleets. It's an oppressive ship, and it needs to be fixed. I'm not sure what that looks like. Smarter people than me can probably figure that out. But yeah, I'd say brick tank battle cruisers and battleships. You definitely see those around a lot when you're looking for larger engagements. And then Marauders. Marauders are still good, and they get brought out
Was
with
it
pretty,
say? Was it
pretty
say?
frequent.
Thanks for the follow, dude.
Yeah, I was just gonna add to that. That Marauders on top is the next escalation point is usually pretty common.
Okay, great. All right, and then. Okay, so that wasn't a question. You said you will be lurking, working a bit. Okay, thank you so much. I think I appreciate it. Just quickly looking at the chat here if there was any extra question. No, it doesn't seem like it. Okay, great. All right, great. I really appreciate you guys answering these questions and just giving me your guys' perspective in this militia. And again, I want to thank you for inviting me to your fleet. I don't know if you're still fleeted and still doing stuff. I'm always interested in still shooting stuff right now, even.
Oh yeah.
But I do want to thank you for that time you've spent here. And for closing, if you would love to or want to share anything, like anything you want to shill, feel free to do that now.
I think what a shill. Oh god.
I already shielded earlier.
Yeah, I don't really have much to shill. Yeah, I love my Edict boys. They're good dudes. Thanks for Minmatar for bringing content, even if sometimes it's a little blobby. Yeah, that's about it.
Perfect. I have two more questions. One from the audience that just popped up, and then one after that. How is the frigate meta? Somebody was asking.
Boy, forget meta oldest time. What's that book? Soup, you know what I'm talking about? It's like the yearly book that comes out about frigates.
Yeah, I know the one. There is a post that happens for that, and it goes into a lot of analysis on the frigate meta.
Yeah, I'd
But
say a good slicer pilot can beat almost anything except for maybe a good hook bill pilot.
yeah, it's
And
just
then
it's days though.
yeah, if you can kite well, you'll beat pretty much anything. And then if you can't kite, then like dual reps, so
Frigate
like the
year.
medium ancillary shield booster,
Yearbook.
and then armor ancillary shield booster ships. I think the hook bill can run it. I'm pretty sure the Vigil fleet can run it.
I just
I'm
killed
not.
a hook bill actually.
Did you?
Crucifier Navy can do it as well.
Yeah. So
That makes sense because
yeah,
he
you
was
just kill the
light
hook bill. See,
missiles.
like I
So
said, a competent slicer pilot
Yeah.
can kill hook bill.
yeah, this guy
Oh, that
was
was
running light
okay.
missiles though, so I could feel why he died probably quicker.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta gauge. You gotta gauge if he's like kite or if he's brawl. Man, frigates really are the place to learn. Like scram kite, brawler fits,
Yes, sir.
kiting fits, and that's where that's where the mechanics of the game are the most raw because your ship choice is more rock paper scissors than any other time. And I think flying frigates teaches you the most about the game.
I armor tank my
Frigate
hook bill,
meta,
but I like
really
armor. That's
whatever
actually a
ship.
good thing too. I like that
Obviously,
the
I would
armor hook
suggest
bill.
Navy frigates, but that's because I don't know, I'm bougie or something like that. Um, Even in Cursuses can do well, and Rifters. As for
Rifters?
fits, I
Yeah, I
love
see a lot
Rifters.
of arty rifters every now and again.
Arty Rifter? Yeah,
Yeah.
I can agree with that. Because I'm a Rifter, I love Rifter, but I found autocannon Rifters, even though I've made 700 different type of fits you could think of, or just some that I've tried multiple times, and I've always got dog shitted on, and I'm like, fuck.
I've had
Oh yeah,
slight success.
forget yearbook. Forget yearbook. There we
Yeah,
go.
frigate yearbook, yeah.
I've had slight success with Rifter just sitting on the button, double web, no scram, and just trying to murder something with hail before it can get off. Can
Honestly,
sometimes
dude,
work.
that is the proper meta for Rifters that I hear a lot from like experienced pilots. It sucks to say it, but like double web, no scram is unfortunately the meta for it because that's just like you said, you can just blap it hopefully within the time before they get the hell out of there.
Yeah, you're just already heated, ready to go. 300 GPS, take it down.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with that. For our meta back in Cal and Gal space with Guri, and we have the same thing here. I'm sure, like you were talking about earlier, about the Angels being kind of like just over amount of them, and there's no real coordination. And the Guri's the same, Sid. They're farmers. They are the very odd guys coming in for fights in some of the other systems in their small gang, but very rarely. But the meta for frigates for Gal and Kaldari is the hook bill for Kaldari. The comets, of course, for rail comets now, not even blasters anymore. Rail has become the new meta for Galante in that space. Because they're powerful, they're really good. A rail comet is, in my opinion, better than the blaster one in particular engagements, and
I agree.
and most engagements that I've come across when I see kill mills now are just completely railgun comets. Especially amongst the pirate groups that are coming in there that are not Guri, but just like neutrals that we consider like the pirates. Then the other part is the slicer. Slicer's always on top, always. It's always been the money maker, it seems, for a lot of
Go,
pirates.
Vinny.
Yeah.
Yep, like Vinny, you'd have a field day out in Gal Space and Kaldari because
Oh, he goes out there.
You do great. I I don't think I've ever seen you, but probably because
Yeah,
of time
sometimes
zones.
I pop to Hades. Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Yeah, and recently I've only been fighting in Hades, so that's the only reason probably why also I haven't seen you too much. But regardless, yeah, Slicer, Hook Bill, Comet Rails, and then now a lot of time, before it used to never be around too often, at least from the year I've spent there, the Catalyst Navy issue with Rails have been more prevalent in the space, if we're talking about destroyers now, within that side of the militia. And of course now Thrashers. With this new, I don't know if it's new actually, but with this corporation, the warmongering space invaders, if not mistaken, their name is. They're part of the Kaldari group, and they have been flying Thrashers with insta-locks on each of them, and they just delete, and it's crazy.
Yeah, you're talking like T1 Thrashers, the cockback Thrashers.
Yep.
Yeah, they're very. I think they're very good. It's just like tale as old as time. I know the Minmatar for forever have been running the T1 Thrasher. They're like attrition Thrashers, all T1 mods. They're like 2.5 mil, and boom, done. It's kind of like Amarr's Punishers, like autocannon Punishers, roaming around, all T1s. They're tanky as shit, super hard to kill. You know, they're attrition ships, and yeah, they're easy to kill, but they're probably going to kill a target that's like bigger than them. All they need to do is kill one Navy destroyer and it pays for 10 of them. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So yeah, those are great for attrition warfare. Like if you're really in the
You're
trenches,
welcome,
like when
Waz.
those
Hope you're
ships
having a
start
great
breaking
day.
out, I feel like you're in trench
Already
warfare
fire tails
100% at that point because you're just trying to out attrition your opponent, see who runs out of the backlog of ships first.
Okay,
Um,
okay.
yeah,
And
but
this is my last question that I have because now I'm pretty sure that's the last one. Because I don't know, with me, I improv my interviews. I don't have any lined up questions. It's just stuff that throughout my experience talking to people that I ask certain questions. So,
cool.
so the last question for me is, and this is a very interesting one for me personally when I see it, because in my perspective, I think working together in the militia you're a part of, regardless if you're in that corp or this alliance, I feel working together is the key element to a strong militia without feeling the ego being a part of that situation. And when I say the ego, I mean like your own ego as a person, jumping into this militia or into a group and only being very like close-minded to a lot of things. And so with the Kaldari, we have had so many open-minded individuals and corporations and the one or two alliances that are a part of it with their corporations that have such an open mind to wanting to be a part of the same collective agreement of, we're here to fight as a group, not a segregation of your corporation, this corporation, and that, regardless if you're not in the alliance or not. Now, not to say every group in this in the militia with Galante or even Kaldari, or just specifically Kaldari, speaking about them, have that, but majority of us do. From the in-between groups that are not really playing together. So my question is, when you're in a Plex, and this can apply to you as well, or just things that you've even seen through experience flying out here, do you find that if you're in a Plex that says a 1 beside it, being, if it's a Navy 1, Advanced 1, anything 1 regardless of size, do you find that you mind, and again, this is to you personally and also just experience of looking outside and seeing it happening, do you mind when people come in these plexes and share it with you, or are you the person to be like, hey, it's a 1, buddy, get the fuck out of my plex, I got this?
personally, in answering my going off my previous question or answer to
Thanks
my
for the
question
follow,
is,
Jeff.
I don't care about plexing. That's what made me quit in the first place. So if you come in, I'll be like, hell yeah, like I don't have to finish this plex. So thank God you're here. I'm like, thank you for coming into my 1 plex so I can leave.
Love it.
That's my personal take.
For me as well, it's I don't care about the LP too much. It's not a big deal to me. But the way I see it, if someone comes in, I'm like, okay, now if Minmatar come, there's 2 of us instead of 1. They've got a better chance to fight them off. And I just think of the person as extra HP.
I love your thinking. And that's what I said earlier about the Kaldari. They're the same way. Not everybody, but a bit of a majority. We always try to think about, like you said, if it's a 2v1 if somebody pops in here, or it's a 2v2 even. And there's just more of a helping hand to get the job done, because the more you plex together, the more I feel you're going to get more done in the system, rather than just being one guy plexing and then getting either he's not going to take the fight and he's going to warp away, or he's going to take the fight and he'll lose for whatever reason, and that's how the engagements will go majority of the time, with as a single pilot thinking about just themselves, is either they're going to win or they're going to lose. But I think the time spent is they're not going to get more done, especially if they're losing a lot more of the engagements or they're warping away from the engagements more times, opposed to you having a friend with you holding your hand and together taking on the threats that come and plexing more.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%.
So
yeah, 100% agree.
I feel more people should feel the need to play together than to think about it selfishly and be like, this is my LP.
Yep.
But not every day,
Yep.
right? Like there could be moments where systems are so quiet that you can already see that there's no targets that are going to be engaging you, maybe because you're flying a bigger ship and they're just not trying to fight that. And that way, maybe, yes, you could be like, okay, don't worry, bro, I'll stay here by myself. You go to the next one, I'll shout if I need some help. And then I think that's okay. But I think the mentality should be, and I say this to anybody listening, try to work together with your militia. Don't just try to be a greedy LP person that just wants it for themselves, because I feel like your guys will break up too easily.
To add to that, I feel like in my experience as well, when I have shared sites and not given a damn, usually that person will reciprocate later on, like, oh hey, in local or whatever, just so you know, there's 3 minutes left on this 5.
I saw that,
and they'll let me know, and I'll just and vice versa.
You know what? And it's funny because in the Galcal side, we very rarely, and I don't know if it's just because people don't trust local, but I very rarely will ever see somebody ever type that. Hey guys, 3 minutes. And today, that was my experience here.
That happened. Actually, there was a guy called Frederick in Hula. I saw you.
That's right. Yeah. I was like, what the hell? This guy literally just said that in local. All right, I'm going. Majority of us are green in system. There's like 1 or 1 red, 2 reds. That's an easy one. We're going in there. But yeah, I really appreciate that pilots still take the time out in this specific war zone to say stuff like that. It's not a very common thing. So that was cool. But yeah, thanks again for jumping in here with the conversation and sharing your thoughts and your perspective, guys. I again really appreciate that. Vinny, I don't know, is Vinny still here?
He left.
He left. That's unfortunate. I'll have to catch him later. So we'll talk about it anyways next time. But yeah, thanks a lot. I really do appreciate it, guys. And I'm actually gonna jump out of the fleet now because the time has flown. But the person who gave me the NI, is that anybody in here? Dak, did you give it to me?
Yeah, that's me. You can you can keep it.
Okay, no problem.
If you're ever back in the area, you can just use it.
I appreciate that.
Thanks for the interview. I always enjoy questions. So.
Hell yeah, thanks a lot. Fun. And I was talking to Sooup earlier about this. If by any chance you can get the Alliance leader or anyone else that may want to share their perspectives, I would love to talk to some FCs. I'd love to talk to some Alliance leaders. And even other corporations within your alliance, maybe you can bring my name up, Felix Lee Jones, and you share whatever you want with them about me, and but let them know if they're willing to have a conversation. We would love to have them.
Oh yeah, yeah. Thanks for being a good interviewer. Your questions they might have been made up on the fly, but they were very pointed, and yeah, very articulate. So I appreciate your professionalism, even though it's like an EV interview. That's great. It's really cool to see you. See your quest. It's nice.
Appreciate the kind words, guys. Until next time, fly dangerous, and we'll catch you next one.
Yeah, bud.
Great, guys. Honestly, fun time. And guys, again, I hope you guys learned a bit about the faction warfare space from what we had a conversation about when it came to learning, again, a general idea about Warzone, the meta that's currently happening, even if it's not as accurate information in terms of that, but it's information that we have anyways, because these are personal experiences from pilots that are actually in this war, definitely longer than I have been within the Amarr militia and Minmatar warzone and Angel cartels. And it was actually nice to speak to Dak, where he's got himself a lot of history, including being a part of the Angel cartels. I thought that was really cool that we had a little bit of a conversation with that. And, I hope you guys learned something today about the warzone here. Within this malicious. I'm just going to quickly say thank you and goodbye to them in the fleet. Thank you again for the fleet, and hope to continue roaming with you guys here in the coming days. And thanks again for talking with me here about the war zone. I think Vinny is still in this fleet. Yeah. I'd love to talk with you as well sometime on another date if possible. Until then, thanks again, and fly dangerous, folks. There you go. But yeah, I definitely hope you guys have enjoyed a lot of that. We're going to be doing 2 giveaways. We're going to be doing one giveaway right now for this. Actually, we might do we'll do two different, like, so we're gonna do two giveaways like the one we have now going on, and then the third one will be a direct giveaway for a ship, a very specific ship, a very big ship, and hopefully you guys are gonna stick around for that. If you haven't done so already, !ticket to get involved with the current giveaway, and you're gonna have to rewrite ticket for the next one and the one after that. Once you'll notice and you'll see it on my screen for that. Like I said, quorum dudes are good. That's why it's my home. Hell yeah, dude! That was really random to see you there. I didn't think I was gonna see you there. And if it says you failed for buying a ticket, just means that you've already got a ticket and you're good to go for that. And now when you get drawn as a winner, guys, I'm going to at your name in the chat, or my moderator will at your name in the chat. Hopefully he'll do it before I will. And if you don't respond in 30 seconds, we're going to re-roll and throw it back into the next person. IR as well, if he's here still, so that's awesome. So any of the moderators here, if you can at that person's name, we're going to give him 30 seconds. And then, like I said, if you don't win, then obviously, or sorry, if you're not here, then we're going to re-roll to the next person. I want to say again, for the music requests, we're going to play some music right now, because I know we had a couple of requests whilst we were talking to the folks out here. So we're going to quickly play that song, and we're going to get the giveaway started. And again, thank you guys for hanging out with us. Let me know if this is the correct song or not. I'm not like... when it comes to these kind of songs, I don't know if this is the correct song, so let me know. Also, let me lower the music just a tad in my ear, because it is quite loud. And yeah, get your tickets right now, and let's see. So also, I want to make a mentions that if you just joined the Pokemon game, like some of you might have seen, there's a timer on my stream. So every 15 minutes, a Pokemon will spawn in the stream. And if you haven't registered to play the game, all you got to do is type !Poke_start. So once you type !Poke_start, you're going to see a message pops up. You're going to get, as a default, you're going to get 3 Pokeballs, you're going to get 3 Great Balls, and you're going to get 3 Ultra Balls. If you're somebody who's on a mobile device right now and you want to see the actual extension, which you can do stuff manually on, including taking battles with other Pokemon, but you have to have a full team of 6 before you can do that. Every 15 minutes, a Pokemon will spawn in the chat, and you can use the command !Pokecatch to throw a Pokeball. If you want to throw a Great Ball or an Ultra Ball or any other specific ball, you will have to type !Pokecatch space Great Ball or Ultra Ball or that other particular ball. Now, if you're looking to get more rewards within the community of this Pokemon extension, they have a Discord, and the Discord is called, which you could see now, about to pop it up, that link right there. In that channel, there's a channel there in that Discord, called Poke Daily, which I clearly didn't spell that correctly. But if you go in that channel and you actually type in the command Poke Daily with the exclamation mark, that's the command symbol, in that channel, every 24 hours, you will be able to get some rewards, including Pokecoins to buy more items, of course, and other type of different balls that you can accumulate, like your fast balls, great balls, nest balls, dark ball, you name it. Any kind of like balls like that, they'll randomly generate and give you a reward. And then, like I said, every 24 hours, you go back to that Discord and you type it again and you get more rewards. If you're watching the stream, I think it's every like 5 minutes or something like that, you get 1 single Pokecoin. Sorry, somebody said I already did. No worries. Said you got. Somebody said they had to leave. Sorry. Been given. Yeah, they already got a shout out. Okay, so nobody said they had to leave. Okay, and then if you're typing every 2 minutes, now I don't mean like a spam amount of typing in 2 minutes. All you got to literally say is one word in amount of 2 minutes. You can then get yourself access to a Pokecoin, 1 single Pokecoin for typing every 2 minutes, pretty much. Give me 1 second. Orchestra. We're trying to get some orchestra music for the Imperium for Amarr as my like background music. And then anyways, so like I said, if you're a mobile user, your chat window at the top right corner will have extensions. If you click the Pokemon one, or any extension for that matter, your chat will then transform into that extension, and then you can manually navigate your stuff that way. If you're a PC user, the extensions will be down to the About Me section below. And again, you can do the navigation through that as a PC player. Now, back to the giveaway. There's just so there's no confusion here, and also you guys can partake in it. Every 10 minutes you watch the stream, you will accumulate 50 Milky Way points. Milky Way points are completely different than the Milk Jug points, which is the channel points for the Twitch. So Milky Ways are for the stream element, which is for giveaway stuff, and the Milk Jugs is for channel points here in the stream. If you want to see how many points you have, just to say what you have, do as we just saw Buddy here, Dynamix did, is exclamation mark points to see how many points you have and where you are on that leaderboard. Now, if you want to gamble to get more points, all you got to do is type exclamation mark gamble and the amount of points you want to spend. And then it will instantly tell you a message about how many points you have. That's my milkman there. We're going to mute the music there just so you can hear it. And then if you say you want to help somebody and give them points, all you got to do is type exclamation mark give points and then the amount at the person's name. If you want to do a different type of gambling, like play slots for instance, all you got to do is type exclamation mark slots and then space the amount of points you want to do. And then within like 20 to 30 seconds or something like that, you'll see a message pops up and tells you that you have won or lost that many things in the slots. But the gamble one that you do is instant. Now, the last giveaway that we do, guys, you're going to need 50 Milky Way points to buy tickets, because this is an exclusive more giveaway for bigger things. So 100% make sure you guys save your points for that, or else you might not get your 5 tickets completely when you do type exclamation mark points and then buy a ticket for 50. All right, so we're going to start the giveaway for the first one. I'm going to pop up the screen for you guys. Now, this is the giveaway screen. So I'm going to wait till 7:30. You have literally a few more seconds, guys, to get in there. Exclamation mark tickets to get involved right now into this giveaway. If you don't do it within the next 15 seconds, we will be closing the giveaway and we're going to be going off and getting some people here, something to win. All right, guys. We're about to close it in 3, 2, 1. Good luck to everybody here. Let's draw a winner. Hey, AK. Can we get an at AK, please? At AK. If AK doesn't respond with his in-game name in 30 seconds, then we're going to be going over to a new winner. As soon as we add him. Yeah, always, right? Always AK. All right, the timer is started for AK. It's going to be... There's AK. That's what we like to see. Okay, don't worry, guys. There's going to be another giveaway happening here in a minute. So let's quickly first see what he has won. And don't worry, there's going to be 2 more giveaways plus the last one. So there's a total of 3 more giveaways to happen. And you've won 7 million ISK right now, which now that 7 million ISK has been won, we're going to bump that up to 8 million ISK for the next one. So currently, let me reset the giveaway here. Let's start that up again. Milk giveaway. There's a lot of cool ships, ISK, Plex, blueprint copies, a bunch of stuff happening for this giveaway. This one we're going to do really quickly. This won't be like a long giveaway bout. So if you're interested in the new giveaway, exclamation mark ticket right now to get involved. We're about to go give AK some ISK right now in his wallet. So let's do that here. I don't know if he's in my in-game channel. Let's quickly double check. Oh, sorry, we got to read the fleet. He said, take care. Okay, great. So let me just actually get out of the fleet so we're not just randomly sitting in the fleet. There you go. AK, you're not here, so we'll just have to do it this way. AK, sell out. Actually, how do you say your name again? What was it? Where was it? AK, sell out. Where is his in-game name? I got to scroll through. AK, where are you? AK, there it is. AK sell. Okay, so it's just AK sell out. Okay. So let's search up his name. Give 7 million ISK. Okay, and then what we do, like I said earlier, is we go ahead and to the giveaway wheel. And we're going to close that. We're going to go sort because I got to make... somewhere I can read this quickly. Where is it? I think it's under the letter Y, like you win. Yeah, here it is. You win. Now it's going to be 8 million ISK. So that will keep climbing, man. So we're going to shuffle the board. I'm going to go to the giveaway wheel. We have 11 entries. We're going to wait till the timer hits 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and then we're going to give away the next one. So make sure you get in there, exclamation mark, ticket. Yeah, I'm on Battlefield 20. Yeah, I've been noticing you've been playing that quite often. The red and white outfit, yeah. Wait a second, IR. Is a mod here too? Man, I've been missing. Yeah. IR is my original, very first mod in my stream, and then Manic, we just made a mod today because sometimes IR is not here because his time zone is different, and he's a hardworking guy who does schooling, working, and obviously doing this as well, some moderating, not just probably from my channel, but probably from other ones as well. So, we, try to take a little bit of his load off, and Manic just said he wanted to step up, and Manic's been pretty chill here. He's learning the ways, so we gave him also moderation tools. Would it make it even special if we done wheel first? Maybe. So we're gonna go right. Actually, we'll do it. Fine. We'll do the wheel first. See what you're about to win. The only reason I don't do the wheel first sometimes is because there could be a shitty prize maybe, which there's not that many, but there could be one random one that someone's like, I don't want this. So Skrillage Explo Hunter skin is going to be for the giveaway, and the 2-minute marker already passed up, so we are going to close this giveaway and we're going to draw a winner. Alchemist, if we can get an @Alchemist in the chat. Alchemist, I need your in-game name. I know you've given me in the past, but we're going to have to add you here to give it again. I like seeing my name in the bold. Hell yeah. Or not the win. The Milky Way of the Force. Alchemist is here. I love to see it. Alchemist, you just won yourself a skin. By the way, guys, there's not a ton of skins in there. They're actually one-offs of these skins, so every time these are here, they get removed, and that means there's one more time closer to winning bigger ships, because we have a lot of big ships in there. Okay, so let's see. Sorry, what was the win right there? Just didn't really see it. Skrillage. Okay. So Skrillage, here it is. Create the contract. Pop that down here. Skrillage, perfect. Next. You have 1 day to claim. Make sure you grab that before it disappears the next day. You're very welcome. I'm now going to open up another. We're going to remove that one. We're going to open up another giveaway. Like I said, sometimes it's going to be kind of I don't know if I would call it annoying or whatever, but it is the way. Milky giveaway. And then again, this one's going to be a simple giveaway for 10 points to have 1 ticket. And we are going to start that up. So when the timer reach up to the 3-minute marker, we're going to close the giveaway. Make sure you guys type in !ticket to get in the newest giveaway. We're going to get these going like quickly, guys. You have 3 minutes to get involved in this giveaway. And then after this one, we're going to be giving away another, like an actual ship with 5 tickets. Let's see what we have to give away. Maybe it's just ship. There you go. All right, let's see what ships we have that we're gonna give away right now. You will give away a Hurricane Fleet issue ship. That's what we have a lot of those. That'll be a fun one to give away. We're gonna give away a Hurricane Fleet issue. Wait, there's some suggestions here in the chat. Let me read the chat a little bit. Ticket. What for the Titan? We have a Titan? Question mark. For Omega. Omega is 500 plex. Yes, it is. The Titan costs more. Oh, really? That's only 1 month. You want 10 months? Dips on the sigils. If anybody ever wants to donate for giveaway, guys, that's my in-game name. ! Eve there. Felix Lee Jones. Also, we have an in-game channel. If anybody ever wants to be a part of our community in my in-game channel, we share fits, kill mails. We take suggestions about people who want us to fly certain activities in Eve, like we did the last 2 days. We did Abyssals and then level 4 missions. So there is that. Apparently, we got a random chat down here from Butch. Simulated, could you get tested at some point for Abyss? JC T4 Gamma sites. I mean, I don't think I'll ever fly this T2 ship, but there's possibility of it. 22 days for cruiser level 5. There's a possibility, maybe one day, but not today or recent. So we're going to do a Hurricane Fleet for the next giveaway. Not this one right now, but the next one after this. You want me to play Eve only for 1 month? But yeah, come to the Toilet Paper Guys, my in-game channel. We share fits, kill mails, we fleet up together. I take suggestions from people if you're looking to, do something very specific in Eve. Like I said earlier, we did Abyssals together. We did the level 4 missions together with Butch and that. So feel free to join my in-game channel. And for people that don't know about how to do that specifically, if you're not sure, all you got to do, if you're not sure, you come to this little chat window here. You say chat channels, and you're going to want to type it right here, the toilet paper. It's got to be exactly spelt the way it is with capitalized letters. If I'm not mistaken, that's how it works. So if I write right now the toilet paper, I'm pretty sure it wouldn't pop up. Oh, actually, it does still pop up. So actually, I don't think it doesn't matter about capitalization. I think you could actually just type it. Either way, if you do type it, and let's say you leave the channel, doesn't matter. I love to hear that. If you say you ever left the channel, all you do is open the box again by literally clicking this button here and say chat channels. Or the other fast way, if you go to your local chat and you hit this plus symbol, and I'll just example it. So you go here, plus symbol, it pops up as well. Now, the idea behind this, if you leave the chat, you can come to player channels, and more than likely, you're going to end up seeing the channel will be right here in the player channel. So you don't have to worry about ever like, oh, I left it by accident. It's always going to be right here in the player channels that you've most recently joined. So that's just that to be said. Now, anyway, so yeah, anybody can join. There's no like limitations to pilots that join here. You could try to spy, but there's not really anything going on in here to spy on. But either way, everybody is welcome to join. That's the point. Now, the giveaway, right? Let's check the giveaway. Obviously, 1 extra minute we spent in there. We're going to close that down. Let's see who wins. Hey, Watsy! Is it what's it say? Or is it what's it say? I don't know. Pretty sure that's how you spell that. What's it say? Kind of a unique name. He's a streamer as well as Art Gravy, guys. Make sure you follow both those streamers in the community here for EVE Online. And I'm not sure if it's like, what's it say? Okay, okay, perfect. You want a scythe. Yeah, make sure you check out their content. I think they mainly just stream EVE Online. If they don't, they can address that here in the chat now if they don't. And they're variety streamers even. But if you are just EVE streamers, there you go. Make sure you guys send a follow that way to them. And I'm sure you're going to love their content. What's your in-game name, friend? He said Sigil. And guys, if you've been enjoying today's content or any of my content, feel free to drop a Prime sub that you have for free each month to subscribe to somebody's channel. Maybe even gift a sub to somebody, or even just sub yourself because you've been enjoying yourself, or cheer some bits. Feel a part of the community. I just want you guys to know, though, every time anybody ever subs or does any of that stuff, we actually take 1 whole day off of ads here on the stream. And as you might already know, this Friday we'll have ads on the stream again. So everyone that does end up doing that, you get literally 1 whole day without ads. And I don't mean just today that you got it. I mean like 1 whole day. So let's say you did sub today, then, or you gifted a sub even, then say tomorrow would be your 1 whole day, and then that's how it counts. Right now, all the way until this Thursday is ad-free on this channel. So everybody right now has a great opportunity to keep watching the content without any ads. And after, on this Friday, if of course, if we don't have, anybody who subs or anything, then we're going to be running those 3-minute ads again, which, because I'm not getting any support to really do streaming, which streaming is something of my passion, but at the same time, it's a business as well, and I need to obviously try to get on top of that. And so that's why we run ads, unfortunately, but that's just the way it is. So, but if you do sub and gift a sub, things like that, then obviously everybody gets in the community an opportunity not to have to worry about ads. I'll sub, but I want you to keep the ads on. Oh, no. We're always trying to keep the community happy in regards to that situation. So anyone who does sub or do any of that stuff, it literally, as a collective, the whole community will benefit. Not just the person who subs, but the whole community will benefit, at least regards to ads. And if you do sub, thank you so much. And you don't have to, but it's something that, like I said, it's a business for me as well as a pleasure, and I enjoy what I do. But I don't think I can support myself in general if we never get any kind of support. So, like I said earlier, I got a job offer, so I'm not just gonna sit here and be like sub to me, because I've never done that. But I did want it to make it apparent to you guys that ads will be running eventually, if obviously the support is not there. So anyways, thank you so much for your support, regardless if you didn't sub or not, if you were lurking, if you followed the channel, if you even spoke in the channel. God bless you, and I really do appreciate that as well. That means a lot to me that we're a community and that you guys are even partaking in this community. And what's it say, man? Thank you for subbing. Again, I wasn't saying this to be any pressure on anybody, but I just wanted to be transparent with everybody. So God bless you, What's It Say, for supporting the content and using the Prime sub today. I am beyond God's help. Right, so let's run the giveaway, guys. Let's do the giveaway. That was the very last scythe, actually. Now, this is for the newest giveaway, guys. This one is for a Hurricane Fleet issue giveaway. And this one is where the big ones come in, guys. This one is for 50 points. The Milky Ways, it's going to cost you 50, but you get a total of 5 tickets to buy. So if you haven't been collecting, this is your opportunity to buy your 5 tickets. !tickets space 5. As it says right there in the chat, !tickets and then 5 to buy your 5 tickets. If you put ticket with just ones, then I think you only get 1 ticket. IR. So this is for a Hurricane Fleet issue right now, and you have up to 5% chance, or I don't know if that makes sense, but you have 5 tickets really to get inside of the giveaway. Tickets only 4. Okay. IR is the only one at a disadvantage. This giveaway will be closed in the 3-minute marker, guys. So in 3 minutes, if you haven't done it, you're going to miss out on a Hurricane Fleet issue ship. That is a direct giveaway for a Hurricane Fleet issue. We did a little bit of content out here today in EVE Online for Faction Warfare. And for sure for tomorrow, we're going to be running some more Faction Warfare for the Amarr / Minmatar / Angel Cartel group. And we're going to try to get some more kills. We're going to die maybe some more. We're going to get another fleet, hopefully. And maybe even another, maybe shorter interview. Not that I minded having the interview we had. I actually enjoyed it because it was one of the very first interviews with the Amarr and Minmatar pilots. Well, in this case, an Amarrian pilots and also a Angel Cartel member at one point pilot. So there'll definitely be some more Amarr and Minmatar Angel content tomorrow. And hopefully we'll run more actual content and then interview possibly with another people from different groups. Someone's gonna boss with a single ticket, right? Gotta be different, yeah. But guys, I really hope you enjoyed that interview. Hopefully it was informative and educational, and maybe might even bring you over to Faction Warfare. This Friday, we're going to be running a pretty cool fleet as well. If you haven't checked it out already, I'm going to show it here. Here it is. And can I pop it out? Is that a thing? Right? That's a thing, right. So this Friday, we're organizing a fleet, a PvP fleet in Faction Warfare. And also for those that may just want to generally join Faction Warfare as a whole, you're going to learn a lot. But those that just want to get in part of the PvP action, feel free to come and RSVP your time this Friday. It's going to be happening at 1900 Eve time. We're going to be testing out 3 different fits in a composition fleet, and the first fleet that we do before we do those is going to be a kitchen sink, and it's going to be frigates, if either Navy or T1 hulls, but definitely not T2 or pirate ships, just T1 or Navy issued ships. In frigates or destroyers in a kitchen sink composition. So kitchen sink meaning any ship that you want to fly within the restrictions, of course, again, destroyer or frigates, T1 and or Navy issues. Eventually, I'll pay my debt back. You have a debt? Oh, he gave you some stuff? Oh, I see. Yeah, he gave you some points. Nice, nice. Yeah, so you can give points to people and do that if you really want to. But let me read it out for you really quickly so that you guys have a very, like, good idea of what's happening. It says, now this is Caroline. If you guys don't know Caroline, she's a streamer as well here in the community of EVE Online. If we can give her a shout out, I think it's the same name, Carolina Aya, like together. If not, that's okay. We'll probably try to get a shout out for her after if we can't find her name. But anyways, point is, it says, hi, I am organizing a new PvP training fleet. This is for training, but you can still come if you're an experienced pilot. I will be the FC for this fleet, by the way, so feel free to, again, join us. And we're going to be using her comms over here. And if you want to RSVP, let me know. We will forward this email to you today. But anyways, get back to what it says. Organizing a new PvP training fleet. This time we'll be going to do some faction warfare. A few things are important for this fleet. You will need to enlist in faction warfare with the Caldari State. Yes, guys, we're doing a Caldari State faction warfare content fleet. So it doesn't mean we're going to be plexing. Don't get that twisted. There's not going to be any plexing going on. It's literally going to be PvP. The only plexing that we're going to be doing is it's going to be an example to teach those that are actually interested in enlisting in faction warfare, even if it means just learning in Caldari for the day and then enlisting into Galante, Amarr, Minmatar, whatever. But this is just specifically going to be for the Caldari State. this fleet. So again, we're going to be going enlisting into faction warfare as a Caldari fleet member. You are freely able to unenlist from the faction warfare after the fleet comes to an end. So always enlist as an individual, not your corporation, but just for your yourself as an individual. And like I said, once the fleet's over, you don't want to be a part of the faction warfare anymore, go ahead and unenlist yourself. You'll be free from all enlistment responsibility. So again, we'll read that here. It says, you will need to enlist for faction warfare with the Caldari State, which it didn't say that part, but I'll say that, for the time of the fleet, but you can unenlist as soon as the fleet is done. If you do not want to enlist, then this fleet is not for you. I'm sorry to say that. This fleet is not for you, meaning if you're a neutral, you're a Galante, you're a Amarr, whatever, if you're not Caldari in the faction warfare enlistment, then you will not be able to partake in this specific fleet. You will need to have an empty clone. It's important to have an empty clone, guys, because we're not going to train to have a fleet where people are using implants, because that kind of defeats the purpose of training when you have a huge advantage. But it will be noted that those people that are not new to PvP in faction warfare, then feel free to use your implants at your own risk and discretion. But the only reason we ask you not to do it is so that when let's say you die in your ship, then everybody can just pod themselves back to the home station of the staging area, and it makes life super fast and more easier to get back together and to take on another fleet with 3 fits that we're going to be running in the compensation fleet after the kitchen sink one. And again, those people that are not new and are not going to be part of like our comp fleet, we would recommend that you do stay a part of the comp fleet just for this specific 3 fleets. Technically 4 sessions, if you will, because we want to make people understand the idea behind a compensation fleet and what the power behind having a comp fleet compared to a kitchen sink is. So there's a lot of lessons to be learned between everything that we're doing. But let's keep reading. So make sure you have an empty pod, guys, if you are trying to stage where we are, so we can get back into the action together right away. Make sure you type !ticket, tickets with space and a 5 to get up to 5 tickets for a Hurricane Fleet issue ship, guys. Let's keep reading. So on this event, we'll work together with myself, Felix, probably better known as Milk on Edge, hence that, who will be the FC, such as me, and will teach us some cool tricks, including D-scanning, ninja plexing, and some PvP tactics as a fleet. We might even do a gate camp. If you want to get on comms or you want to join the event, guys, like I said, send me your in-game name. Probably best do it in my in-game channel so I have a better idea instead of the chat right now. But come to my in-game channel, give me your name. We're going to forward this mail to you if you're interested for this Friday at 1900 Eve time. You will have to get access to Discord for the comms. Even if you can't speak, as long as you can listen is important to us, so that way we can direct you as the FC and give you the proper instructions. We have a space for about max of 10 pilots. If it does go over 10 pilots, that's okay. We will try to figure out what we can do if it's like a crazy number. Hopefully it's not going to get crazy. Hopefully we can have a little bit of just 10 pilots, 15 pilots, 20 pilots. That will be all right. But anyways, that's what we're aiming for, though, is 10 pilots. But don't be discouraged by that number. There's always opportunity to have more people join. I need everyone that wants to join to respond to this mail and the fit that they want to fly to RSVP. So if you're partaking in this fleet as a kitchen sink, we're going to need you to link your fit as the kitchen sink fleet is happening, before it happens, so that I know personally what we have in the fleet, so it gives me a heads up on a better idea about what's going on. And then anyways, at the end of this letter, it says, this fleet will be a kitchen sink style. Again, I already explained that part. A frigate or a destroyer, nothing bigger. That means you can use Navy issues or T1 hulls. We will prepare the following, and now the rest of these fits are going to be free, guys, to get. They're going to be free ships to get when we do this. So you don't have to worry about paying for them or doing any of that stuff, or even getting blown up when we do stuff. It's all free ships out of the 3 that we're going to be linking in there. And then it says, if you want to fly something else, that is possible as long as it fits in the category. Again, like I just finished talking about, the frigate or destroyer T1 and or Navy issues. Now, let me show you some of these fits we're going to be flying. This is one of them. It's going to be a random Tristan fleet. We're going to try a whole big Tristan thing. It's going to be really fun. We're actually going to change some of these to have scrams on them, so that way we have the ability to have like people not be able to use MWDs and stuff like that. So this is a very, very cheap alpha fit right now for anybody. And this is alpha friendly, by the way. That's the point of the fleets, for alpha friendly players. But again, obviously, if you're more experienced, feel free to have the same ships, but in your T2 variants of them, which we can also link you HSP ones. But yeah, Merlin, your blaster fitted with MWs, so it's like a scram kiting scenario. And a lot of other rigs for, DPS as well as EHP and what have you. And then the Kestrel is the last one there. Same idea, kind of like a long range, kind of kitey, but this is rocket launchers. But again, we can change these to scrams, so there may be a change in that for more people to be able to tackle. So this is just like a brief idea of what we're running. And then, yeah, that's about it. It's going to be 1900 Eve time. And the system is linked in system or in the mail. And again, make sure you respond to the email and all that fun jazz. All right, guys, so RSVP simply by coming to my in-game channel and giving your in-game name, and I will link that over to you. Can I bring 2 Navitas? Yeah, I'm sure you can. We'll talk about all that stuff more as the date comes closer to it, because I will probably forget about stuff, and that's that. So anyways, let's get into the giveaway now for a Hurricane Fleet issue. There are 9 contestants here. I'll wait till it hits 30 seconds, and you will be able to partake. Everybody's bought their 5 tickets, so if you haven't done it already, ! tickets space 5. And good luck to the Hurricane Fleet issue winner. All right, there it is. We're about to start that giveaway. Good luck, everybody. Oh, IR, the man himself, the legends. IR has officially won themselves a Hurricane Fleet issue, dude. He said, speak up. Very cool, dude. Very cool. He said it was rigged. Probably. No. Hurricane Fleet. Create a contract. Amarr next. And, yep. Next. Yes. Next. And it comes with your famous milk of Olive New Eden. Milk on it is just milk. Don't ever question if it's propaganda if anybody says otherwise. There you go, IR. Congratulations to you and the Hurricane Fleet issue. And again, thank you guys for even partaking in that. That meant a lot to me that you guys are still trying to be active. That is awesome sauce to see. And yeah, that's awesome. So now that is done, we're going to close, or I guess we already closed that giveaway. We're just going to close that out. And you know what time it is, guys. If I'm not mistaken, I've been out here streaming for almost 6 hours, which has been super, super fun and adventurous. Like I said, tomorrow we'll get actually more into more action with Faction Warfare here, so you guys could see, again, a little bit more in-personal content out in the Faction Warfare space out here. Is there anybody you want to recommend to raid out to, guys? What, you're not streaming right now, are you? I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for coming through, guys. You want to do a Magical Geek raid? Any other recommendations? We got Magical Geek up there for a raid. Let me know. Squiz Caffeinator. That's a new one. I don't think have I seen that guy? Here he is. Not the first of the month. Okay. You know what? That sounds pretty cool. It's a new person that we haven't really raided before, I think. Do we follow this person? Let's see. It's loading. Yeah, we do follow them. I don't think I just have not been to their streams often enough. I look forward to catching your streams a little earlier than 4 hours into it. Yeah, definitely. What it say, 100%, dude, and ditto to you as well. I do look forward to also catching more of your streams if I'm not streaming or whatever. But yeah, we're gonna raid Squiz. That's a great idea. Yeah, we're going to raid Squiz. Again, I appreciate everybody for your ongoing support. If you haven't done so already, make sure you follow What It Say, Art Gravy, Carolina A, and anyone else that may have joined us that I missed. Hopefully I didn't. Pretty sure that must have been all of the guys who came in today. Art Gravy, What It Say, and Caroline. Yeah, I think that's about all the people. We're going to do Abyss tomorrow. No, I'm going to be doing more Amarr stuff tomorrow, more Faction Warfare. But yeah, we'll definitely catch you guys the next one. And again, thank you so much, guys, for all your ongoing support. Let's spam the follow button on Squiz and spam some emotes when we get into his stream, guys. And fly dangerous out there. God bless you all. Let's get it. Yep, possibly more interviews.